I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
SLN vem pro 3K, pro 4K! Ace! Ace! Ace da SLN!
O que eu espero para esse LCQ é me divertir, basicamente, tipo, a gente se divertir mesmo e dar a vida mesmo, porque um campeonato, mesmo sendo last chance, é importante demais para ir pro Mundial. E da MIBR espero muita mira, e eu espero muita mira e comunicação boa.
Aparece en contra de Riot, 4 de vida. ¡No, lo pilló! ¡Ay, Dios!
Expectativas para el LCQ más que todo es ganarlo, porque aunque no me haya enfrentado a otras regiones, he podido más que todo jugar en todos los servidores, así que sé el nivel que puede tener cada uno. Prácticamente sé que puedo ganarlo.
It may not cost him though. Juna looking for another ace on the round, and iBUYPOWER ace. Let's rack up another one.
Well, obviously our expectation coming into this is we want to win. We want to earn that slot to go to the Game Changers World Championship in Korea. So we're definitely coming in with our hopes high, and we've been scouting the competition, and we are feeling pretty confident coming into this. It's a little disappointing that we lost our slot for Americas this year, but we don't mind fighting for it here in Brazil.
Essa derrota contra a Team Liquid foi bem importante pra gente. A gente não saiu mal, tipo, todo mundo teve reações diferentes, mas a gente chegou no consenso de que a gente tá muito bem para essa final. A gente poderia ter ganho, a gente só pecou em detalhes que a gente precisava arrumar, que tem que ver com comunicação principalmente. E acredito que a gente nesse LCQ vai chegar mais preparado, e se a gente classificar para o Mundial, a gente vai estar muito melhor que contra a Team Liquid.
el poder clasificar creo que sería un sueño al fin del cabo, un sueño que tengo muchas ganas ahorita mismo de cumplir.
Yeah, definitely. We've talked about it a couple of times, and we definitely feel like there's less pressure on us compared to the other teams, because the other teams are like signed professional players, and we're just coming into this event as like a free agent roster. So we're just trying to, have fun and just do the best that we can, and trying to show everyone that we deserve to be here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VALORANT Game Changers LCQ Americas presented by Verizon. 3 hopeful teams traveling far to Brazil to try and fight for their chance to travel even further to the Game Changers Championships in Seoul. We have a great weekend of high-tier VALORANT action ahead of you, and I hope you all are ready. My name is Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host throughout this weekend, and joining me on the analyst desk, I have 2 wonderful individuals. We have none other than Riot, and we have Emily. Hello, guys. How are we doing? Emily, how are we feeling today?
Oh, I'm hyped. I'm so excited to watch the matches going on today.
Dan, it is going to be a good day. 3 teams all fighting for their one chance, that one slot to try and go to the Game Changer Championships. This is going to be intense.
Yeah, this is going to be super cool. We've had, the Game Changers Championship over and over again now for a few years, but we've never had an LCQ, and that is the topic of conversation that was happening last year of, wanting to see maybe another Brazilian team, maybe another NA team, not really, knowing what to expect. So I feel like this is the best way to find out which one is the better inner region and who's going to move forward and go to Korea.
And looking at today, it is going to be a round robin between our 3 last chance qualifier teams to try and have the most winningest of records be into the grand finals tomorrow. It's going to be 3 best of 3s. So Emily, it's just going to be a lot of VALORANT action, but I'm really, really excited to see what our teams are going to provide today, because these were the teams that were so close to getting the spots within their own respective regions.
Yeah, and I think they'll be more competitive than ever because they are fighting for that last spot going into champs. And also, these are just matches that we wouldn't otherwise be able to see if it weren't for this LCQ, right? Whenever would we see all these regions fighting against each other outside of champs? So I think the fact that it's these high stake matchups and hyped matchups to get that last spot is just going to be really exciting.
And let's just dive right into this very first matchup of the day, because we got a lot of VALORANT, guys. So we got to keep moving with all of this. It's going to be MIBR going up against Wada, 2 teams that, when you're looking at the respective regions, they have been fighting out so much. And with MIBR, a team that, again, when you're looking at a team that was so close to being able to claim the spot, MIBR definitely, Dan, put up a fight in their previous grand finals, but just falling a smidge short.
Absolutely. And this is also a team that keeps that core from last year that made it to that Game Changers Championship in Berlin with SRN, Sayurg, and Mel. So having the opportunity to not only play this LCQ, but potentially go to a championship once again would be a dream for them. And on top of that, you have this newest addition that we had at the beginning of this year, or halfway through the year, of Bastarda, who used to play for Team Liquid and also went to the championship back in 2023 when they were playing in Sao Paulo. So you have 4 players that have quite a lot of experience, a few international events as well, and then a team that is very much hungry to get the wins here and qualify to Korea.
Again, with the fact too that they were so close with that best of 5, just at that 2-3 record, and just having a great season otherwise, just looking back at what they've been able to accomplish throughout this 2025 season. It's a team too, when you talk about that core that's looking to be back on that big stage, you talk about this consistency that they've been able to have, Emily. It's a team that, yeah, they're hungry, and they've also been able to show that they can get these results.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally at the top of their region alongside Liquid, right? They've had such a competitive year, and for a while there, it looked like they had the chance to just secure that first spot, but fell short in the end there. So I think they're just really, really hungry to try and get that spot where I feel like they kind of already feel like they deserve to have, right?
Well, that's going to be exactly it. And I think, too, what was really nice was talking about the fact that when you have that core that has been back there, you have these signed teams, there's going to be a different pressure going into this event. There is going to be the expectation of, yeah, winning out here to get that spot should be something that is deserved, right? Especially being able to see what they've been able to accomplish. So definitely, Dan, when you're looking at this event, I think one of the favorites to take it.
Absolutely, and you look at the record that MIBR has had this year, and they got second at kickoff, second as well for stage 1. But going into stage 2, when they made those roster changes and they added Bastarda to the team, this was a big deal because Team Liquid and MIBR have been these rivals that always go into the grand finals together. All of those grand finals that you see here, the 4 that you see right now, were against Team Liquid. So Bastarda winning that stage 2 was massive. But when it mattered the most for that Brazilian final to see who was going to be the first team qualifying directly to the championship, that's when you see Team Liquid take the win. But it's a team nonetheless that is very confident. MIBR, when you listen to them during interviews, when you hear what they have to say about their results and also how they feel about this LCQ, they are the most confident team that I've heard. They have no doubt in their minds that they're going to qualify.
And looking back at their finals performance where they were so close, they put up such a fight. And this is where we have to call on one of these players, SRN, because this performance was just incredible. Over 120 kills throughout this best of 5, Emily. I mean, SRN was just putting in the most.
Yeah, I mean, breaking the map kill record and the series record all in one best of 5 was literally insane to watch. Like, I don't think I've seen a series like that or a performance like that in almost all of GC, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, dropping 50 kills in one map is just ridiculous. It's insane. That map, by the way, is a map of Abyss. That team, that MIBR lost. It was a 23-21. It really won the distance. SRN got those 50 kills as well. But also, I mean, you look at the stats. #1 rated player for the Brazilian finals, even if they didn't make it as that first seed. And also, you look at the stats that SRN got last year when they went into that championship in Berlin, and it was the second best rated player, so has been putting up a fight not only in Brazil but internationally as well.
50 kills is still just insane. I'm hoping that we get to see a fraction of that performance today because that is just incredible. But on the opposing end, a team that again is going into this and having high hopes, though not signed quite yet, talking about Wada. This is the team that, yeah, we've come to know and love here in North America. A team with a little bit of a change here, Emily, going into the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sleepy Aria could not make it, but Adora is stepping up and taking their place, which I'm just excited to see how they kind of slot into Wadada's playstyle, because Wadada plays so like aggressive and so like run it down. I would say, like, they're not standard, right? They run chamber every single map. So I'm just excited to see how they also slot in there. And I'm just excited to see how they go against MIBR today, because if we look back at their year, they've had such a good showing, and honestly one of the only teams that had a good showing against SRG, being able to take a map or two off of them in their series. And MIBR is right up there with their qualifications, I guess, like their placement and stuff, like same caliber. That's the word I was looking for. They have the same caliber as SRG, coming second in champs last year. So it'll be interesting to see if Wada can kind of do the same showings against MIBR as they have for SRG.
Looking back, though, they put up this fight against SRG, and they've been known as ones that can go toe-to-toe. But at the end here, Dan, it was such a competitive region in North America. They'll qualify off of the circuit point, so definitely a lot to prove headed into this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not to say that they didn't have an incredible performance still, like Emily was saying, they were one of those teams that was able to take maps away from Shopify Rebellion Gold. That I feel like that is always the narrative of, who's going to be able to do that, because it's really, really hard to do for our teams just because of how incredible SR are. But you look at Wada, and they were able to win kickoff as well. They have a lot of experience still. Looking at the roster, that we just talked about MIBR and how that core just played that international event. But also you look at Starbound as well, that last year was on FlyQuest and made it to Berlin. And you look 2 years back in 2023, Starbound and Power Pixel as well, a part of Evil Geniuses, also made it internationally. So this would be the third year as well for Starbound to make it international, and maybe help some of these rookie teammates as well that they have to also qualify for the first time.
And Starbound has been such a pivotal part of this team. Looking back at that caliber of experience on the big stage is going to be such a blessing for the team as well. But Emily, when you talk about that unique play style that Wada has, it is Starbound, the chamber, that really goes for it, right?
No, for sure. Starbound has 174 matches on chamber, yeah. So I expect to see nothing different today.
It's incredible, but the players are ready. Let's head over to the stage and catch them walking out. Ooh, the huddles, the players, they're getting ready. Of course, they're going to have 2 sets of best of 3 on the day. But of course, you want to start off on the right foot when you're here on the stage in front of the crowd. And of course, with a spot at the championships on the line. 2 teams that have been peak all season long. And Dan, this is where it's all going to start.
For MIBR, this is a stage that they played on the entire year. They're very familiar to the setups, to the stage, to the audience. This is very familiar territory for them. But for Wada, our on-site North American team, this is all very new. I'm very excited to see how this match is going to go because it can go either way. And something that I feel like is going to be the narrative for me is seeing how Wada is going to be performing. Thinking about Starbound, thinking about Power Pixel. Back in 2023, they faced Team Liquid, and Bastarda was that player who eliminated them from that international event. So now they're looking for a little bit of revenge, maybe, towards Bastarda, but also to get that first win on the board because you have, at the end of the day, 2 games to play today.
Yeah, and you want to make sure that you can control your own destiny. Wada did not have that luxury when we're looking more near the tail end of their circuit points. So, of course, you want to be able to take these wins, everything else. Of course, we've been able to follow these teams all season long. Heading into the maps here, though, Emily, what are we thinking starting off on Sunset, picked up by Wada?
I'm definitely surprised to see Sunset picked by Wada just based on their last best of 3 against YFP, where they actually ended up losing this map. But I think it's not a bad pick for them considering that the comp that they run, like Sunset is very a fighty map. I'm just worried with how structured MIBR is as a team and seeing them kind of dominate this map in their best of 3 or best of 5 against Liquid. I'm very concerned to see how Wada kind of still keeps their same play style without getting shut down by MIBR. But I don't know, it could go either way on this first map.
It's really interesting too because I didn't really know what to expect coming into the series, knowing that most of these teams, they didn't really have a perma ban. They didn't have one very defined map that they wanted to go as their first pick every single time. But Sunset, to me, it does make a lot of sense. Even if most of the teams as of recent, they went 1 and 2 in their wins and losses on this map. This is a map where both of them feel pretty comfortable with their own compositions. Like Emily is saying, a little bit of the chamber for the side of Wada. For MIBR, that kind of slow playstyle sometimes that they're able to bring, playing a lot for contact as they're taking sites, but also on top of that, going for these fast plays that they can rely on in the hands of SRN. So they have 2 different ideas, different approaches here that can be really comfortable, but it's also going to depend on how this defense is going to play out. When you look at the strongest starts that MIBR had, they were always every single time on the attack side. So for Wada, it has to be the most dominant defense side that they can have here.
And with our agent select, I was curious if we're going to see changes on the side of Wada, considering we are seeing it in different individuals step in but to the roster. But Emily, it looks like it's going to be something a little bit more familiar here. So this should be really exciting.
No, I'm so excited to see how MIBR plays this map and how they actually plan on putting a stop to the Starbound chamber off. They have Breach, they have Sova, they have everything that they need to kind of clear it out.
It's going to be an exciting first map of the series, MIBR and Wada. Who's going to strike first on Sunset? It's time to find out with your casters, Ash and Shift.
Rank these 3 teams as we head into the opening pistol. Who are you looking at as the favorite in this Swiss?
I feel like taking a look at this pistol rounds, but overall, that's a tough one, Shift. I think that when I consider tomorrow and the fact that we're going to have that final matchup, I think this is the preview of that grand final, right? When you're looking at all 3 of these teams across the 3 regions, and we were listening to the desk how they're setting up this match too. For me, it almost gives the Game Changers version of TSM versus Envy. That's the vibe that I'm going to be getting for tomorrow. But we got to lock in here first for the first round of Swiss.
Totally valid, and MIBR have a major advantage here in the pistol. Nice relay bolt. Tried to combine it with the Haunt, but shut down with the crossfire. SRN able to just push on forward and take down 2. Starbound with one consolation elimination, but not much to sweat about. MIBR off to the races early and looking pretty structured in terms of how they took the opening fights and the patience there in the post plan as well.
Yeah, that is for certain. I think that was the big stylistic highlight between these two teams, right? Again, for Wada, this team that's been marching to the beat of their own drum, having this signature chamber in every single composition that we see from them versus the very structured and precise play that you would see out of MIBR. And it's going to be very interesting to see how these two, I think, interact, because a playstyle like Wada can definitely catch you off guard.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's usually those more structured teams that are able to make up like the right protocols and right game plans. But it's also important to not fall too deep into that structure so that you can still thrive in the chaos that a team like Wada is going to create.
And that's so true. And I think, the Death brought up a good point. Like, Wada doesn't hide anything. They're going to run chamber every map. Like, they just want Starbound with a free sniper rifle as often as humanly possible. And that does create an opportunity to counter strat against in a lot of regards. So, good sound cues here for Bastarda. Able to catch the defense rotating over through main. That's going to have Lisa ready to go. Has the paranoia if they need it. And we'll queue it up for the perfect flank opportunity. 3 down on the quick, easy pinch. And Wada will see this round come to an end.
That's something that we're going to have to continue to keep an eye out for there for Bastarda as well, right? Just those end of round, mid-round positions that are going to be able to catch a lot of those aggressive plays from Wada off guard. They're going to have to kind of keep that in mind when they do go for some of those sandwich retakes here on the defense.
Yeah, so true. The lurk game out of the Cypher is always something to keep an eye on when you're playing on Sunset, but Bastarda has already established that threat is going to be pretty permanent here on this first half. Saw it in the opening pistol just a touch, but of course, this play absolutely perfect. Just catches Wada completely off guard. So a great start. You even hear the home crowd get a little bit behind their squad here in Brazil. And now we get into the full purchase against the bonus of MIBR. But I say there was some hesitancy. We got 2 Vandals, a Guardian, 2 Bulldogs, and some pretty strong armors across the board. So in terms of a bonus, MIBR looking like a threat.
Oh, that is for certain. It's basically like a full loadout up against a full loadout. Taking a look at how they're approaching this round, though, it's no surprise to see that mid door still open just to give Starbound that line of sight. There still is the Vice Wall to deal with over here. Initially already just walked straight on through by 2 players.
Oh, Outlaw hits once. Relay bolt out. So Yuri trying to push forward, but the Rendezvous will get the chamber back to safety. Now it's just down to can Wada try to contest this post plant before it gets established in the 5v4. Paranoia hit with the Prowler. Is there an opportunity to try to break through this? No. A lot of the status effects will be shaken off. Nice mitigation of the space from both Melissa and, on the flip side, Lisa. So now you've just got Starbound and Australis by themselves. 2v1. Bastarda's able to get to a reposition up high. Playing on a pretty tight angle. Sees one. First shot's miss. Hits the second. Oh, how about the headshot? Starbound can't lock it in. And it's a 3-0 start for MIBR.
Insane clutch there to get that pistol round into pocket. I really loved those fight protocols over in Market. You saw Sayuri throw out that aftershock really to delay that push that was coming in through Market. And then you had the swing coming from Bastarda just to provide that additional cover while Sayuri was trying to fight that right-hand side. Really well played. And then the nail in the coffin here for the 1v2 Red Bull clutch for Bastarda. Absolutely insane way to be kicking things off here for MIBR.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets in terms of Cypher gameplay on the post plants. So now you're back to essentially a save here for Wada. A couple of Sheriffs, a Bucky, and of course the Headhunter in issue.
Timing.
Contact over towards B main. Doesn't really result into too much. On the flip side, some pressure shown at mid, countered by a smoke, and that'll be enough for the Aldrone offensively to get a little bit of a peek into B.
You already deal with one of those thorns early on there too as well, and the contact play from the rest of the team. You've got a Bucky up close though from Adora.
First shot goes wide. Adora connects on the second. That's not bad. You hold this tight angle nicely, and with 60 seconds on the clock, MIBR are going to have to make a decision. Are they really going to commit through that Bucky? And it looks like the answer is no. A bit of a slower rotation through tiles, maybe trying to reconfirm some info for Mel playing over towards B main. This looks like it's going to be some sort of market pinch.
Yeah, just trying to circumvent getting past that wall in B main and not having anyone get stuck behind it. Just also the awareness here from MIBR to know that Wada, off that A main presence, were likely stacking towards mid and A. A wall to cross, at the very least. They don't take the timing, so Juna still has this.
2 shots go a bit wide under SRN. So that'll be enough for the plant to come through. And you can see, just look at the arrows on the minimap. Everyone's looking for the Cypher, and rightfully so. Nice little dive as Adora gets up close and personal with the overdrive. So an opportunity now to make a play in through market, try to pinch this out, but SRN has cleared out the backside of B. Sayori trying to hold things at the market pinch. Aftershock will slow things down. Shock Dart right behind that, trying to get some extra damage, and here's the firing squad, and it's SRN taking down everything, pumped up as it stays flawless for MIBR.
And that's the duelist that we've grown to know and love on the stage there in SRN. That mechanical power that comes out from them that the desk was highlighting so well. They're just able to have those pop-off moments. And it was crazy too, because the way that fight just went down, it was a full spray control to find the tail end of that 4K. And when you have that energy also behind you on stage, it really just fuels that fire with the momentum that MIBR are already building.
Wow. Hot start, but Wada can full afford here. And Starbound will be pulling some sniper presence in the next couple of rounds. With the Tour de Force coming up next, regardless of what happens, you would think. Hunter's Fury out early and flashed up. Was Juna nowhere to go. Starbound getting aggressive, has nowhere to really back up to. Aldrone trying to tag. Melisai with a follow-up and confirm the kill as the spike gets planted.
Spike planted. You can definitely tell that MIBR have done their homework here on Wada with how they're trying to isolate these Sentinel players on site. This wrap back around could be everything, but the paranoia also goes wide. Unfortunate there, but somehow we're tied up to 2.
Next elimination could be a big one. And Sayuri will fall, leaving it just down to Melissa. First shot's clean, looking for the second. Oh my goodness! MIBR are not losing clutch situations. Another one in the books, and MIBR still staying flawless.
It is just insane. Coming down to those moments there once again for the Red Bull clutch, and you definitely know that Wada is going to be feeling the burn after a couple of those moments, right? Very winnable rounds where they're able to finally find that advantage, and yeah, continuous heroics to be pulled out from these individuals on the side of MIBR. But back to what I was saying before, Shift, I think you can really tell how they've done their homework on how Wada play. They understand, okay, Starbound is such a threat when that operator comes online, but that set play with the Hunter's Fury, to be called, that manages to take out Juno while they're fast flooding through market, it causes all of the possible chaos to find them that success, right? And the first timeout to be called here in map 1.
Yeah, and I think you hit on a really big point, and you see it almost exemplified in that last round where Starbound, you know that they're going to be trying to pull some sort of a sniper rifle out, but always looking for advanced angles. So you've got this little push up through mid to try to feel out, is Starbound there? No, they're not. So an opportunity to get into market, and then you see what happens. Starbound gets pushed deeper into B main as the hit starts to develop, loses their other defensive cohort inside the site, and is just completely left on an island. And I will say, like, just taking that conversation point into what we saw in North American Game Changers, that's where teams like YFP started to show that, yes, we understand that Starbound is an individually incredible sniper rifle, but you can put them into really bad spots and punish. And YFP was able to beat Wada twice. I won't say just because of that factor, but it definitely was an element, just kind of holding Starbound to minimal terms.
Yeah, really not allowing Starbound to feel comfortable getting activated on some of those deep lines. But a slower start here in the default of MIBR. No surprise, knowing that Wada will be on that eco, trying to avoid this tool de false, but then also trying to skip out from any death ball that might be incoming, because we know that this team does like to get active on some of these eco rounds. Do we get the drone out?
Deploying drone.
Well, here comes the first contact over towards A main. Largely will just be walked right through. Relay Bolt just to make sure there's no one on the side, and then Rolling Thunder to follow. That will move Australis inside the site, but can't get away from SRN. Good response though from Starbound. A little bit of AoE slow on top of the site doesn't really mitigate the potential for a plant, but at least it allows the defense to rotate over pretty quickly.
Spike planted. You got the Prowler to clear out close here as well. But you already see, like, prepped and ready. Look at Lisa. She's got that paranoia already up off the contact of this flood.
Well, here comes the retake tools on the way. Nightfall at the ready if it's wanted. Overdrive first. Starbound connects for a second. Melissa in the corner will be pushed off by that Nightfall. Bastarda, do you have a crossing angle for this? The answer so far has been yes, as they're able to find one. Trickling in is the recon bolt, and that's enough for Melissa to isolate and also keep Power Pixel away from the defuse. Really good counteraction from MIBR to hold the post plant.
It came down to the wire, though. We saw the investment out of the Nightfall there on the side of Wada into that retake, but like you were saying, the post plant has just been so good. You can definitely see this chemistry that this team has built together after the last couple of years with that core here for MIBR, and then these new pieces that joined midway through this season. But on the side of Wada, we also have to keep in mind, like, they're coming into America's LCQ here for Game Changers with a substitute, right? Within their duelist, Adora is absolutely incredible, but as we kick things off here, Wada finally finding success and finding these advantages in the early round.
Yeah, I think the thing about that is it's not just finding the advantages, it's taking these fights on their terms in a very different identity to what we've seen to this point, to this at least 7th round. And all it takes is just a little trigger of the ultimate orb, and Wada takes the bait. So after they get the free 2 first kills, all of a sudden MIBR respond, and they have a 3v2 in the other direction.
I think just a little overheat moment there. Yeah, although it is definitely a mistake in that regard because they lose out on that fight, in a way as well, I still take it almost as a good sign that they're still holding on to that confidence, though, down 0-6. It's just about trying to see that a little bit more measured. For MIBR, this is going to be a comfortable site for them to take after figuring out that wall for the side of Wada. I am curious to see if they will go for that retake knowing Bastarda is so low, or if they just try to
30 seconds left
into the next round instead.
Yeah, I think you have to save here. Yeah, it looks like they're going to. I just don't see a world, unless you can find some sort of a passive angle and take this to a 2v2, that there's really a world to get on in here. And just to speak to the bigger terms of this scoreboard, you know, I know the desk was a little curious and had a couple of head-scratching moments with why does Wada select this map of all things into this, again, very strong MIBR team on this map. Defensively, though, Wada, this is their weaker side, but you feel like they need to get 4 to make this serviceable. Looks like they're going to try to commit to this just a touch. Juna's going to toggle for the spike. Now you're getting an opportunity just to get the extra bit of Hunter's Fury post-plant resiliency, and that would be enough for Wada to decommit, get back, and save the weapon. So yeah, a little feel out to see if they can find anything. Nothing to be found. Weapons saved, and now it's not a must-win out situation here for Wada, but you need to start showing something.
Yeah, we've definitely seen those signs of life in some of these rounds, though, with how close some of those moments have definitely gone. I know that we definitely wish that we saw them playing a little bit safer with that 5-3 advantage over towards Elbow, but those little mistakes are things that we're going to see Wada continue to tighten up on if they want to be able to take this series the distance.
There.
Well, similar look here for Wada, trying to play off of this one-way smoke, but they've already missed the opportunity to really utilize it. Paranoia will come through, and MIBR are gone. So, in terms of utility exchange, advantage MIBR, and they may, I would say, try to threaten this again. They look pretty antsy to try to get in there. But that little jump peek from Adora will have them, well, maybe even committing a little bit further, but the replacement of the one-way likely has them looking back towards B main, where, keep an eye on Juna, playing a bit different angle.
Yeah, the most forward that we've seen her play, and she's going to be punished for that there as well, and that's tough when that was the investment of the hero rifle that was saved from the previous round to be taken out here while the full team here of MIBR looks to cross into sight.
Starbound, you can see it just a little antsy on where did the cross into the site go to. Am I running out of time to stay in this position? And will rendezvous back towards safety? You have to give this a try if you're Wada, but it's not going to feel good. This post plant very resemblant of early round action as SRN is playing the crossfire with Lissa. And yeah, Starbound will connect once. If you can find something through B screens, maybe a chance to still crack into this, but watch that lurk. Nell's on the way. You're running out of time here if you're Wada, and it looks like not just the clock, but the sheer show of force will put this a bit more out of commission unless Australis can hit right here, but no, not the case. MIBR come up big again and still stay perfect.
There's also that conversation of experience here on the stage, right? I think that while the players on the side of Wada do have a lot of history competing within Valorant, outside of Valorant, you're also looking at the stage experience that matters there. As we take a look back over at this Red Bull clutch to come back in, but for the side of MIBR, these players have all been on that big stage previously. They have that experience, they have that comfort, right? Meanwhile, for the side of Wada, you've got a couple of players in PowerPixel, in the side of Starbound, where you're looking to have that experience kind of shine in for the team here, right? Have them kind of try to be like that mental rock and reset them when it does come down to those nerves. And when you're stepping in with the substitute there as well, I think it does like put a little bit of that maybe additional like anxiety of being on the stage, because there are just so many new elements that you're having to learn to deal with, right?
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, I hate, it's a storyline that we talk about often as commentators, especially in the, you know, we'll just say just the levels underneath the VCT pro scene at large, where, again, it's every match is being played in a live environment. It is new, but to these players, it should not be a game changer. It shouldn't be enough to go into your map pick and not have a round one yet. I mean, I think you look at certain instances, again, we're dealing with a quote-unquote incomplete roster for Wada, but I mean, outside of the opening 2 first kills they got a couple rounds ago, there really hasn't been another moment that Wada can look at and say, hey, this is going well for us. Like, everything is going wrong right now.
I think that, honestly, in some moments, we're seeing them playing really risky, like taking those risks when they're up in numbers, but then other times it feels like you're not seeing as much of that pressure that you would want that's trying to force them into either Juna or Starbound.
True.
Whether it's device setup or into the chamber off. I feel like MIBR have been really comfortable kind of just working around the map because of that lack of pressure. We are seeing a bit of a deeper A main hold thanks to that one wave that was thrown earlier into the round there on the side of Wada.
Yeah.
And you can see how much more difficult it has made it for MIBR, a little bit more uncomfortable for them to clear into some of those spaces early.
The thing about it is this one-way smoke on the A corner really hasn't been as much of a threat as I think MIBR, or rather, sorry, pardon me, Wada would have liked to have had, because MIBR have walked past it and had 3 or more playing through that corner. So it forces Wada to have to play aggressive a couple of rounds, see if they can try to respect a different level of that aggression. But you can see, again, through elbow, free vacancy. This relay bolt doesn't really matter. And SRN is going to lurk with an op as the full reset will happen over towards B main. Omen will follow Omen. Overdrive out for SRN, trying to hold the back as Lissa will get the plant down. No contact as of yet, as MIBR will wait to get their defense on this post plant into play, as Wada are trying to find the access to the numbers, but SRN shuts that down immediately. Here comes the next play.
Steel Garden.
Yeah, it's got to be just what you can get out of the alternate shots. And honestly, there's a lot of MIBR members that don't get hit by that.
Market timing on Bastardo.
Yeah, it gets Wada onto the site. Oh, really good fault line combined with the shock dart. And shots just are not landing for Wada. 9-0 MIBR.
That's such an insane set play to be called there by Sayuri on the side of MIBR. The IGL bringing out, again, these really structured ideas. And I think that the silence and lack of information that MIBR were willing to give Wada in that round made it just that much harder for them that lurk from SRN over towards B main into the From the Shadows TP when it came down to like the last 20 seconds of the round was just such an insane and risky call to make, but it pans out so perfectly.
Well, dire straits here as we try to end this first half. Wada back onto a save. Cash is flowing right now for MIBR. They're also really close to a Rolling Thunder to make matters just even worse as they finish off this half for Wada. And, well, that helps. A little double walk down to B main. We'll have one weapon collected. But can you deal with the pressure starting to establish inside a market? Power Pixel able to connect. So opportunity here with numbers. SRN trying to force the fight. Juna responds with the collected weapon, but whoa! SRN rips the face of Juna right on off, and that'll be enough for the spike to be planted on B.
Spike planted.
Got 3 players going for the 2-prong retake to come in. Nightfall invested does hit. Sire, you got that Rolling Thunder available here as well. Not aware of the flank coming in.
Shot connects for Seori, but not enough to confirm the elimination. Seori now by themselves. The timing just not there, and that's how Wada get their first round win. It seems simple to say, but they get the first 2 first bloods. You take your numbers advantage, you get a couple of collected weapons, you wait for your number superiority, you win round. It seems and sounds maybe easier than it's been, but Wada finally on the board.
A much needed round for them to pick up here. Important for the confidence, important to try and get back into it into the next half. Both these teams have so much success on the attacking side. It's definitely the more comfortable half of the map for them. Both of these teams also tending to struggle a little bit more on defense here on Sunset. But like you were saying before, Shift, Wada, they still need a couple of those rounds here in the first half to make it doable in the second.
3 would be fine-ish. The trade from Power Pixel, but just too many to manage. Neural Theft going to be called in for the attack. And that's going to be enough to get Mel sprinting onto A for the plant. That'll be the end of the ultimates for the offense. Defensively, nothing much to consider, although Juna has already gotten closer and closer towards the second Steel Garden. So if you can find a couple more, maybe that'll come into play for round 12. But first and foremost, it's getting back onto site.
Oh, that Shock Dart doing quite a bit of poke damage there to start things off as well.
Melissa up top. Good, really good. Melissa down low, able to combine, and there was never a chance that Wada were going to get back into the site. This has been perfect. And again, you just look at the numbers, and with this convincing nature of a first half, you have to wonder, what did Wada think that they were doing picking this map? I mean, again, just by the statistics, MIBR, this has been one of their best maps, only dropping it to Team Liquid in their region a couple different times. So I don't know. I'm not vibing with what Wada is trying to cook up here.
I mean, there could be a world where they pick into it because they feel like they learned a lot after those losses, or it could have been maybe a comfort thing for the sub coming in, feeling like Sunset was going to be comfortable to slot her in there. I think something troubling as well, as we see Adora manage to at least get those trades at minimum, try to get out of elbow here. On top of that, not going to happen. But those initial shots from Starbound have been going awry, like a very rare misses coming out from Starbound that we've been seeing throughout this map so far. They just haven't really been able to connect in those openers, which is something that typically they're able to do so comfortably, very rarely even falling in those opening engagements.
And you know, the thing on top of that I really enjoy about what I'm seeing from MIBR is they're not just getting information on where exactly Starbound is playing, but once they do confirm that the chamber is kind of out by themselves, they're not afraid to go 1-for-1 with the chamber, because you know that what we see from Starbound is often that they're playing as a front guard towards the site.
One enemy remaining.
And at worst, there's one more player behind them. So it's been clean, it's been polished, and it's been very dictative in terms of MIBR saying, we'll take that shell, we'll play our numbers. And they're playing their numbers flawlessly in 11-1 half. Holy cow. On Wada's map selection, the fans loving it here in Brazil. MIBR off to the races. And this could spell disaster in a lot of ways to what this series could look like. And generally, the chances for MIBR, for Wada to try to get through this Swiss stage at this point.
Yeah, it is pretty insane, the reaction that you're seeing from the crowd. Really behind MIBR there, but like you were saying, every single piece of utility, it feels like that MIBR throw out is never done in vain. Like, you always see that coming in and it being useful here, Shift.
Indeed the case. A lot of work to be done for Wada. They will transition to their better side, but I say that with a lot of hesitancy because their better side has been, what, 58% or so?
O clima aqui no meio do povo está maravilhoso, faz barulho, faz barulho. Eu estou aqui com a Blue Bia, que é a pessoa mais empolgada. Tá entendendo? Vocês estão entendendo? Amiga, da onde vem toda essa empolgação, essa energia?
Não faço a menor ideia, eu sei que elas fazem isso com a gente. Aqui é MIBR, aqui é Brasil!
And we're Blue Bia, she's the most excited fan here today. I asked her where does come from all this energy. She says just an also for my IBR. E amiga, tá muito fácil, eu tô ficando com medo tão fácil que tá, é pra ficar mais tranquilo mesmo, vai ser assim mesmo, 2-0 e é nóis?
Em nome de Jesus, mas assim, tô nervosa, mas olha, vai dar MIBR, certeza, certeza!
Certeza, é isso. I asked her if I can be chill that my IBR is gonna win. She said, you have to be chill, it's gonna be a IBR win. Muito obrigado, amiga. Divirta-se, vai mais barulho! Com você, André!
That's the other factor about only winning a little over half of your offensive rounds is you're playing a 6v5, it feels like, with the crowd bringing that kind of energy.
That is absolutely for certain. When you've got the crowd behind you, it feels like you're going to almost do anything at times. And MIBR, they have been fully in control of this game. This pistol round couldn't be any more important here for Wada, but it also might be a moment where you kind of just look to reset heading into map number 2 for Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, you drop this pistol, you're in, well, regardless of what happens in this pistol, you're in full purchase mode the rest of the way. So, it's a must-win. You got to follow up with the second and probably win the bonus to start building some momentum and some hope. Then I think the big standout here, Australis and Juna, just not getting things going. 7 total eliminations between the two of them combined. Not what you want to see. So, Wada on the pistol. They make their way, try to get in towards B. Trapwire does slow things down just a touch, but the Haunt will let this offense scale deeper and get the spike on site.
You do have a backstab incoming here as well with Starbound on that late wrap back around tiles, but very heads-up play for MIBR to close that door a little bit later to prevent that.
Door in some trouble. Here comes the Paranoia. Defense going to make their way into the backside of the site. Perfect from SRN to get the first. And the startup will also make the play up through mid-market. So automatically already on for a defuse. And there's not a good enough crossfire set up to try to even get any damage in. Hello? Okay. That's a huge mistake. And MIBR will be on map point just like that.
I demand.
I'm actually really surprised to see Wada just flooding back into B main there. When you're on the pistols especially, it is so hard to play for that B main post plant when the controller's still up on the other team, when you know that you're dealing with a breach on the other side as well. And it does seem like in a lot of these moments that we're seeing from Wada, when it comes down to this composition out from them, it's been hard for them to fight back in a lot of these moments because they just don't really have as much compared to a lot of that breach utility.
Yeah. Well, it goes from bad to worse. There's first blood. Adora was down to 6 HP, nowhere to go. SRN connects, shutting down mid-market, and this just feels like we're already thinking about Ascent if you're wadded up. A couple of late eliminations, though, get us to a 2v3. You're on site at B, but this feels like one of those plays that is resembling of a let's just flood B, I guess. Like, it just feels a little light in terms of the strategic nature of it all. And now you're forcing Starbound to have to connect once again. Defensive recon bolt out. Nice shot from Starbound. Down to the 2v2. Sayori's able to get into the backside of the site. Now making the play around the spike itself. Mel is low. And Starbound sees one. Fault line pushes them out. Sayori going to try to put some pressure onto the spike for the defuse call. And that's enough for Power Pixel to take the timing peak and at least get a couple of kills.
Okay, a great swing coming in to net that round here for Wada, but it is still that uphill battle that we're looking towards here for the NA team. MIBR, again, They just look so comfortable, so in control. I like the protocol that we just saw here from Wada. It definitely is tough though when they just don't have those rounds to really get started here on the attacking side that we know that they're so good on.
Yeah. Okay, so you're into a save round here for MIBR. That is an opportunity to get a third online here for Wada, and you start to look at things like, okay, Nightfall could be an influence into the full gun round, pending Wada find a couple of kills or at least an orb and elimination for Power, just to try to get that little advantage early. You know, we're coping, trying to find an interest to the match right now because so far it really just has been MIBR in domination and a little shoulder seam there by Bastarda to at least be aware of where exactly Starbound is at. Whoa, that's bold.
That was so close. Down to like what? Literally 1 HP now
Yeah.
for SRN. But still good information. Like, look at
great.
this.
It's not just good information. It breaks what is supposed to be a flank watch wall, and that maybe changes the dynamic of what Wada want to do here in the mid round.
Now they're like looking for SRN, trying to like re-clear. They understand that the pathing was to go back into market, but do they understand that there's going to be this 5-player stack on the side of MIBR waiting?
Oh, mercy. Depending on timing here, this could be everything, but Juna's able to find first blood. SRN in some trouble. Again, that 1 HP quickly converted on, and behind that, Sayori cannot hold the line at mid-market. Okay, flawless round for Wada. Now, keep in mind, with the tally of the scoreboard, they are likely going to need to try to upgrade some of these weapons. You can't play this as a quote-unquote bonus. You just don't have the time for that.
There's no option. Still, though, so many opportunities for MIBR to close out this map pick here of Wada as well. What is it? Are we up to 12-3 now? So
yep.
9 rounds to be able to close this out. Meanwhile, it's 9 rounds for Wada to try and like claw this back and head into an overtime.
Starbound does have the op-out. So another power tool to possibly be utilized for the job at hand. Walk down at mid. Wada will have a lot of freedom to do this behind that dark cover with the combination of that operator pretty much whenever they want. So that's something to keep in mind. And I like this from Wada, holding a little bit longer in the round on this vice wall just to make sure there is no push through it once again. And they actually are going to try to feel out the corner, but they get info on the Omen, and that is probably enough to say we're not interested.
Yeah, just kind of poking and seeing what the setup looks like. Bastarda and Juna spotting each other here. Crossover at B.
Well, I like this. MIBR showing some presence at backside mid when the dark cover was down. So that actually has eyes for Wada up through mid as they make their way into market. Oh, now all the traps are the big issue. And Adora just gets completely caught. Trying to sprint through it doesn't work. Melissa, though, does get picked. That's the Nightfall. SRN. Gonna be marked by that, I believe. Same thing can be said for Bastarda, who cannot find the conversion to power Pixel. So SRN has to hold tall. Does well for the first, finds the second. Sayori combines with her, and now it's just down to 1. Starbound, 1v3. Dark cover in your face. No ammunition, though, for SRN. Maybe a chance here for the 1v3, but no. Sayori puts together the final kill, and it's a comfortable win for MIBR in map number 1.
13-3, the IGL putting map 1 into bed, and overall shift. This was such an impressive showing from MIBR. This is the MIBR Game Changers that we know within the scene. Them showing that dominance. I will say I expected maybe to be a little bit of a closer matchup here into this first map for Wada. They're going to have to look to brush things off, but MIBR definitely showing that they did not come to play about that slot at GCC.
No, and I think the other thing about that is, again, you're coming in, your first match is Swiss, and technically, Wada is picking into one of MIBR's best overall maps, and MIBR said, bet, thank you very much. And we know what you're going to do with Starbound, doesn't matter what the map, we're just going to pressure out the sniper rifle and just make sure you're uncomfortable from there on out, and that game plan was enough to really just run away from the word go. So a huge start for MIBR, massive win on Wada's map selection. It's a set for map number 2. Ash and Chip with you. We'll be back after the break.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Patel has to do a 1v4. 2, 3, already found! And this time it's Power Pixel!
A spot to the Game Changer Championships on the line. A long day of matches ahead. And MIBR looking to speed run that just a little bit. First map in the series up against Wada Sunset 13-3. I mean, Dan, as soon as we hit the battlefield, MIBR made sure they knew what they were made of.
That was incredible for this side of MIBR. They were confident. I mean, we see the pistol, we see the bonus, and they just keep getting those rounds on the attack side. We talked about Wada and maybe why they wanted to go with this map based on that playstyle that they have around this chamber. But the side of Wada, they couldn't execute the way that they wanted to. It was an MIBR that was either playing a little bit slow towards the beginning, player for contact, and then forcing those retakes every single time, or it was a MIBR that was a bit more dominant, constantly getting those first kills thanks to SRN, and with that taking that side control. What did they just looked really lost in many different parts of the map. They just couldn't figure out what to do, how to find the openings, how to convert those advantages as well. It was honestly really impressive for MIBR.
Otherwise, they tend to kind of like fall apart mid-round and towards the late round, right? As I was saying though, sorry, I was muted. Wada relies on getting those first picks, and they were unable to do that. Whether they were nervous or they couldn't get pushed up because MIBR did such an excellent job at clearing them out. They'd always dart. If they got scanned, they'd get blinded, they'd get stunned. Like, they had an endless amount of util, and Wada just couldn't find a way to work around that.
Even if when in one of those rounds where you see them find an opening in that round 7, for example, where Wada is trying to fight for that elbow control, yeah, sure, you see PowerPixel find 2 of those openings, and then you have 2 players as well on the side of Wada trying to support PowerPixel after they find the opening, but immediately MIBR still holding to that same angle, trade those, and it turns into a 3v3 where MIBR makes that call to immediately rotate towards that B side, get that spike planted, and at that point Wada just goes for saving a few of those rounds or those rifles, sorry. So it was a MIBR that was thinking really fast. It was constantly one step ahead, and on top of that, like you're saying, Emily, really knowing how that advantage was so much of those first kills. It does seem like in a bit it was a little bit of a tricky map to go to for Wada, regardless of how well you play, regardless of how good your chamber is, how good your minute control can be. For MIBR, the last 3 times that they played it and they started on the attacking side, it was a 9-3, it was a 10-2, and this time around it was even better, 11-1 going into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, even with MIBR, even when Wada was up in numbers, MIBR's team play was so good. Like you pointed out in round 7, they were able to bait Wada into just peeking them one by one rather than them swinging together. Like, they were just playing so well together that it felt impossible for Wada to kind of come back into a round, even when they were like had the advantage.
And now such a strong lead in the series. We're going to the second map, and this one, it gets even more difficult for Wada. We're going to MIBR's pick. We're going to Ascent. And Dan, this is something that MIBR just have looked so strong on, bringing back an old traditional comp.
It's really interesting, yeah. Again, for both of these teams, none of them have a very strong pick. They're kind of switching that pick, those bands, depending on who they're facing. But we've seen it one time on the side of MIBR, and it looked really good, like you're saying. They are playing that, 1 year, 2 years ago, very standard comp, even with that Killjoy as well. But in the times that they've had it, they were able to even look good on the attack side. That was kind of one of the biggest weaknesses that you had back when we were seeing this. I'm still kind of surprised that they continue to play with this Killjoy, but more than anything, it's going to rely a lot on Wada. First of all, how they're going to be able to reset, but also how much value they can get early on with this double sentinel that they like to play. We already talked about it. They like to play this chamber, they like to play this Vice as well, but outside of that, I mean, that is not going to be enough with that firepower, and also with how good MIBR is at playing together and making sure they're always training each other.
Completely outside of comms, all I want to see from Wada going into this map is them playing together, them fighting together. They're coming up with plans mid-rounds, just doing something together rather than kind of feeding MIBR the ones that they're kind of like picking apart and looking for. And while I think comp could play a good amount into it and into like whoever wins this map, it just comes down to fundamentals. Like, Wada need to start and like kind of build themselves back up into this game.
And I mean, again, this is a stage that MIBR is comfortable with. The crowd here has just been amazing so far, by the way. I love to see the support, everyone coming out for them. And Wada have to see if they can start warming up, and second map of the series is where they can get comfortable. But with the agent select, yeah, with again, us having seen these two teams play it out here, Emily, these are going to be agent compositions we more so expect.
with this comp, looking at from like comparing it to the MIBR Sunset comp, I'm honestly worried for Wada here because they do rely on pushing that chamber up, especially on defense, is what they're starting on, getting those first picks, getting the offline. Here, not only do they have blind slashes and darts to clear them, they also have a KO knife that takes away Chamber's ability to TP and get out of situations that they like to push themselves into.
I mean, we'll have to see if this can be the bounce back here for Wada on Ascent, or if it's going to be MIBR starting the day off right with a 2-0. Let's head to Ascent and find out. Back to your casters, Ash and Shift.
I like the simple analysis that comes through because it's effective. This is just down to playing better mechanically. I think it really can boil down to that. Like, you could say what you want about trying to pull out a map pick that maybe MIBR wouldn't expect from Wada, but that is such a solid, straightforward point. We have to be better on our protocols. We need to be better on converting them when we have a numbers advantage. Like, it's just, it's simple as that. Sometimes it is just down to the basics, and Wada need to establish that trend early here in Ascent, Ash.
Yeah, they definitely do. We also heard from Emily the breakdown of that KO just being such a good counter. In this moment, Starbound gets ahead of that 0-point landing, but again, definitely a good counter to it. The side of MIBR already doing such a good job taking these opportunities to walk in and take this fight through the smokes for Juna, and Lissa's gonna come out on top.
Yeah, that's one of those peaks, though, that for Wada, like, I just don't think you need to do that if you're Starbound. Like, you've got Juna in a really good spot. There's a lot of places they MIBR have to clear coming through B main, and Starbound just puts themselves right into the line of fire. Almost the salvage moment from Juna, getting a lot of damage done, but now MIBR, yep, they've got full control of site, and more than that, they've got full control of Boathouse, and they know where Adora is. A couple of stray shots will connect, and MIBR take the pistol. But again, we get a brilliant first blood. We've got a great setup defensively at B main. The wall splits things perfectly. Juna gets a ton of damage and a kill, but I just don't like that extra peek from Starbound. Like, there's no reason to put yourself in the line of fire when you've got someone deep at logs like that.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky situation. I feel like Starbound going for the swing there was just a little bit too late, trying to get the trade on Power Pixel, and Power Pixel just gets caught out trying to reposition back over towards site. So the timing just not great for the side of Wada, though. With the deep flash to come in, you've got Juna postured with a shorty up close towards the main. This allows this stack from Wada to be even more comfortable, but again, already going to be punished.
Everything is set up so perfectly. Guard the owl drone. Works out beautifully with the high setup. You pinch back in through mid-market. There's absolutely no one home at mid lane. Should be pretty casual in terms of a start here for MIBR. Yep. All right, go next.
Planted.
Yeah, it's just about trying to do maybe a little bit of damage if possible, or deny some of these ult orbs over to the side of MIBR with how quickly this team is cycling into a couple of these ultimates. And for the side of MIBR, I mean, they're going to be happy. We're going to see them going for that buy once again, like this FPX buy that they've been doing with the pistol. So should be 2 Vandals picked up into the next round for, again, a very strong bonus to be coming through here. And we saw them convert that last time around here on Sunset.
Very true. Very true. Well, it's early days, but it's starting to feel a lot like how map number 1 had started. And again, I get it. It's pistols. Things happen. It's just the flawless nature of all of this that is concerning. You know, I think just how the start had happened in the first round. And like you mentioned, now we've got a very formidable bonus coming through. Shock darts, blinds, whatever. If you're out of VR, you're not posturing for any aggression through B main yet. And instead, they're going to walk down with the owl drone through mid.
And again, these B crunches are going to be so important. The key to success that they found on Sunset as well, trying to isolate whether it was Juna or Starbound. Not going to be able to land that shot with the Outlaw either.
Well, a little crossfire setup could provide something for Wada, but after Juna gets the first and tries to reposition, the second line of defense cannot provide anything further. So 4v2, 4v3, as now the defense is moving quickly back through mid. Nice backside corner. They thought the Nano was going to possibly push them out, or pardon me, the Fragment was going to push them out. Not the case. So Juna finds one more. And the knife reveals both, though MIBR will just bunker up and play the post plant from on site.
Yeah. For the side of MIBR, I mean, they're going to just be so comfortable with these crossfires that they have set up, these contact plays that are available. Adora does have one flash that could potentially break that up, though.
Yeah, they just don't know that there are 3 members inside the site. Whoa, a little mistake there from Lissa. Thought that they had already finished Adora. That wasn't the case, so now it's to the 1v2. Australis has given away their position, and yep, again, MIBR just even like right there, how they kind of rotate around to get 2 different angles completely on how that dark cover could be exited from. It's just no stone is left unturned here for MIBR, and they're reaping the reward of that.
Yeah, just those mid-fight protocols are just so well done. The synergy on this team has been absolutely sublime to see. And these mid-crunches are something that Wada are going to have to continue to be wary of. That understanding of the win condition, of trying to isolate Starbound in those moments, Juna in those moments, and trying to take advantage of the fact that they don't have like insane utility to necessarily hold mid like crazy. And the first peak already coming in here, Starbound unable to react, and SRN picking up the first.
Yeah, that's a, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you type of situation. As the power of the scope takes care of the headhunter. Juna revealed, has to retreat a little bit further back over towards sidewalk at B. Doesn't fully leave the site though.
Portal closed.
Dora looking for something at mid, nothing home, and that will reset the defense back to a 2-2 split.
Still a little bit of delay with the Thorns here from Juna, but still a minute to work with on the clock here for the side of MIBR. They can hear that utility right on the other side of the wall here as well.
Here comes the flood of util. Razors will stop things for a moment, but here comes the flood. Shock dart just a little bit wide. Smokes replaced back at mid, and the straight shots from Power Pixel have revealed their position. Spike will very comfortably make their way on, and Wada will try to regain 3v5 with just Sheriffs.
Seeing what these Game Changer Sheriffs can absolutely do. This is positioning, though, should be really hard to break back in here for the side of Wada.
Yeah, this crossfire setup keeps that staircase side safe. SRN deals with 1. Power Pixel does convert over towards stairs side, though. But start up with the scope, no worries there. And that is comfortable 4-0. I mean, this has been domination for MIBR in every form of the game so far. The 3 rounds that they've lost, you can credit to a couple of different kind of monkey wrench type situations that we saw from Wada, especially on the defensive side, getting aggressive, getting a couple of opening kills. The other one is a thrifty. That's all they've gotten so far. It's been perfect for MIBR, legitimately.
It definitely has. And the first timeout to be called here on Ascent on the side of Wada. Back on Sunset, they used both in that first half, and man, I gotta give a lot of credit over to the coaching staff on the side of Wada, though. King Fred, he was just in Sao Paulo for Ascension, for Winthrop, and then having to do such a quick turnaround here for this America's LCQ is definitely exhausting, and the amount of work that he has put in for this Wada team has definitely shown throughout the past couple of stages of Game Changers, with the results that we've seen from this squad being able to take the title during kickoff and then second and third within the consecutive events of 2025. But right now, up against international competition, struggling to find those answers for the side of Wada. I think we saw a little bit of that success when they're being a bit more proactive on the defense there on Sunset, and I think it's also kind of hard though because MIBR don't really give them a lot of opportunities to do that either.
No, there's been 0 opportunities to do that. I mean, you've got 2 players on MIBR who have more collective eliminations or close to than the entire team of Wada. So it's been just like, again, a multifaceted issue where you could call it MIBR doing a better job in the first blood mitigation or just their overall success rate there. That's part of it. There's also been a number of clutches. You got to remember back in the early stages of map 1, MIBR had like 3 different 1v2s in the span of 5 rounds. So it's just shots are not landing either for Wada. It's just, and that's tough. Like coming into a timeout as a coach, it's like, what do I choose to talk about? It's like trying to I don't even know what, like plug a dam that has 100 holes and you only brought one piece of duct tape. Like it's so hard to figure out what's the most important place to start at.
Dark Cover gonna go out over towards A main. One of the thorns dealt with as Sayuri looks to creep up into tree.
Oh my gosh, and we're not watching it. Adora does find 2 from the inside of the site. Still alive, hanging out, but the gate crashes down, so that will be an elimination. Well done. And the numbers will stand with MIBR. Quick contest, though, possible for Juna. Slips across, and finds a collide onto a headshot to 2, so now it's just down to what Bastarda could do. The pings you see on where the spike is planted. Trying to break the door. There's the first toggle. Starbound gonna hold it for now. Little bounce of the nano. Does it get all the way there? No, it does not. And the shot lands for Starbound. Wada on the board thanks to the heroics from Juna.
Much needed round on the board, especially after that timeout that we saw. I like the idea to start that round off, right? We saw them leaving that market space a little bit more open, playing that double up over into B main, understanding that those market crunches just haven't been going well for them. And then this execution, they end up giving up tree just as that A main presence is shown, and buys that time for Sayuri to slip right in. But for the side of Wada, to be able to take this to a third map, you don't want it to come down to those moments where Juna's going to have to get a collateral to get back into that retake, right? We want it to be a lot cleaner on the side of Wada to try and take us all the way to bind.
Yeah, it's been the second line of defense for Wada in both maps so far that have really let down the defensive holds. Because even in that round, Adora gets 2, gets back to the back of the site, but there's no follow-up to dominantly control the A site until Juna is called upon, so... Null command out through mid, MIBR showing forth, but the spike is not a part of this play, so is this actually a commitment? Seems like no, but it does pull Wada's defense completely out, and look at the walk down for Bastarda. Oh, is that mutual information? May not. They know Adora is also nearby, glass is broken, and the spike will be planted on A instead.
Spike planted.
2 players doubled up over towards Jenny. It's going to be that collateral once again here. Adora to pick that one up this time. And Mel gonna have to go for a quick reposition with that Hunter's Fury online.
Well, the problem is you're gonna have to get here to help defensively. It's just SRN by themselves. You know Starbound is watching this, and yep, dance with the devil long enough. The devil will connect. Juna on for the defuse, recon bolt mitigated, and that will be another round for Wada. And another great double kill that comes through. Adora is able to find 2 once more and give Wada the numbers much better than what we saw in map 1.
And now I'm looking over at MIBR and I'm thinking, okay, I think we're going to see that shift back towards B and mid because these A site holds just haven't been working out very well for them. The retake's much more comfortable for the side of Wada there, and it'll be just that lean back over towards the B side. You'll still have this over at A Cats trying to keep an eye on any of those walk-ups that might happen here. But the adjustments coming in from this setup.
Yes, a little bit of aggression from Starbound revealed. And the angle at mid is 1, but a lot of tools available for Wada. Dimensional Drift, if you want to try to play for a retake onto one of the 2 sites. Also, the Steel Garden gives Juna some stayability, if you want to call it that. And instead, it will be MIBR showing force at tree. Australis has to take the battle, does not come through. Adora follows up for the trade, but is punished in their own right. On the follow-up, Power Pixel just can't stay a part of the play, so that's just so tough. I mean, you've got the opportunity, to still hold the line here with Starbound. You had the Dimensional as drift as well to try to slow down the hit, but instead it's going to be a 2v3. And on top of that, Bastarda does have a lockdown if things get mixy.
You should run.
Yeah, feeling the need to fully re-clear over towards Cat as well, knowing that MIBR have gone for so many of those late backstabs. Now having to fully walk away as the lockdown buys all that time that's needed, save these weapons into the next round here. MIBR, that mid play works out so well, just that understanding again of Wada's hold just being a little bit weaker towards that mid side of the map if Starbound's not able to connect with that first engagement. And I think what's also tough, Shift, is like, for Starbound, I feel like there's just so much pressure on them to be able to perform on this chamber.
Agreed.
Right? Because you need to frag out on this agent. That's like what the entire kit is about, is being able to put that pressure on the other team just purely from your positioning, because you are hitting those shots. And that's been the game plan for Wada all season long. It's been a lot of just trying to allow Starbound to feel flexible in being able to go for those fights. But then a lot of the times we also don't see like that support that Starbound needs to really be successful in that moment.
Agreed.
Like,
Agreed.
You're not seeing that recon being shot out. You're not seeing that 0 point being shot out for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
It's their
And
job.
I was going to say the other part about it is this is an entire agent committed to just having sniper rifle up more often. So again, it's very one-dimensional in a lot of regards. But First Blood this time does come through. Starbound starting to heat up just a touch. But where are we going? Trying to set up a little bit of a double up over at A. Does lead to a 1-for-1 exchange, but now the offense has numbers to try to play over towards Wada's setup at B.
That wall still hasn't been dealt with quite yet. Trying to get the trigger down.
Starbound looking for a peek. Footsteps possibly heard there. Flash out. Starbound not affected. Oh, comes up just a little bit wide though onto Bastardo, who now makes their way in towards sidewalk.
Oh,
and the spike is rotating back through mid, and no one's looking for it. Oh no. So now you've got a backdoor entryway to A. Australis is stuck playing at Catwalk, and you have to worry about what the timing of this lurk is going to look like. This 1v1 in the middle of the map could be everything. And Australis will reveal their position and allow this post plant to be affirmed for MIBR.
Yeah, this is really going to come down to turning their back on tiles there as well. Bastardo's timing has been so good, so consistent. I feel like we've given SRN so much praise for how good they are at being that round opener, but Bastardo has consistently been that player for MIBR to put these rounds and net them here for MIBR.
Drop down on the way. Sayori, the first line of defense of the post plant, and that's all you need. Yeah, I mean, again, you can take a look at the individual skill discrepancy. The scoreboard will give you better commentary than I think you and I could, but there just has not been a good second protocol of how the defense is working. As soon as the first line of defense is tested or pushed back or even just kind of equally exchanged, the second line's just not there. PowerPixel has been caught trying to reposition, it feels like, almost every single execute, and that's an issue. It's just, I don't know, it feels very flat, very one-dimensional for Wada, and MIBR are taking it and running away with it.
Yeah, looking to get a lot more aggressive over towards B main this time around, following up with the drone here as well. I like the Nano Swarm and Protocol just to deny that angle a little earlier. That turret's still going to remain up here.
And again, Starbound is your first line of defense. They have to snap back into B, and look how long it's taking for the rest of the defense to get established of what they want to do. Oh, and that's not good news. PowerPixel's Recon Bolt goes nowhere. So now you're missing out on some pretty key utility, but Wada have guessed correctly in terms of where this stack is going to be at.
We'll see how the firefight is going to look.
Yeah. Well,
One enemy remaining.
that's about all you need right there. I mean, wow. I don't know, Ash. I think we were looking at this Wada team, especially after the tight Map 5 loss that they had in the lower bracket finals versus YFP, and thinking, okay, like a team that kind of came onto the scene this year as a major force, but have filtered and phased out just a touch. And I think we were all thinking that Wada, after that last showing, was going to be a major contender here, but MIBR have not sweat once in this series.
No, they're so confident about their ability to take it to tomorrow's match, and then I think confident as well as being able to take that position, that final spot here for America as a Game Changers Championships. For Wada, composition's always been kind of that conversation here, and again, shut down early on the side of Starbound.
I mean, we've got... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, you're running this chamber comp, you get a lot of take when you've been running it for 3 stages in a row.
We just can't win gunfights.
it's clear that they've done their homework too and understanding how they want to isolate all of these players on the side of Wada.
Yeah, I mean, we're just not winning gunfights right now if you're Wada. And on top of that, you're in a round number 10 here where you've got the Odin up. So you've got an extra tool that often, like we've seen, you pull an Odin and a sniper rifle, the defense shouldn't lose rounds. Like, it just shouldn't happen. There's just so much shutdown potential, but shots are not landing right now. And MIBR are in their bag, as the kids say.
I feel like even during Ascension, though, there were so many of those conversations around like how hard it can be to even try to find that momentum when the crowd is so against you, too. Like, they're consistently fueling the side of MIBR. For Wada, it's been tough, but overall, the story of this series so far has just been MIBR fully in that driver's seat. Everything is going right for how they want to play all of these rounds out. It's not even just the shots that are hitting. The utility has also been perfect.
Yeah. Well, knives are out here for SRN First Blood Good, and MIBR are already on A. A teleport across gets them more control of the site, and then behind that, Sayuri will jump in, get the plant, and that will be a null command, which could be massive towards trying to shut things down. If a Hunter's Fury were to be popped in this close corner, if you were to see something like a Steel Garden, which should be popped here. Not sure what we're waiting for. A couple of utility spams coming out, but we're not using it in round 11 where we need to win this round with pistols. SRN on the corner, shut down. Okay, now it should be time to go. What are we waiting for? We need to get in. We need to get in. What is happening? Like, am I losing my mind?
Yeah, you're not losing your mind. I think that for the side of MIBR, the fights have just been so good for them. Tree is also really hard to try and break through when you've got like an Odin staring you down, but you can tell how much fun MIBR are having on stage right now. It's consistently been laughs and smiles across the board, aside for a couple of those more serious moments where you see Sayuri, really calling for the next round. We'll see how this just played out into the replay, right? I mean, it is just so deadly trying to push back in through this small choke. You've got all of those players on the side of MIBR just staring you down with their barrels.
It's been a runaway part 2. 9-2 the count, last of the half. Op Odin, Dimensional Drift. Wada looking for some early aggression. Oh my goodness, the timing of this is supreme. Lissa's gonna realize the Dimensional Drift is up top towards A. Can they find one? 1v1 with Australis, backs up, hits the decoy. But now the threat, over towards B main. Starbound, the only defender in place. Is there a chance to try to get something here? Get this defense into play. Tag is out, Adora able to convert. Sayuri still trying to hold, not able to avoid though off of the paranoia, and Wada looking clean as Starbound stays planted in the backside arches. And that'll be enough for them to get 3 before we get to the halftime. Okay, that's better, but I still have a lot of issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice adjustment coming out from Wada, right? The play with the Dimensional Drift gets all the information that they need. Starbound understands the need to reposition towards backside on B, play bunkered to buy time for the rest of the team to make that rotation happen, especially isolating that Smokes player so early on, right? That consistent lurker in Lissa on the side of MIBR. Consistently punished at the very least on those lurks at times, making it a bit easier to find those retake opportunities here, Shift. But for Wada, again, we talked about how important these pistol rounds are throughout this entire series. They've got to get this next one.
Agreed. Agreed. Well, it just feels like much of the same. Not great news, and well, you can see the win percentages across the screen right there. Things had looked pretty comfortable overall, but so far it's been nothing but MIBR dominance. And now you get to pick your Phantom. Which would you pick, Ash? I'm definitely going Phantom Blast as well, I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh, I have the Blastex, so I got to go for the Blastex. But the Radiant Entertainment System also pretty good. We're getting the little fan reacts too as well. I love these little moments that we can take during our breaks, right? To actually like connect with the crowd, see how things are going. Whoa. Like it is an insanely full crowd with a sick chamber cosplay here for the squad. But you just love to see the support for Game Changers, for these Valorant events. But for me, I just really love like how much the community really always shows up for GC.
It's been an awesome initiative, to be sure. One that has, I would say, the staying power that I would say a lot of the other esports would be jealous of. Right now, MIBR, loving the energy, loving the vibe. And there is something to be told, again, like we talked about, like this Swiss stage is a one-day affair. And to feel this confident and this dominant, I'm sure MIBR feel like they could beat anybody without much cause for concern right now. Whereas for Wada, this sets up, I think, a lot of panic. They do a 9-3 half. Of course, if you're a Valorant fan, you know what they say about 9-3 halves. But this series has not felt like one of those where you're going to get a 9-3 comeback unless something dramatic changes, especially out of your control and initiators at the bottom of the scoreboard for Wada.
Yeah, no. It's definitely been a tough one, that is for certain. This early map select in the veto just very much so leaning on the side of MIBR. I think in Sunset and Ascent, again, that thought of maybe having some sort of lesson that was taken away from those losses they previously experienced. But I love that protocol proactivity on defense from MIBR, already fully clearing out B main. Such like a fast ability to flood on this retake on A.
Pistols can be traded. Wow, Bastarda in the corner goes completely unchecked and connects onto every shot for 3. And yeah, the vibes are flowing. So that gets you to double digits. And the problem with that is, for Wada, they really don't get many eliminations. So this is normally a situation you'd be talking about force buying, but they're really not going to be able to afford much.
Yeah, no spike initiation. None of those picks to come through. It's definitely a dire economy situation on the side of Wada. They will opt for the save, just trying to make the following rounds as clean as possible with the weapons that they can garner. MIBR. Look how comfortable they are, like sitting a bit further back, right?
Yeah.
It's also that understanding of knowing that, okay, a lot of these rounds open up, and it starts with Starbound just finding a pick that someone that's trying to hold a little bit more dry.
SRN does catch some information, but you have the safety net of the alarm bot behind this. Oh, we're getting eliminations with nano swarms through walls. Hello? What are we talking about? MIBR could do no wrong. Oh, mercy. I mean, woof with a capital W. Wada can just do nothing. They can't find any entry. They can't find any luck at all. And now it's down to a 2v5. And I just don't think unless you start hitting shots, there's any chance of this even getting through. And it's going to be a full ace for Bastarda, who was popped off on the main stage today.
She has been absolutely incredible, not just on Ascent, but on Sunset as well. A consistent thorn in the side there of Wada, always aware of the fact that she might be taking that opportunity to lurk, changing up her role as well here on Ascent, where she's sticking with the pack a little bit more, and it was Alyssa really going for a lot of those like flank opportunities. For Bastarda, Dan was talking about it on the desk too, like how major of a pickup she was for this team, like the additional experience and firepower she brings to the table, and that flexibility there as well, that has helped them find so much success now into the late stage of the 2025 season.
Well, this is tough. Like when you're at this point where you've won, what, 6 total rounds so far into the late stages of a second map, what do you call here? What do you do? Because everything off of timeouts hasn't really provided anything. So it's, are we overthinking it? Do we just need to play some instinctive Valorant? That works, SRN. Interestingly enough, one of those shots kind of went through the wall. Doesn't make a difference. There's still a trade. We go 4v4, and Wada still don't really have much map presence, and that could get worse as Bastarda almost walks into a free double kill, but a quick reaction from Adora has the numbers to Wada, and Starbound off of the reload is looking to put the pressure onto A main while the hit through tree is on the way.
Not able to find anything there at the very least, so finally on the side of Wada finding success with Sayuri, only a classic in hand, and a round win there. As clean as they could want when it comes down to only losing one of those weapons on the side of Wada. But again, still, that uphill battle for them. It's going to be this continuous grind if they do want that opportunity to take it all the way to bind.
All right, let's go. You know, let's see some competitive Valorant. I think we're all on board for that. MIBR though will have that operator Odin combination. Deadly, to put it plainly. The outlaw for Starbound could still pack a bit of a punch. Anything with a scope on it, you feel like Starbound's good with. Sayori, a little flash play just to try to challenge any stray members at A main. They set up the dark cover to block, and as the Owl drone comes through mid, SRN will be tagged by that, and to give Starbound a chance to hold this angle just a touch longer, but there will be no second effort for it as the defense will clear with an Owl drone of their own.
Just taking a beat here on the side of Wada. See what information they can garner. Get the timing there on that 0 point. Adora not hit by it. One's able to go out with a solid set of flash.
Oh, Lisa takes a significant amount of damage through the wall. Sayori's still in a great spot, unbeknownst to the offense. Alarm bot comes out, preemptive lockdown to stop the play at B. Love that call because you still have this double setup at tree. Have to guard mid though, and that's going to be held over to Sayori to back up. Lisa still trying to hang, has a dark cover to play with. Paranoia to use to flush out Trip, but there's no commitment through that. We're running out of time here, and as the lockdown expires, a late rotation for Wada to try to get it to B.
This player is still bunkered on site. Bastarda able to get one. Melissa revealing her location, but the flash doesn't connect.
Oh, can't get the sights back up. As Melissa will drop the scope. Also connects for Starbound. SRN, Sayori in a 2v4. Australia still playing at main. Knife should reveal a little bit, but Adora has picked up the Odin and makes good use of it. Just down to SRN, who gets blindsided by Australis at B main, and Wada starting to build a couple of rounds in a row.
Okay, this is a start for the momentum on the side of Wada. Still, you can tell the team fully locked in here, trying to keep their cool on stage. For them, they're also looking to put out their best showing. Regardless of the results, they want to prove that they are still the Wada that we saw in NA, right? To be going up against interregional competition, you want to be putting your best foot forward. They haven't had that opportunity to fully get online and look as comfortable as we've seen them be for online events. MIBR looking for an opportunity to walk up here over towards A main.
Well, this is big because, yeah, Wada, they've got the ability to use this Odin. 1 for 1, though. Not bad news for MIBR. Here comes the quick engagement back over towards B. The spike is not here yet, though. So Bastarda's going to transmit this information and see if the defense can rotate quickly. Cannot find the first connection, though, as Starbound is able to land the shot. Oh, no! Are we kidding? Adora gets caught on the cross! And now you've got defensive pressure at main. Australis gets pushed off, and time is going to be an issue, but Juna may have saved the round with that elimination there. You still have to get the spike, though. And there's an Odin in play for Sayori. Holding the angle. Do you have anything to clear this? Oh, thank goodness for Starbound, because it looked like it was about to be a blender situation, but no, Wada does survive.
A much needed round for them to continue forward with, denying that Thrifty on the side of MIBR. But at the same time, it's not a round that they feel like they can celebrate either. They wanted to keep as many of those weapons as possible into the next round, really try to build up that economy to give them the best opportunity possible in this second half to close up their opponent's map pick. And that got way too close for comfort now. Yeah. SRN has that operator out. Full holding over towards mid won't be contested.
Oh, the startup is going to be pushed and dealt with, but Lissa Second line of defense holds strong. Paranoia stops the initiation through A. Aldrone will get confirmation of what's actually on site, though. SRN, your time to shine. First shot lands, almost gets a collide in there. Starbound trying to get aggressive with the opposite. Oh, but SRN, huge shot lands. And now it's just down to Starbound, and they've seen them in the corner. No worries there. MIBR respond prolifically with a 12.
Consistently so impressive. The repositions, the re-peaks from SRN, the confidence in this duelist player from MIBR is unlike any other. And this is a player where, again, the Dusk is talking about the fact that they currently hold those records within the Game Changers circuits for the most kills in a single series, as well as the most kills in a single map at 50. And although they're quote-unquote having a quieter performance here on Ascent, because the rest of the team has definitely been picking up a lot of those picks, you can just see it in the manner in which they play.
Yeah. Woof. That is a statement round. And there's a lot to be said, I think, about, you know, your opponent is starting to build a couple in a row. You can start to maybe lose a little bit of confidence, start to maybe shake in your shoes just a touch. But MIBR, that was the first moment that you start to say, whoa, hold on, wait a second. And once they kind of pump the brakes and get a moment to kind of recollect themselves with full weaponry, they respond with some emphasis, to put it plainly. So another discussion moment here for Wada to try to find a way to bring this thing all the way back, but it's more than an uphill mountain here. This is an uphill mountain on top of another mountain surrounded by mountains around it. It's not great news.
It definitely isn't. For Wada as well, like, you think about how important this first series win could be for MIBR, right? And for Wada, if it does come down to that 1-1 scoreline, they also want to have that ability to contest as much as possible when it does come down to that round differential.
Yeah.
But Starbound shut down here once again by SRM.
Oh, nice tracking there for Power Pixel with the Hunter's Fury. Oh, mercy. Just a stray bullet to the forehead of Adora has them down to, what, 5 HP. So, numbers and health advantage, well, really just health advantage goes the way of MIBR. Power Pixel backing up. Maybe they get a read that MIBR is playing through mid, but oh, wow. There may have been 1 pixel of space between those two players, and somehow Power Pixel misses the shot. Follow-up, though, good for June. Oh, not good for 3, though. And so it's going to be a 2-on-2, but Adora is low on health. Lissa's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Australis will punish, leaving it onto the shoulders of Bastardo, who's been incredible.
We've seen her in a situation like this before in that 1v2, and she won it on Sunset earlier today, not too long ago. Investment of all this utility being telegraphed here with 30 seconds on the clock. Bastardo is going to feel pretty comfortable just walking straight out of that smoke, trying to deny this plant on site.
First one will be the most difficult. Unless it's the one that's on 1 HP. Now the turret is up. Confirmation that Australis is playing low. Can you connect under the headshot if you're Bastardo for the 1v2 and the map win? Australis still trying to dance. Oh, and the creation of space and time has Australis searching! And what a snap for Bastardo, who has been unbelievable in this series. Capitalizes with an exclamation point as MIBR stormed their way to a 1-0 early.
Another Red Bull clutch coming out for Bastardo for that 2-0 that you were talking about here for MIBR. She has been an incredible addition to MIBR after leaving their rival team of Team Liquid to join this squad. She does it again, and it is just insane in which this showing of MIBR has turned out here. Shift, I think we talked about how close this series could be. I think MIBR were definitely the favorites here for the LCQ, but they did this in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, there's favorites, and then there's whatever that was. I mean, oh mercy. I asked you at the beginning of this broadcast, where did you think the power rankings of these 3 teams would be? And I think that both of us were thinking this could be the grand final, just based on what Wada was able to show in the Americas circuit overall. Yes, the season at the very end, I think they would have loved something more than 3rd in North America, but still, they had been a significant presence in a region that has been heavily dominated by Shopify Rebellion. And you start to think after losing a very tight map 5 as YFP that they're building some momentum ahead. But MIBR shut down all that conversation and are now 1-0 with a convincing round win margin in the Swiss stage. That's just match 1, though, of 3. Head things to a break, and we'll be back to the desk to set up everything else coming for the rest of the day.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
Yeah, it's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fugat, vai! Fugat, vai!
And our first series of the day is only going to be a 2-mapper with a strong second map by MIBR to be closing out the series 2-0 over Wada. I mean, Emily, after the first map of the series, MIBR, they had the momentum, they had the confidence, and the next map will be a smidge closer, but at that point, just too many rounds racked up in their favor.
No, for real. Like, MIBR did such a good job at like constantly moving around the map and not just kind of staying stagnant. And it felt like they always had a plan going into the rounds, and even mid rounds, they always were really good at making those fast-paced decisions so that Wada could never really figure out what they were doing. And Wada, I will give it to them. They had the right idea. They just had the execution part that they kind of struggled with. They did a really good job at moving the chamber around on defense, like showing presence on one side, swapping it to the other to kind of mix that up on the side of MIBR. And the rounds that they did win, they were brawling together. They were getting those fundamentals back in. They were just unable to close it out.
Yeah, and also the game plan here that we saw for MIBR, it, like you're saying, Emily, it just had so many different layers, so many things that they could do it that allowed them to be comfortable into those early rounds. Some of those early rounds that we see for the fast B hits as well, where one of them we were talking about, they were using all 3 chokes as well with SRN somehow being in the spawn after like 10 seconds of the round. But then you also see some rounds that are a bit slower, trying to enable Bastarda to get a little bit more space to find an opening as well while she's lurking. And it just looked really, really good for MIBR. Something that maybe not everybody knows because you're not watching every single region is that MIBR is just an incredible team, and then they continue to prove it as the favorite team going into this event and potentially making it to the Game Changers Championship.
Yeah, I mean, this very first series by them was just absolutely so strong. Still another series on the day, but I have full confidence with what we saw. They should be able to close that one out as well. But for now, we have our Verizon post-match interview, and I have Lisa from MIBR on the line to chat a little bit now. Hello, congratulations. Most important question, what is the octopus's name? We need to know.
I don't think I'm allowed to say it, but yeah, it's Puto da Silva.
Oh, I wouldn't have guessed that one at all. All right, I'm glad I asked. All right.
Don't go for the translation.
No translations.
Please.
All right, noted. Let's talk about this series because you guys came out of the gate. That was such a quick 2-0. Like, what was your expectations coming into this series, and did you think it was going to be that strong of a win?
I think yes, because our team was like super confident since, I don't know, forever. Like our expectation was to at first win against Team Liquid and go directly to the championship, but I don't know, I think that loss that we had showed us a few things that we needed to work out in order to improve that. So that we can win the championship. So I think our team is, just looking maybe at the championship already. We wouldn't even be like looking at the last chance in the first place.
It's fair. And then after that loss, because that was a really close best of 5 up against Team Liquid, were you nervous then coming into this event at all, or is still just confident since you know that the team is very capable?
Yeah, as I said, it wasn't something that I was thinking about because, I was like, at first I was thinking more like, we have to grind ourselves and just, be humble and stuff like this. But our team is just like having this super confidence that we will win, not only last chance, but like championship too. So yeah, I think we're looking forward already.
I love that confidence, everything else, and you guys seem to be having so much fun on the stage as well too. You have the home field advantage. You're in Brazil. The crowd has been crazy. So what's that like, being able to play for your chance at championships with that crowd?
It's amazing. When we played against Team Liquid, I think our crowd was like less compared to Team Liquid's one, but like I just remember it being so much screaming and like it being just like whenever we made a round, they would scream, and then whenever they made a round, they would scream. But now it's just like we lose, they silent, and then we win, they scream a lot. So yeah, it's like very impartial, I think. But it's amazing though.
I'm glad to hear. It's been really fun to watch for sure. Last but not least, that's one best of 3 on the day. Strong win. Up next year, up against Akave Esports a little later on. So how are you feeling with that matchup?
Yeah, I think we are very confident. Like overall, like we don't think a lot about the team we're playing against. We're just like focusing on ourselves. And that's why I think we're so confident, because we know our potential. So yeah, I think we're just like just looking forward a lot, and very excited, and yeah, I just want to play, honestly. I'm so excited.
I love to hear that. You'll have to wait a little bit, and we'll have to wait till we can see that. But he's like, go get some rest, go hang out with the team. And yeah, thank you so much for chatting. And
Thank
we'll
you.
See you later. Thank you. All right, I never ask the name of any of the octopuses around is the first thing that I have discovered here. But I mean, Dan, hearing about the confidence and everything else is just wonderful. I mean, it's a team, you got to see that confidence in the server. It was just so sweet. I mean, this MIBR, I mean, it's a deserved confidence.
We talked about it at the beginning as well. This is what the entire team has been saying since they lost against Team Liquid Brazil in that grand final, that, you know, it doesn't really matter. Yes, they lost, and it's not what they were expecting, but it doesn't mean that they were playing bad. They're still very confident that not only they're going to win this, but also potentially move forward and make it really, really far into the championship. So it's a team that, you know, they're confident, and it's not only the talk, but it's also how good they're playing. I mean, and we just got the chance to see it.
Yeah, a team that has that full confidence. I believe that we will see them tomorrow, but of course there's still 2 teams that, well, we have a lot of matches today, but 2 teams too that have to put themselves in the conversation. It's going to be Wada going off against Akave Esports after this short break. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me prove. She can rest, she can ride with me. When I flip the society, underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. She can rest, she can ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Game Changers LCQ presented by Verizon. The first match of the day is going to be MIBR with a strong victory over Wada 2-0. Now our second best of 3 of the day. We're going to see Wada again, but this time going up against Akave Esports, a team that, looking back on their year, Dan, this has been a team that's been able to do so strong. But again, one of those teams just falling a little bit short. I'm excited to see the energy they hit the stage with today.
Absolutely, and also their journey is a little bit different to what we've seen for Wada and of course for MIBR, because Latin America, they are divided into regions. So you have a Latin America South and a Latin America North that are not really playing against each other for the beginning of the year. But as we come towards the end, that's the only time in the Latin final where you actually get the chance to see them against each other. It's really cool because this is Latin American North team that we've had, and we haven't really seen a lot of representation for that region specifically as well. But again, they in that regional, when they went against KRÜ, they were not able to close it out. But when you look at everything that they did in the North, they have been incredibly dominant, and it just makes a lot of sense looking at this roster. If you've been following the LATAM scene, Ivy has been one of the best players that we've had for years, whether it was when she was only playing the duelist or now that you see her being a little bit more flexible. She was kind of the promise of that region, and on top of that, you have those players that have a little bit more experience as well, like Tura, for example. It's a great combination of players that have experience playing now for years, and also some great additions that have allowed them to make it this far.
Especially to being able to see that there is a core part of this team that have played together before. It's a team that has reps together, and the fact that they were so dominant, but of course once you get the face off with North and South just falling short there, it's a team that's been able to show, Emily, they've had that confidence at every point and turn, which makes me think that coming into this today, it's going to be another team that has that confidence, because it felt like, yeah, they could have maybe secured a spot already.
No, for sure. I think Akave and Wada actually are in a similar boat when it comes to their each individual regions. Like, they struggle against the top team. For example, they lost 0-3 against KRÜ, but so did Wada against SRG, right? And so they're kind of in like this second spot, I would say. So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams kind of end up going against each other and what they can kind of bring out, especially because they also have similar play styles. They love the brawliness, they love the run it down, they love fighting, they love the aggression, right? And I just want to see how just the slight change of their comps will kind of like battle against each other.
Yeah, you never really know, because, you know, when you look at them in their regions, they look incredible against some specific teams, but obviously when they face each other, it can be a completely different story. But again, looking at Akave, they have been incredible throughout the year, and I feel like the build that around these players, it just makes a lot of sense. A lot of the agents that they're playing, it just makes a lot of sense, but going against KRÜ is just something that every single team in Latin America has tried to do, and they haven't been able to get the win, though. It would be really nice. Tura, for example, played against Monkey Munch, that is now part of KRÜ, so maybe them finding each other in Korea would be a good reunion that people are not expecting that much in a team that is definitely an underrated one in this LCQ.
I mean, these players should not be underrated, though. And looking at the players, one person we definitely need to talk about here, Emily, is Casey. Especially, this is a player we've gotten to see before. Maybe the regional final wasn't performance, but they have been crying on the Sentinel the rest of the time.
No, they really have. Like, of course, the regional stats aren't the best, but just watching them play, they're getting such good lurks. They're getting such good sight holds. Like, I want to compare it to the Starbound Chamber, because they do have these games where they can pop off and frag out. We have these two fragging Sentinels, just one's a perma chamber and one, you know, goes Cypher, Killjoy, Vice, like the basic ones. And I think it's nice to see that they can still fight and put up like good stats, good games, even though they're on like the more generic kind of standard Sentinels.
And now going up against Wada, we gotten to see Wada already on the day, and maybe not the Wada that we necessarily expected coming into this. It's a Wada that has been so strong, a Wada that we have talked about. Yeah, they've beaten a lot of the teams except for the best one throughout the year. And you know, Wada now, it's going to be a reflection on what didn't necessarily go right in that very first matchup of the day and what they can change now going on forward. Because again, this is a team that we talked about them at the beginning of the day, but they have their own unique play style here. They like to really rely on the chamber. Getting those first picks wasn't something that necessarily went their day, but hopefully in the time since their last match, they've had a time to kind of reflect a little bit more and go on into this. So, Emily, I'm hoping we get to see that Wada we've really come to know and love.
Oh, for sure. I think especially against a team like Akave, I think they will end up getting more opportunities to try and get those first kills, because I'm just expecting it to just be like a complete brawl out between these two teams. Both, like I said, they have similar playstyles just from watching Akave in their last GC run. And I just think it's just going to be fighting across all 3 maps.
It's interesting too, because for Wada, we just got the chance to see them, but they need to win this match if they want to stay alive in LCQ, if they want to have a chance to make it to that championship in Korea. They didn't get the first win, and on top of that, it was very one-sided towards MIBR. The best scenario for them is for each one of the teams that we have here to get 1 win. But that would mean they have to win this match, and Akave cannot get any wins. That way, it would maybe go to a round differential, and then maybe they would have a chance into the grand final for tomorrow. But if Wada loses right now, they're out of contention for the grand final and for Korea.
Yeah, I think Wada are going into this match, like Starman was saying in their interview, they kind of have nothing to lose. They are not feeling as much pressure. I think they're for sure nervous, and I think hopefully they got that out in the first best of 3. So going into this best of 3, I think they'll come out stronger and, you know, start getting those fundamentals back up, start fighting together and playing like the team that we've kind of witnessed all year.
I mean, even if not signed, it's a team that we've talked about so highly. There's the hashtag sign Wada for a reason. And even if it feels like nothing left to lose at this point, yeah, losing that chance at the championships definitely is a tough blow. But again, I'm curious with how the style of these two teams are going to be matching up, because when we have a cracked Sentinel on one side of the board, Dan, we have a cracked Senti and just the inherent play style of Wada on the other. I feel like that's going to be really, really interesting once we get into the server.
Yeah, absolutely. You never really know once again how they're going to match up, because on one side you have a player that has been playing Chamber for the entire year, and it's a Wada as well that they were kind of joking about it on social media, just saying that they were the ones who invented that Chamber meta on Ascent, for example, when other teams in Tier 1, Tier 2 as well started playing and started realizing how good it was, or how good they look in Sunset, for example, when they're taking that mid control. Maybe not in the last series, but what we've seen in North America when they've gotten the chance to play it. But of course, now you look at the other side and tasting a little of the things that Emily was saying, when you're not playing the Chamber but you're playing those classic Sentinels as well, and still being able to not only find a few of those openings but also being able to really be a difference maker, instead of maybe the player that is closing out the rounds is finding those lurks. It's just going one step ahead, so it's going to be a really good matchup for those two Sentinels.
I think something that's going to be most intriguing to me is how the battlefield plays out with these map picks and bans. So let's head to that to figure out what the stage is going to be for these two teams heading into this series. Starting it off, I mean, last time we saw Wada pick Sunset up against MIBR, didn't necessarily work out. So Emily, they're going to be taking us to Bind to kick this one off.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see it because Bind is a map where you can find a lot of those fights, and I think Chamber is an excellent pick on Bind, especially on the side of Wada. So I'm just kind of expecting, like I said before many times, is a sort of brawl here. I think we're gonna see Wada taking those aggressive fights. Hopefully this time around they're fighting together and trading each other out, and I want to see how Akave will kind of combat that. Like, they have the fights, they want to fight. They're just running a slightly more standard comp. So that could benefit them, but that could also kind of make it a little bit harder for them to win these fights that Wada are going to try and take against them.
I think what's going to be really interesting for me, talking about the fact that Wada is not picking up Sunset, is the fact that we still see it within our map picks and bans as the second one in the series picked up by Akave. Dan, assumingly so, they've had an opportunity to sit on the side, see what's kind of happened, know that Wada didn't necessarily win that one out. It is also really strong for Akave, but again, if Wada picked into it in the first place, there is that inherent level of confidence at its base, so this one should be quite brawly and really competitive.
But also on the other side for Akave, when you are seeing how one-sided this map was against MIBR, you're definitely going for it because you've gotten the chance to play it a few times, and on top of that, you know that this is a map that not only was Wada just struggling with, but was specifically struggling on that defensive side. You now get the chance to get the first map win, take some advantages early on, and then punish those mistakes that you just saw from the last series. Bind, like Emily is saying as well, is a really good opener, and it's just a map that Wada has only picked once when we got to see them in the main event, but it's also one that it feels like after that match they started realizing the potential that it had for them to implement it a little bit more into the map pool.
Yeah, I also think Sunset is just a good pick for Akave because if you look at a map like Lotus, which they ended up banning, that is such a good map for Wada's chamber because they can play it like with different levels, I'd say, right? Whereas Sunset, you kind of have a more one-dimensional chamber that you can't do a whole lot with. You can reposition, but not as on as many angles as you can on Lotus, for example, which is probably their strongest map. So I think that was a good ban by them. And going to Sunset, I think if they have the right idea, if they know how they already like to play and just focus on punishing and pushing the chamber off the line and not getting them the early picks, then I think they'll find just as much success as MIBR did.
I mean, hoping too on the side of Wada after the very first series that they can just be a mental where it's like shrugged off, right? MIBR came into this a pretty strong favorite throughout the teams, right? But now if we can see a Wada that's been warmed up on the stage, could go better. But it's time for our players to hit the stage now and start getting our match underway.
Dolt from Astralis. Killed Scary Shark. 3 on the round, leaving things in a 1v1.
Akave Esports, Wada. 2 teams coming into this. Wada already having played on the day. And again, the stakes for them, if they lose this, they do not have this opportunity to play tomorrow. Akave on the other end, they know that Dan, one series can make sure that they have that opportunity to further fight for that spot at the championships.
One single win is the difference maker here for Akave to see if they're going to move into the grand finals tomorrow. Even if they have to play that extra match today against MIBR, it would be just a little teaser of how that grand final would play out. But for Wada, the pressure is on. They need to win and they need to make it also dominant in case this ends up going into a round differential with each one of our teams winning a single series. Also, thinking about Starbound, who has made it to every single GCC since 2023, making it through FlyQuest, through Evil Geniuses, and this time around potentially through Wada. It would be the first year that we don't see Starbound on an international, and that is something that we know they don't want to let happen.
At this point, the team, yeah, maybe it's the unsigned team, maybe they don't have the other expectations, but on that individual level, those storylines, that is definitely something that you would hope on the side of Wada to see come to fruition. But again, something that's really good that you highlighted was in the fashion that Wada has to win to try and make sure that they have some sort of control over their own fate. It's not just enough to win, you have to try and make sure you get as many rounds, take that 2-0, because Akave, they'll still have another match after this, and you want to make sure you can get as much of a lead as possible. But again, Akave Esports here, Emily, has been a team that has been so dominant in their own region. Again, only losing to KRÜ. So it's a team that you definitely can't underestimate going into this.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see how they end up playing against, NA going into here. And one thing that I was worried about on the side of Wada was their energy and their vibes and their mental going into this. But as we can see, like in that team huddle, there was smiles across the board, which is what you want going into another match after just kind of getting, well, destroyed, I guess, would be the only term that I could use. So the fact that they're still having their fun, still getting hype, it's a good look going into this match for them.
All right, Agent Select 2. I love to see we had highlighted Tasty in the Impact and that they can have it as series, and seeing it on this double duelist is so exciting.
I had my questions here for Akave. Last time they played this map, they won a 13-0, by the way, but it was with a very different composition. They were playing a double duelist, just like they're doing right now, but with a Reina instead, and that core looked just a little bit different. I feel like this one does make a lot more sense. I'm excited to see the Waylay here, and a lot of those openings that they're able to find. We usually have been seeing a lot of that combination with the Waylay plus the Euro, but also the Raze. It just seems like it's an essential piece here for the map of Bind.
It's a switch up, but with a cracked player, the Waylay can be so dangerous. It's time to see if Wada is ready and up to the task, as it's time to head into the first map of the series. Who is going to take Bind? It's time to find out with your casters. Welcome, Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you, Sierra. This is an intense doubleheader for Wada, and they're going up against a 5-headed Hydra in Akave. And Wada's LCQ fate is on the line, Vance, and they certainly want to rewrite what happened here on Bind.
Exactly. The best thing you can do right now going to this game is just forgetting what just happened on that previous series. Shaky start, slow start. You now know the environment for a lot of these new players, such as Astralis and Judah coming onto the stage. Now Starbound's going to get tested first, though, in order to get contact on a split to the B site from Akave.
I would think the advantage here is for Wada. You had that warm-up, and Starbound, she's just starting to fire up. Akave, though, man, matching fire with fire. They had a solid warm-up, too. Ivy is able to strike. The spike is down. It's a 4 versus 3 on the post plan, and so much excitement already on the pistol. A look at Juna try to sneak their way through the elbow side. Akave keeping their distance, especially after losing Ivy. And now it's just chaos trying to find each other through the smoke. And Akave, the post plan, is holding on just barely. And it's Dano to put them all down.
Nice little flick for the 2K piece for Donald for sure, but kicking things off was definitely seeing the aggression that was mentioned at the desk. Something that MIBR was doing very well against Wada just previously, was just continuously adding that pressure, consistent pressure, and making sure you have a buddy system to train. Because if you're looking at how Starbound's currently playing around the map, they are giving them a lot of responsibility to try to anchor on a solo and going for that first blood, just as they always had in North America. But as soon as you give up that space, it's so hard to retake. Great positioning by Akave, and they convert now a very good pistol to start running away with this, walking out for contact, and unfortunately, it's being met by, once again, a buddy system that, or actually just information. It was a Guardian, the other one fell back, so they could just pivot back to the A site plant.
You give that Guardian that you were able to recover to Adora, and big shoes to fill, but especially excitement from the EMEA squad about what they can provide, and it's tasty. No, that is just shutting down any opportunity here out of Wada. And that's all said and done. Akave making very quick work of the first 2 rounds.
It's definitely looking dangerous if your star players on the side of Akave are already looking like they are playing a regional matchup, because they have been so dominant in LATAM as well when they were playing in the group stages before they made it into the grand finals to face off against KRÜ. Tasty and Light had amazing rounds, maps, series against all of their opponents, and of course fell short against KRÜ, who is one of the most dominant organizations in the GCC that we currently have, coming out from the Americas year after year. So to see them already step up to the plate and making it difficult for Wada to find their footing, this might be a difficult series once again for the North American team.
Oh, the haunt from Wada did reveal Akave infiltrating into U-Haul, and that's where the shotgun could be quite powerful. You see Wada keeping their distance, keeping the corner, and Showers control, trying to corral Akave into a space. They can just keep their distance and let the rifles do all the talking. The Akave, they have the clock on their side, and now Molly's from Wada being thrown, trying to make this post play uncomfortable, now figuring it out the hard way. There's a shotgun, and this is just not going to be a spot that Wada can really push to, and Akave are forcing Wada to play their hand first, and Astralis will do exactly that. Put Showers control infiltrated, and Akave came from all sides. 3 in a row for them.
Now Wada is going to have to start realizing that they have to up the tempo a lot more quickly when it comes down to these retakes, especially when you saw that Molly from the Brimstone having a lineup for the side of Akave. So the more time you waste trying to scale back into the site when Akave's not showing their hand, the more you're rushing into these mistakes. You saw how many players got caught off guard here on these rotates, especially into the U-Haul. This pick right here from Juna, she walks into this solo. There's no prowler following behind. There was none left. There was no buddy system to try to go for a trade. And when you've already isolated one entrance with the Molly, might as well go for a second player to guarantee a trade to give you a chance to come back. So these are some of the things that we're kind of showing in that first series that, unfortunately, we haven't really had a chance to talk it through, it seems like, to really run up with this buddy system for the side of Wada, so they have more of a fighting chance here in this series against Akave.
And this has been a must ban for Akave for so long, and they're the ones who look confident. They're the ones that have a game plan. They're leading that right now. Quick teleport out. Kind of a bait and switch from Wada. And even on those lower buys, they don't let Akave get away with a flawless. And Wada recovering those rifles, or at least trying to. And Akave quick with a switch up too to deny that teleport position. Wada feel very trapped. Surprised Akave didn't want to keep them there, but they just kind of want to help support the spike at A.
See, it still makes a difference, though, when you're keeping up with this buddy system for Wada. Despite this being an eco, they still had the right numbers to go for a couple of trades and a pinch that they had from the back. So with these peaks coming through, I mean, this should still be around for Akave unless Starbound's able to win this one-on-one. Does get the dink and the kill. This actually starts creating gaps that allows Wada to pinch her back. And I love that Akave are trying to flip the fight towards spawn.
Starbound is looking so much better in this match. All of Wada swinging together. Just talking to their coaches. It's looking cleaner, but still, man, just having to walk into these crosshairs. Akave come in lined up, but Power Pixel remains on top. And we'll get that defuse for Wada.
Another round for Wada that gets it from the first series and the second series, the GC Sheriff, to open up a round on their side. The thing is I was praising into the side of Akave when you already had Starbound on that big flank and winning that fight against the Rays. The thing is when I talked about flipping that site, you left the Whaley alone towards Heaven. I thought their Brimstone was going to move forward with them too to try to help out, but you kind of left everybody isolated. The other two are trying to play the time, trying to hold back here towards that spike, and then they're just giving individual one-on-ones over here, as you can see. So again, you can't really discredit Wada when it comes down to these one-on-ones. Yes, maybe they weren't able to really go toe-to-toe against MIBR, but this is still Wada that has tremendous firepower rather, with a lot of experience between Starbound and Power Pixel A.
But the Akave just running it down, trying to get maybe that orb 2 for Adora, and just gets checked at the door. The bodyguard, the off shot. And Tasty has to dash in. Starbound is still the final boss. Just finally now Akave will put them down. But this has done tremendous damage now to Akave, and Adora has the element of surprise. Now through the side, already with one. Boombot, the kind of act as bait to draw out those shots. 1v1. And now the showstopper to end it all through the hallway.
Oh, no.
It does not connect. It splashes on the wall. And Ivy just playing their lives. And now to kill all noise, to be on Adora's tail. Adora is still searching, has no idea, and now has to bring the party to their doorstep. Now get the defuse halfway. Ivy just playing hide and seek and locks in when it matters.
Pre-fired shot coming through a little bit too early with the showstopper from Adora. But unfortunately, as you've mentioned here, Lemon QE has to fill a big shoes. That's Aria not being able to play with the team and travel to Brazil to play with Wada. But you saw the idea. They went for the boombot towards that front site. If it does spot something there, okay, well, maybe they're playing front site. If it doesn't get the boombot follow, maybe they're playing middle or back site. So you pre-fire the shot through the vents, trying to get it into the tin. But unfortunately, it was just a wraparound from Ivy instead of fully re-clearing towards that back of the site. So decisions had to be made. You had to gamble of where your last opponent is at, and Ivy was able to play that to perfection.
Oh my god! Lied! It's insane! What is going on, Akave? You just have to throw numbers at them. They are suffocating to play against. Now on their tail, though, is Power Pixel A, and just barely misses that timing. The Seize is not going to grab anyone. That was a window that Power Pixel A could have gotten a lot of kills going for Wada. Akave so quick to plant. And really, they turned into a more conservative team when the spike is involved. They just play behind cover. A Starbound in Heaven trying to coalesce here with Power Pixel A. And Akave just hiding in smoke, hiding in cover. A tag, but not the kill. Power Pixel A is able to break through. That Heaven power position's now gone, and Akave work together as a team to get to 5.
That is difficult, and yes, it looks like Akave is a whole different beast here going into this game, and it only makes sense. They haven't been playing this map in a very long time. They've been perma-banning it in their own region, and as Dandride mentioned before, they're playing with a Reyna and a Sky in the past. Now they're pulling this out, this double dive that you have between both the waylay and also the raise to move forward. It's something that's not really practiced for the side here of Wada. Within their own region in NA, I don't think they've ever played too many binds themselves, and when they did, they never had to face off against this aggression out from a KO and a double dive. So they have to rethink this through on the fly as we go round by round.
After that big round from Lai, the showstopper there, like that reaction from Wada. Give up that shower's presence. Don't even hold the corner. You lost to the boom bot before, and you keep your distance. You keep your shot steady. Wada still have the op involved. And Akave just have 2 left. Spike is being recovered. Could go for a teleport play, but with where Ivy is, they're just going to have to keep committing to A. And keep committing to what the information they have left. At least spotting one. This U-Haul player could be an issue, though, and Ivy's gonna watch back sight, leaving some gaps here. Very uncomfortable. Akave can still try to go for a plant, and you got the mark. Akave got to push this duel, and we're careful enough to not walk into a crossfire. Wada can always count on PowerPixel to get a flank going, to be the playmaker, as Akave really don't have any cards left in their hand to play.
Still great patience coming out from Wada. Ivy could still get things done, though. She's wrapped around in the past before. Now finally just got spotted by PowerPixel.
PowerPixel knows how injured they are, too. Oh, Starbound! Oh, you can't choke that! As Ivy gets another chance at life, another breath in the lungs, takes that duel, and just decides to leave with the spike. 10 seconds left, we'll just barely have enough time.
There's just no way. Even then, once you get the plant, you have also the element of surprise to be able to reposition. So Starbound has to come up quickly, push forward so that Ivy cannot fall into any tucks, nooks, and crannies. Give it a chance for them to retake now.
I don't know if they fell around elbow. Finally, Starbound hits the shot. It rings true. And Wada try to stay in that shadow there of Akave.
Look pretty good. I was going to mention again, the patience coming out from Wada on that 2 versus 2 on the A site. After the whole chaos of the double ulti on the attack side of Akave was snuffed and held back. They just wanted to hold their angles so that PowerPixel could actually go on that big flank from Sands into short. If they TP into the B site and get a plant, at least you get a 3 versus 2 with still util between Brimstone and a Fade to work with. So I like that coming through here from the side of Wada, just to adapted to the mid rounding of what Akave was doing again against their aggression. So sometimes you're going into these forward positions as well from the side of Starbound to try to get these early picks, the responsibility that's given to them. But the next layer is that there is actually players very close by to instantly trade out as soon as Starbound gets information and they TP away. So you don't lose that space that's been given up if you miss an op shot. And you're doing a great job at that, at least to anchor up and hold down towards this A site. And it seems that Akave understand this a little bit here, so they're going to break this wall, cut some noise, trying to place some inserts towards this B site, and then we'll see what type of picks we could get here on the attack side.
PowerPixel will stand with the judge in hookah. Solo, though, with a nightfall that could be used to delay, but it's going to wait for noise, and now that Wada, the rest of the team are calling just how quiet things are, PowerPixel has to be ready. Orbital strike from the offense is going to shake things up as PowerPixel readies, and at the back is Starbound that joins their side, and the nade of all things is what ends Starbound and drops the op, and Akave get comfortable towards the back to try and halt the reinforcements of Wada. Akave still trying to get a plant. PowerPixel is lurking, but can't really do much with the judge in hand at that range. And now it's the nightfall from PowerPixel to set up the team for success as Adora leads that charge, and Ivy has to play Ring Around the Rosie. And Wada really surrounded and conquered, taken back over the site, and this is where the judge gets to have some fun.
And it's perfect. Even though Wada had to use their Nightfall to be able to get and retake that site towards B, it was already that plan. When you have so many players anchored up on the A side, B site is very hard to retake. So now that you have big ults for flood retakes, you're giving that responsibility for the anchors on the B side to play a little bit soft or just to anchor up one side, which is, I think, the way they played this 4-1 with only one towards Hookah at the very start until finally Starbound goes on a rotate later to help out here and get these picks. But after that Nightfall, look at all these tethers. They had all the information of where Akave were setting up here in the pulse plant. So it was just easy for everybody to move through and get these picks as they're rescaling back on that map. And with that ult that they use, they still have more to work with on this defensive round.
Oh, the boombot kind of slipped by, and that's where Adora got away with the first blood. An important gap left. A Starbound again with the op, and again rent-free in the minds of Akave of how do you want to push A when you just got this forward op? See if you can push through showers. This is where Lied really shined, but at currently 3 HP, it won't be up to them, and now they're gone for good.
And that's a big kill. With that push and that type of pick, and also the Prowler looking towards Long B, it's a checkmate. You know that Akave are trying to split towards this A site. The question is now, do you want to go for the convergence path to try to take over this A site after the single Brim smoke? That's probably your only way of entry. If not, you're getting popped here by Starbound.
Yeah, conversion path. Oh, Starbound under pressure does not connect.
No
and
way.
Astralis puts them all 6 feet under. This defense catching up.
Becoming a free spot like a turret. Yeah, Timmy the turret. Astralis just standing on that bench because the Molly missed them. So it was missed her. So it was easy for Astralis to just look back and forth, and that bench is never going to get checked. So I love what we saw here from two players that unfortunately, again, had slow starts in their first match against MIBR because of their first time standing up on the stage. You see how much this means for somebody like Astralis and Juna to play aggressive, to find angles, and getting value. That is going to start looking like a dangerous Wada the more rounds we move forward.
Speaking of moving forward, Akave, no, they got to try and access this op one way or another. Quick recall out. Astralis feeling good, becoming an absolute laser. Gets away with another 3K. Showstopper somehow does nothing, but Akave have not given up. They have not surrendered. They have their own fragger on the field. And Tasty is just getting started.
They pinged it.
Power Pixel always up to no good. When quiet and left alone at Hookah, they find the right moment to strike.
And that's heads up play. The more rounds you're playing through against Wada, that Akave are knowing that Power Pixel is going to come for these type of flanks. So they come for these warnings. They ping on that mini-map, and you almost saw that duel happen. If anything else, though, everything was well blocked off. You threw a wall here towards that Hookah spot so that even if you had to TP across, you have no way to go there for that last player remaining of Akave. That said, even though if the Showstopper can get enough value in terms of kills from Adora, that's still great satchel mobility and movement to avoid the other players shooting at them, so to delay enough time here to allow for the others to crunch back in and help out and maintain the defense here towards this short A. Which, by the way, let me tell you, this seems to be this type of story right now for the defensive side of Wada. They are really, really good at anchoring up this short A side and leaving some sort of gaps on these extremities, because it almost feels like however they're reading this game against Akave, Akave seems to be focusing on these short lanes a lot more often at the beginning of these rounds when they're defaulting.
I love this stat line because we have reiterated that this has been a must ban, and Akave have not played this since March. And I was also worried about Wada, kind of how even this playing field was gonna look, because they just came off of a really, really tough loss. And Astralis especially having a rough series, 10 kills total. And look at them now. They got 6 kills in 2 rounds. They're popping up. They're 1v3. This is the Astralis that I'm looking forward to seeing develop when it really matters, though, because if Wada lose this, they're out of LCQ.
It is definitely a tough road for Wada right now. You're playing against one of the best teams that we currently have in GCC as your opening start as grand finalist of last year in MIBR. And you get one-sided results not into your favor for Wada. And now you have to try to play the comeback into this one too. And there was some good damage onto Tasty where they got no value out of that dive. That's a great start to snuff out and stuff actually the attempt of getting some space after the timeout from Akave.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds where Tasty's trying to get that information, see where the op is set up, and sacrifice themselves like if needed. But it's not gonna be there. And now you're at a big disadvantage already. Now it's full exploration mode where Starbound's actually holding through the left side. will reveal that hand, so Akave could at least farm this orb and get a showstopper going potentially.
There.
You need yeah, I was gonna say you need a pop flash or something to get light across to try to get that showstopper. Starbound's not gonna miss twice.
Absolutely. As Akave will have to make do without that showstopper. Just one away from the Nightfall, but it's the orbital strike from the defense. And Power Pixel A letting it rain. Akave have no security besides behind their own smokes. Now I don't think they want that smoke anymore. This is 5 rounds in a row for Wada.
Yeah, if anything, they die through the smoke when they're trying to scale back into the site. It comes the experience again of the XEG players in Starbound and Power Pixel A. They tried to go for a Seize Orbital Strike to prevent the Flood from coming out. But even if it doesn't hit anybody, you see how they're actually trying to scale towards that right side. It becomes easy for the sprays to come out here for Power Pixel A, getting 2 through that smoke, and then Starbound finding that value by pushing through. Even that Haunt got so much value from Power Pixel A, and that B site is unlocked when those two are playing together. And it seems as though Akave with this round, they still want to try to go for it, though. You talked about those big ults that are available for their side, so they are going to try to pincer and split the B site.
Starbound, always good for that, but the null command activated. Akave have Dono back in, who just becomes another victim. Na'Vi chokes under pressure. No, he's able to at least trade. Wada are ahead, but just barely able to just stifle the fire from Akave to really slow them down to such a pace. Now it's just Tura with the spike.
Casey just got a huge surprise when they came back from their TP. Kind of felt like Ben Stiller and Zoolander just hopping out of the mine coal and surprising his dad. And then unfortunately now just puts Tura alone in a 1 versus 3. The best bet they're going to try to do now is just cross over towards A. Becomes a beautiful shot by Australis. Again, crosshair placement in immediate shots connected by Australis. That's a great start, and confidence continues to build for Wada.
Absolutely. We have 2 newer players, right? We already know about Adora, who has to integrate almost instantly on this team, and to pull off this double header too is quite the workload on Wada's plate. But also I look at someone like Tura, who only had 5 official matches. Maybe that's enough for most players, but to kind of be in that role of IGL to frag, there's a lot on the line. They're going to need that fan support. So we're going to go and check in with the Akave fans in the crowd.
Cara, se liga, eu tô aqui com uma fã brasileira, mas que tá pela Akave, inclusive com um bandeirão e tudo. Quero saber da onde que veio essa história. So I'm here with Daniela, who's a Brazilian Akave fan, with the flag and everything. So I want to know where is this story from. Como é que foi isso, cara? Bandeirão e o caramba. Eu vi que tem uma galera, inclusive, aqui com bandeirinhas que a Akave entregou. Como é que foi?
Então, eu tenho muita amizade com o pessoal da organização e também com as jogadoras, então aí eu conversei um pouco com o pessoal da organização, eles acabaram me dando esse bandeirão aqui enorme, que eu achei que não era tão grande assim, mas estão aqui.
So she basically said that she's friends with the organization, like the manager and all, and they gave it to her, and of course she's like sending it, like showing it to the public, because it's very big, but you know, it's good, it's beautiful. E você acha que vai ser 2-0 easy, coisa linda, ou 2-1?
Sendo bem sincero, eu acho que vai ser 2-1.
Mas pra Akave, que você tá com a bandeira dos caras.
É óbvio, pra Akave.
So she said it's gonna be like 2-1, sorry, for Akave, of course, also because of the flag. Vamos ver se vai ser isso mesmo, porque o jogo tá pegado e a tendência é que continue desse jeito.
I've been loving the merch coming out of Game Changers across the board, and what an experience and what an honor it is to be in the crowd to witness your favorite players on such an important stage, fans.
Definitely, and they definitely do that support, because it was such a good start from Akave at the very beginning. You're seeing a bonus round converted for the side of Akave until Wada got an eco round, the GC Sheriffs that shines through, and then once they had their money right, it was Wada all along, where Starbound was not missing any single operator shot. So Akave fans definitely need to stand behind here as Akave are looking for a fight onto Sands. It goes for a 1-for-1 to start.
You see that Wada, we're also looking for that haunt. Almost could have been even deadlier, but it ends in a stalemate. And with Adora not here, where that boombot can be important to get through Hookah, and Wada kind of considering their options, not having the net either. Just gonna go for the contact play off of the Prowler of Power Pixel, and that'll clear things up. And Akave knows something is up at B. They're gonna try and help through. Dono will be there. That main initiator, the double jump out, the double kill from Ivy will keep Akave kicking.
Wally's blocks off here the spawn, so they could double up and try to take down Dono.
Oh, Dono. Wait, it's good for both? No way! Fantastic job, but if it wasn't for Starbound kind of hesitating getting around the corner, maybe it would have been a more solid trade, but fantastic work from Dono.
That was the only thing that was missing, really, to scale forward into that elbow. Trying to call your 3-2-1 and make sure you swing out together. And they were focused so much towards that spawn when they're scaling through. Juna's looking tight on her right side and goes for the wide swing and the wide peek inside, so there was no way for Starbound to trade through. So great combination, and I have to praise Ivy on how she played that perfectly for the side of Akave. If it wasn't for the jump spot, it would have never called over Dono onto the rotate. And then she would have been in a tough position to try to hold up towards B. So a great pistol gives him a chance to tie this game back up, to stay in the fray of the series.
Yeah, Wada really got to work on these pistols, though. They were, what, 0-4 on pistols in the previous series and 0-2 here now. But so far, Wada trying to take their time with it.
Really just trying to force a hand, but it's not really going to work out for the side of Wada. They've committed 2-minute resources for the split towards this A site, and you already have Tasty all the way down towards Long B with the Outlaw. So you know this hit is coming towards this A site. We're soft side jump spotting onto B, where technically you can kind of leave that confident and start rotating to help out your team on the A site. Because right now for Wada, they're just waiting for somebody to make a move. The refresh util now gets avoided, and they could start moving forward.
Especially when you have the haunt out, instantly shot. But Wada still set up camp, but it's the Outlaw. Double shot. Glide will stay firm. And Wada just haven't been able to make any space. A 4K for Glide. They have been explosive this map already, and the desk has talked at length about the role of the Rays, how impactful it was going to be in this map especially. But with all these kills, how quickly they could maybe get to a showstopper.
Yeah. I think right now the only thing, even though it was already a checkmate and you know that Wada were committed towards this A site, I maybe would have waited another 5 seconds or something before hitting into there. Because right now, you just avoided the KO knife, but you're instantly going for a pop into the A site. For Akave, they haven't really reacted into what misinformation they're getting from the knife to over-rotate already, so you're still walking into the stack. They don't know yet either that they're playing a double Outlaw, and they just finally did as Tasty swung out and Starbound gets that pick.
Starbound, it's going to still take their time to re-clear through. And Wada's win condition has been around this chamber. Kind of the mind games that this forces. Now, a lot of more First Bloods come Starbound's way. And you know that Raze is in that kind of one and done. Well, done, and they would have to take the teleporter to get out. But see that Akave support comes out with the Prowler and teleports out from Starbound.
God, I mean, this is over-rotations coming out from Akave. We'll talk about it in a sec, because this is a weak site, A site for Wada to take over. A 4 versus 1 here.
Let's see if these stingers, though, could do some work. Tura, maybe trying to linger in the darkness for the right moment, but Juna's the one with the surprise wrapping around through the back of U-Haul as Akave's backline's getting pushed. And with that deadlock barrier kind of splitting up Akave, it makes being mobile very complicated. At least Lied is steady on the high ground as Ivy gets around the barrier and takes back U-Haul as Wada Have now many angles to watch. One heaven, one in U-Haul as Light swings, gets the kill, and Astralis now wants to hide away. You heard the showstopper, and Show's face gets both. Astralis is a beast.
Astralis has definitely stepped up here in this second series, and all smiles after that clutch. Showstopper, you just mentioned it, was heading towards her way. They already knew it of where Astralis is playing, yet she comes out to get this double spray onto the last two players to keep Wada in the lead. That said, though, this over-rotation from Akave, I did not like at all. You've already tucked in the raise behind the Whaley in the first place to let down towards Long B. You already had the element of surprise. Now you have to move bot and Prowler at the same time to waste util. You picked up a Norb to give your information on an A site, and then you over-rotate towards B to give up A in the first place. Thankfully, they were still able to win gunfights to keep the game kind of close to their advantage, but that was a little bit of macro decisions that was not really working out in their favor, not giving themselves a chance to win that round in the first place. Wada continuing their lead and trying to insert Raze at the very beginning here towards that short A side.
Man, Astralis has grown so much since the Ariana's Grande perfume days and has been a teammate of Starbound, a friend for so long. Now just in a different world, on a big stage. Wada have not let that previous match get to them. Man, the crowd is excited for them too. We can hear it. But you see that everyone's settling in for Akave. Now the op on the defense here for Tasty is Astralis looking to make a play. And all kinds of util being thrown from net to barrier to seize. Wada fully take over. What is this from Ivy? Within Hookah finds the right moment. The window of opportunity to split Wada wide open. Juna is now lost in the sauce. There is no salvaging this.
You definitely see the difference there when you're trying to play the bait and switch. So Ivy doesn't really show too much of her hand of where she's positioned inside that site. So when Tasty gets the same insert as they did the previous round, you're playing that 1v1 against Starbound, and then Starbound's calling for the players of Wada to come through Hookah and try to get the pincer maneuver onto Tasty. But then you saw Ivy off cam playing the Octagon off angle, gets an easy mow down, and including the spike carrier. That was just not well.
That was her.
Yeah, it was. And that was just not well managed here for Wada. Look at how easy this becomes. A fake clear towards that left side becomes an easy 3K, and then a combination from that saturate allows Ivy to get the 4th kill. Very good round.
It's been a lot on these fades to kind of solo hold B or maybe have a duo, and at what time do you delay? At what time do you get active? And when do you want to wait for reinforcements and not? A huge moment for Ivy and a nice first blood from Tasty. The op settled here on B. Miss Wada just with pistols are still hoping to put the pressure on. Now you got mollies that are going to split your path, so Wada got to head elsewhere. There's already some clearance too from Starbound. Oh, the shotgun gets spotted. Something Wada can recover. Wada more focused on trying to get this spike down and maybe even hit this backline before Akave show face. But you can't let Tasty go on this flank. This is going to be really suspicious, because if this doesn't work out, that's going to be an op for Wada, and Juna will get to recover that. Oh boy, Akave at least got to get some work done on the front lines, and Tura is playing with fire. Power Pixel A gonna burn. Now it's 2 versus 1. You have the op in the picture. Juna able to recover that. Now Dano in a lot of trouble. There's still some util from Astralis to waste Dano's time. Now the save comes in at the last second. We'll have Wada back in the lead.
And off an eco for the side of Wada to capitalize on another lead here in this series. That said, there was once again a big over-rotate from the A site towards B. Tasty gave up their spot. They got a nice, beautiful op kill in the very beginning, but once you give up that site, they felt like they were being pressured too much that they called the rotate over. You spent so much util towards this B site that the IGL for the side of Wada is just going to say, okay, well, Starbound, you find your timing. We already spotted 3 players inside from util, and what we hear towards this B site, you probably have a 1 versus 2 maximum on A site. They clear out the site, they scale up perfectly, and the judge gets 0 value, and it's so hard to retake on that side after when Wada are playing all the way back up the A site. I would have liked to see maybe the Nightfall come out instantly from Ivy, just like Wada did when they were playing an anti-eco on their attacks on their defensive side.
Nightfall from Showers right at the feet of Tura. It's gonna try and challenge Wada. Now a counter Nightfall, the retake ensues, and Akave kind of split from this molly that was thrown, and Astralis can still go fishing with the Annihilation. Kind of letting Akave exhaust their util and seeing where Tasty ends up dashing, which is towards Showers. A lot of space being taken from Akave. It's struggle city though for Wada to make this a clean post play. Look at all the information. And Starbound has to hit shot through the wall. That's when you know you're in trouble, and the op drops, and so does the rest of Wada.
A huge fumble for the side of Wada in that back of the site. Juna running out of bullets, or maybe fumbling, fat fingering the self pat onto that one. But fumbling the util. Was going for a spray, caught the fade out in the open, but switches out to the molly right after. And I was actually questioning on that side, how come Ivy still once again hasn't thrown out the Nightfall here to flood back towards that side and open her a gap here for Wada to take. But as soon as you miss that fumble towards that back of the site, there's already 3 players flooding towards that front. And then unfortunately, the veterancy of those 2 players in PowerPix LA and Starbound are not enough to hold back the 2 versus 4.
Now that's something to get Akave back in the game, because you get drifted from Wada, things were sketchy, you gifted an op to Wada, which you know that's their bread and butter. But now everything needs to settle back down. We have a tie game 9-9. This is the first match for Akave, while Wada have a double header, so this is a big day.
A huge day for Wada for sure, or all the 3 teams rather. Because how this works, we're in Swiss stage or group stage so far. 1 representative from LATAM, 1 from North America, and 1 from South America. And you're playing this round robin where the top 2 moves into grand finals tomorrow to get the final spot to go into GCC to represent the 2nd seed of Americas behind Shopify Rebellion Gold. So you're going to need to be dominant, at least for Wada. A W is nice, but a dominant W to give you round differential, map differential to your advantage against whatever would happen here in the final matchup between Akave and MIBR is definitely what's needed for their side to step out of this tournament, step out of this day comfortable. For Akave, they come up with their trump card, a brand new composition. It seems to be working out pretty decently well for how they're playing their map. So they're looking pretty good here to at least make it a 2-0 or 2-1 series on their side.
See, Tasty has been such a huge part of these openers for Akave and Starbound. Through kind of the chaos of prowlers and traps going on, you find important trade, you remove the op, you make things looser as Wada now taking advantage of the space given to them. Now Ivy gonna get pressed. Adora just playing with their food at this point. Because of that null command, it made things real awkward for Wada as they're kind of waiting things out, and Akave a little nervous on how to approach. It may just come down to Lied on the judge, and when they want to pop out, as an orbital strike ensues from Tura, gets Wada scattered to the perimeter. Is this where Akave can take advantage? Or what a nade from Adora to keep that stalemate going, and this is where Lied can show face, and the absolute collapse. Akave pinch from all sides, and Wada are left having to evacuate and hold off through main, and Starbound is still a threat, and there's still good firepower. The last dying breath, PowerPix LA tried to delay as much as they could, and now Akave will have the lead.
That's not bad. You're taking this on your thrifty round using 2 ults to make it very expensive for the side of Akave. To start it off here with the Dota Fuss from Starbound to get the opener. Then we're moving in with Jonah picking up the op, and they're getting value out of it. I love here that we're vibing on the side of Akave, but that is still only a 1-point lead. It hasn't been picked up at Akave at least this time around, but they are definitely keeping this game close. And I think with this timeout, from what King Fred could maybe be talking with their team, is the fact that they are leveraging a lot of the IV and TC combination on the op with the Fade Util. So you are able to push them back. You can overtake the site, and Akave likes to play these flood retakes. So if you're being able to set up and push these guys back from the spawn, gives you a chance here.
It's always a bloodbath between these two teams. Now Akave get humbled, and it's just Dano at 70 HP. At least he's able to force out more util. Now there's multiple openings. There's Wada taking over B long. There's only 2 left for reinforcements. At this point, you have 600 credits for Tasty. The op is still gonna be present. Kind of have Tura bait out. And now the slow approach. Kind of wait for the swing from Adora inside a box, and you can have that call from the teammate. The secondary, and Adora gets flicked on by Tura. Now Power Pixel just misses, and Starbound. Now the ball is in Akave's court. What an insane retake. This duo now has to stop Starbound for good, and they do.
Very nice retake in the end under 2 versus 3 for the side of Akave. Again, the entry started off perfectly. You talked about the bloodbath towards Sands. Both teams kind of read each other quite well, so they trade this off on the Sands control. The advantage goes back onto Wada as soon as Dano gets picked off through the smoke. But when it comes down to walking back into a site, the way that they scale back on this side, unfortunate missed shots from 2 players from the side of Wada allows Akave to play continuous 2 versus 1 and a trade towards the end. And that allows here Akave to start walking away with the lead and potentially seizing the first map in their favor, stealing another map away from Wada's map choice. Remember, they picked up Ascent against MIBR. We know the results of that before too. Very one-sided for the side of MIBR. Now Akave are 2 rounds away of picking up Wada's map pick again in this series when they haven't shown bind in a very long time. This is an untested comp for them to play in an official. A huge, huge gamble to take. And it's working out.
Spike down A.
Tasty always profits in these early moments. And to get the spike down, which is something Wada have to spend time clearing through. It's like Akave want to pop out the teleporter or do anything insane. They don't know what's on the horizon, so...
Can't use that.
Now you invest the net. Now it's back to what's the Charlotte's gonna do with this annihilation? Do you go in here blindly? Do you try to draw Kave into a fight and let loose after? You got Lied to with a showstopper, but they're on the other side of the world. It's more about Tasty and how they can hold this heaven angle. And Wada do not want to keep testing that up.
At least they have the annihilation to work with for Astralis. So right now it's obvious that they are consistently playing this Octagon Slight right B side too. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if Wada want to try to jump out the window and scale back on that side again. But the knife stops a lot of that util.
Oh, the deja vu of Wada jumping down 1 by 1. And they'll take a knee to Ivy and the rest of this defense. Akave. This defense holding on to match point now on a map we haven't seen from them since March. This was Wada's pick, and they really thought they hit a weakness. Salt in the wound to go to Akave's most banned map, and this is a tough lesson for Wada.
It definitely did give me a head scratcher when we're looking at the vetoes of how this proceeded into these maps, because Akave actually banned out Lotus, even though it's a strong map for Wada, yes, but they also, I think, went like 7-0 in the regular series, a season for themselves as Akave on Lotus, so it is a comfortable map for them too. And with the way that they're currently playing and the way that they're also out-dueling and out-firing Wada so far, it almost felt like it was almost Wada be able to win the series off the vetoes. But now I'm seeing Akave looking so good right here, coming out with this, again, this Waylay and this Raze, double up on the defensive side or double outlaw on the defensive side. And then also how they're opening up on the attack side too is making it very difficult for Wada to adjust on time. Yes, they're able to get into sites here and there, but then the KO is probably the biggest thing, the second biggest layer that they have to try to take down so far. Because when they're throwing this knife and they're blocking all that util from the side of Wada, at that point, you're going to have to stop. You can't jump out through the smoke anymore. You have to stop, cut noise. You still have time to work with on your side of Wada. Try to rework that map.
Timeout for Wada after only winning 2 rounds in this second half, and one of them off of a thrifty. Just when things looked so good for them, they were steamrolling at the end of that first half. Wada were feeling good, and now it's Akave that are excited, grinning, looking for a kill. It's a showstopper that gets the spike down. Akave are speedrunning this final round, at least what it seems. And Astralis has been holding on to this annihilation. You gotta find a nice angle. There's always been someone in this hookah side. It's usually been Ivy. Now you just feed more. These beasts of Akave take map 1, 13-9. Last life for Wada as Akave kick off their doubleheader in style.
Definitely coming out with confidence too in that last round, losing already Starbound and Parapixel A off the rip. You're asking a lot here for the newcomers of Astralis Juna and the sub Adora to try to clutch a 3 versus 5. Unfortunately, no kills come in their favor, and whatever started on their side in terms of confidence, all these clutches that were coming out from Astralis as well, good plays coming out from Juna, was just snuffed in the end by Macro on the side of Akave when Akave finally took the defense and understood how they wanted to fight against Wada. That's a tough pill to swallow once again here on the North American team, and hopefully they can bounce it back on the second map.
I hope so too. There's a lot of star power on that Wada side. I mean, Astralis had especially a big game compared to how that MIBR series went. Wada, they're not done yet, but excited to hear from the desk and what's in store for map 2. We'll see you there.
very first map of the series, and we had highlighted it was going to be a competitive one. Akave Esports, they come out of the gate strong, wanted to fight back, but in the end, it is going to be an Akave Esports victory to be taking the very first map of this series. And Dan, it was a team that they hit the stage, they had the vibes, they had the energy, like it was so much fun watching them play.
It was really nice. It was really sweet as well. We didn't really know what to expect from this team of Akave coming into the event. Obviously, that grand final when they played against KRÜ, it was a 0-3. They couldn't get anything going for them. But this time around, when they were winning some rounds, whether it was that early lead that they took when they won those 5 rounds, or towards at the end to close it out, it was so sweet. I mean, that's like energy that you need when you are playing in an event like this one, and it really helps you out so much when things were getting a little bit tricky, when it felt like Wada was winning a few of those late rounds, a few of those clutches as well. It felt like that energy is what really brought Akave all the way back up to close it out.
It was such a I don't know, a heartwarming energy too. And for the team, that is going to be energy and momentum to maybe propel them forward, because Emily, with that too, as said, they are now 1 map away from finding themselves in the championships. And when it is just such a strong map in the series, yeah, of course they're going to be styling on stage.
Oh, for sure. And like their playstyle was the complete opposite of MIBR. So I understand why Wada kind of struggled adapting a bit. But Akave really took that game into their own hands and played it at their own pace. Like at the start on defense, you saw them taking those early fights, beating them against Wada. Wada kind of made the pivot, and that's where they kind of started to fall apart, right? Because they're getting picked apart on their XX. And then we swapped to defense, and Akave is just absolutely destroying them, getting multi-kills and overall just winning all of these group fights.
It was really, really nice to see. We got to see from both teams as well that there was a couple of more heroic players coming on out, which Dan made it all the more exciting too. But in the end, just Akave, they just looked a little bit more coordinated on this very first map of the series, and that's going to be enough to pull them over the finish line in the end.
Absolutely. I mean, especially towards the end in the last 5 rounds that they were able to win in a row. It started with one of the most incredible rounds that we saw, the 2v3 clutch. When you see Tasty and Tura taking all that B side, the way that they clear it, the way that they see the waylay, knowing that the last player with the operator, this one in fact, it was going to be towards long. It was so nice, and it felt like that was the round that they needed to make sure that it was not going to go the distance, to make sure that it was not going to go overtime. Yeah, like you're saying, they were really coordinated, and they really showed us why they wanted to play with this composition. We talked about this double duelist with the Raze and with the Waylay, and the Waylay was not only able to create space, but the Raze as well was able to clear that backside alongside Ivy. So you had this Raze and Fade combo that was really good for them when they wanted to go for the faster plays.
And the last string of rounds coming out from Akave to be able to close out, it seemed once they truly just got that momentum on the side that they just could not be stopped. But looking over the individual player performance as well, we had quite a few step-ups within this series. I mean, on the side of Wada, when we talk about that unique playstyle, it's always a conversation about Starbound, right? And you talk about hero plays, and Astralis was just popping off. But Emily, when you look at the consistency on the side from Akave, just the coordination across the board, look at those like top 3 performers, like that was just, they were just enough to be able to close this out.
Yeah, and those are the 3 that you were seeing take the most fights on defense and attack. And I do want to highlight Astralis because they clutched so many rounds.
Yeah.
Like, she was able to bring rounds back that didn't seem possible, especially in that 1v2 with the Raze all popped on the side of Akave. Like, unwinnable rounds, and that kind of brought them back in and kept them in the game when they were starting to kind of slip behind.
One person, though, we really wanted to talk about a little bit more was Ivy and the impact here, Dan, because when you're talking about players that really step up when Akave needed them the most, like, Ivy was just having a phenomenal bind.
Incredible. I mean, the multi-kills that we got to see from Ivy were such difference makers into these rounds, whether it was how you often see her playing towards long, finding those 3Ks, those 2Ks, or even into that pistol round to make sure that they're not only opening but closing in the way that they want to. Ivy had the impact that you are asking for your Fate player, but also even more, not only coordinated when they're going to the attack side, like we mentioned, just to make sure that they're clearing backside, but also in the fragging department. And you also see, again, the vibes for Ivy has been so good. She's just smiling, she's having a good time. Tora as well, both of them kind of dancing on stages. Like, it's everything going exactly the way that you would want to for Ivy.
And for Akave, it seems like things will continue to go right for their direction because second map in the series, the very first one was Wadada's pick. Now we're going to be heading to a map that is for Akave, and it's going to be Sunset, something that they got to see Wadada play earlier on today, and something that didn't quite go Wadada's way. So, Emily, this is looking stark now for NA looking at Wadada because, yeah, this Sunset, where can they bounce back?
It's really just gonna have to come down to what kind of comp that Akave end up running. Because if they come in with like that Sova and that Breach and like that Omen and just have that util that can push back and delay the early picks coming in from Wadada, because I know that they're gonna try and go for the same thing, even though it didn't work against MIBR. That's kind of their bread and butter with their comps that they run, is getting those first kills on Chamber, getting those lines, getting those early kills to like make the numbers uneven. And so if Akave do end up pulling out a more standard comp and not the double duelist, then they're gonna have a really hard time, and it might just be a rerun of what we just saw against MIBR.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it sounds so simple, right? Just trying to have that chamber find those openings for the rest of the team to create a little bit more space. But it really comes down to this for the side of Wada. Again, they need to win this map to not only push us to a third one, but stay alive in this LCQ. And for Akave, winning this would mean that they move into the grand final. So the stakes for both of them are as high as they can get into the second map. And they are playing the double duelist. They are playing exactly the same comp as when they went into the grand final against KRÜ, and I'm not really surprised. This was actually a really good map for them, even if they were not able to get that win. There was a little asterisk into the grand final, is that there were some issues as well where they were not 100% comfortable on stage. Then they had to play the last two maps in a different day, so it feels like now that they're comfortable, that they're confident as well, and this is their map pick, this should be the side of Akave on their side to win.
Yeah, now just one map away from finding themselves in the finals for tomorrow, to find themselves one step closer to making it to the championships. It's time to close out now. Try and close out now to see if they can on Sunset. Back over to your casters, Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi, to find out.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, if Wadada do not have an answer, the sun will set for sure on LCQ and their hopes of getting to GCC. And Akave really stepped up when Wadada were heating up in that first half of buy-in, Vance.
Definitely. And then Wadada looked like they had some sort of fighting chances with, as mentioned on the desk, these clutches coming out now from Australis. This time around now for Akave, you had so much coming up from both the supporting cast of Dano and Ivy, who now switches out to playing the duelist to help out in his double duelist role with Light to open up here on Sunset, as Starbound almost got contact, did get a body shot onto Ivy as they were trying to scale up on mid.
Juna gets checked too, and Tasty has been such a good independent player who we just saw on the Waylay and now on the Sentinel, the Cypher. They can be so trustworthy to kind of handle business on their own, having one of the highest KD and ACS in the LATAM side. So Akave have a lot of firepower, and they're showing it with how they were winning both pistols on Vine. They're hoping to do the same thing with a good opener here on Sunset, but the paranoia pierces right through. The timing was huge, and Power Pixel is able to even up those numbers.
And at least Starbound solo over on this B side. Here is the exit on B. Tries to go for a pick to maybe get one before it forces the TB back, but unfortunately just got punished, and that gives a huge window for Akave to just hop in and take this pistol round away from Wadada.
Now Wadada will have to come through market. Frenzy. Adora knows there's a death match ahead of them. Now trying to stun and kind of hits themselves, and gotta lock in, Wadada. You see, they're feeling the pressure on the stage, but the nerves are gone. And so is Adora. But time is running out too. Akave just keeping their distance as Wadada have to round the corner. And they've already been revealed from, of course, late util from Dano. Another Akave pistol goes their way.
And losing Juna very first on the lurk from Tasty, who switches out from Duelist to Sentinel in this round, was really the pain point to kick things off for Wadada. You've lost so much pace, the stall that you have from the wall and the Razor Vines. Why peek out here if you still have a wall that allows for you to get early information and the actual execute into the site? So she gets punished out of that one, and it allows Akave to start pulling out this push and pull, the fake towards the A side, pivot back towards B. And then unfortunately just not enough. You needed that pick to come through from Starbound. And when they lose sight, they lose control, they lose the pistol.
Akave's map pool is quite wide, so they're able to force maps that are weaknesses to others and bringing us to Sunset instead of Lotus, which is at least Akave's more played map. You don't want to go to a 3-sider against Starbound, especially with how it started out this series. A first blood, make it second for Akave. This is ready to storm the backline of Wada as Adora goes hunting. Akave still have the ball in their court, especially with the spike going down, and Wada at least are trying to double up, play together, and there's a bit of a split because of that nade from Ivy. And that's really all she wrote, and 4 guns into the bonus.
This is where it starts getting important, and where the coaching staff between King Fred and I think Jerk as the coach, ex-Winthrop University player, joining in with him to help out the team. If I've been studying right now the Sunset for the last 2 times for Akave, they've been on one matchup against KRÜ, just consistently trying to hit the A site, but in their regional finals, they were consistently hitting towards B. So when it comes down to these full exits on the side of Akave, there should be something from the tape that they could learn here from the side of Wada to stop these type of huge plays. You can already see here with the way that you're trying to scale from Akave on the A site. We'll talk about it for a bit because they're not pressuring over on that side. They're faking here towards A first to get orb control and get Ivy very close to the ulti. But the important position right now is Starbound in front of A, so they could try to stuff the info and the util that's going to be pressed by Akave when they're going to try to rescale up here towards this A site.
Yeah, just a grab orb and play with their food, and especially kind of mark that the Vice is going to be on the left side of the map, but Starbound on the approach. Target-rich environment. Tried to tag through the wall. I like the idea, but now Akave have a window. They got to absorb that space while Starbound teleports out, who is now on an island, smoked off from their teammates, and gets a tag, and now can't just wait. The pistol comes out, roars through a second, and Akave have to throw everything but the kitchen sink, and the chamber has still not fallen. Akave really thought they had the opportunity, and Wada show them how it's done.
And look at Starbound's HP after that round as well. They barely got damaged from the full sighting sec coming in here for Akave. So the first thing that I want to praise Akave for, though, was when I was watching that tape of how they scale up on that A site, there was so much utility missing on that left side when you're trying to scale up towards elbow. So playing against a chamber like Starbound could give Wada such a huge advantage to get Starbound into a first shot. But how they scaled that this time around was boom butting towards the front and also eyeing on the left side window. So you get the full scale of that left side that was left as a gap in their last matches. And I love that they fixed that going into this one here. Just unfortunately couldn't get into the site against Wada as well.
Look at the support Starbound has now, but at least the showstopper gets a last hurrah. And now Akave think that they could just chase down, take the space faster. That's how they could play against the chamber. At least for now, it's just Akave with the orb, and after losing Ivy, we'll scale back towards where Tasty's leaning.
That was a nice attempt. I'm pretty sure Donna tried to throw a C's in there, and it actually caught 2 of them, so showstopper to C's would have gotten some huge damage, but thankfully, for the side of Wada, they were only able to lose. They only lost 1 player in the process and got the instant trade. So you're pivoting players towards this B site, and it's opened.
Wow. Double kill from Dono, who I think has been so crucial for this team, so comfortable on the Sova, the Fade, other initiators. It's just been amazing for this team, and look how they all come together. And this is that same early good start from Bind, but gotta watch out for Wada on lower buys, on thrifties, especially after a timeout. There's like a light bulb that turns on. That's how Wada was able to tie the game after starting off basically 0-5.
It's a nice scale. So look at that coming forward here, and then they seize back on the other end. Okay, so it looks like it was a hunt instead that spotted 2 players on the defensive side. But these openers right there were huge from Dono, and that was because we had a TP in the back of the site at Boba from Live that forced some players to turn around, and Dono found that timing, took them both down, and how's your Akave to get the plant, putting Wada into an eco, into some sort of a half buy into the next. So Headhunter walking down, Guardian in the front.
Oh, the timing of throwing that Haunt up too, and that's again a rifle that Wada can recover. I like that they're trying to take fights close so they can kind of pressure back Akave and get much needed upgrades like Juno with this Vandal. PowerPixel 2 will have a Nightfall and can kind of unleash that through the front lines and have Wada wrap around, especially where this flash is set up from Juna. Akave wanted to fight through main. This would be the place to do it. And there is that Nightfall as Wada were hoping to crunch down on it. Now they all have to funnel in, and Ivy is sectioned off from the rest. Still within the smoke. Gets away with a kill before traded. And all that matters is that Wada are yet again pulling up a lower buy, especially with the bait and switch there. How do they keep getting away with this?
This is the difficult part too when you're an Akave fan on this map. Yes, the util sometimes is actually quite good in how they're able to scale up on these sides, but when it comes down to mid-round or adapting or reacting to whatever they're seeing, they unload all of their utility. So that walk down from Juna down towards lower mid, what did that bait out? A Paranoia, double Yoru flash, I think a Haunt on top of that. Once you finally get into a B site, first off, you're lucky that nobody's inside the B site because there's no util to clear out the area, so usually you could get picked off by Starbound again into B. But if not, post plant, you have no util to stall either. Now you have to play the buddy system against a full-fledged retake util capability from Wada. It just makes it very difficult for you to get these post plant scenarios in your favor, so they have to be a little bit better in conserving some of that util to keep players at bay. Unless, if they want to use util, you got to react after it and fight with it.
Like that Juna, it's not at all hiding her presence. Wants that fight. Wants them to use util. Had the flash around the corner too if Akave were to throw anything that would destabilize Juna too much, but the wall will still hold. And Starbound's in the picture too, and you have this double up, and Akave just wanted the orb.
And thankfully, at least, they saw the Nightfall for Dano. So you just saw what just happened. Double Prowlers to get no value into the B side and Haunt too. So now you're waiting for the next refresh of the Haunt coming back and then Nightfall into the A site. That's the second layer you're trying to move forward here with Akave.
There's the Nightfall, but the Paranoia from Wada kind of forces this offense into submission. They're hesitating. You can't go in blind. And the Boombot doesn't even tuck into elbow, so that's yet another thing that Akave has to clear through. At least with the smoke that they intentionally placed, they wanted to keep Adora anchored and ingrained on this site. No, the Paranoia is gone, so Akave have to take advantage of this moment. They're all Paranoia of their own. Tura and Lied work together. And Wada fumble as they were stuck all together as Starbound repositions. It's still the final boss. 6 seconds denies the spike plant, and Akave are scrambling to get kills. But this round is over at the last second, and Wada get away with murder.
And that's twice right now when they're getting when they're flooding into the A site. That PowerPixel throws a beautiful seize into the site. This time getting even more value into B because you're preventing players from getting even that spike with less than 4 seconds left in a round. You can't even get the plant down. So big respect for Starbound to walk through and for them to get these 2 picks. Aggressively walking down, getting the spike planter attempted by Akave, getting that denied, and gives Wada back into a strong hold of their defensive side. Again, once the money is correct for the side of Wada, they've been doing quite good on bind. This time, it seems as though they have the firepower to stall here the Akave hits.
Now you force a teleport out. Wada completely smoked off the site. The Akave are still trying to regroup after the Vice Wall was triggered. Now Dimensional Drift. It's going to make its way through Market. Spot that triple push. Nothing in mid, but this could be a good crunch. And Lied has the shotgun, but Wada were aware, so Lied will have to come up with something better. But Wada just have the better weapons, just stingers mostly from Akave. We're just sitting ducks, and now looking like dead ones with the way Wada are just poking and prodding at these corpses to just now get the lead.
A little bit of a funny scenario there, though, because yes, you're able to get a lot of information for Lied. You've already spotted 3 players in the market. You're trying to go for a surprise play with the Bucky. And then once they get outside towards middle, well, Juna just closes the door, so you can't even get through. So you have to re-wrap towards that front B site, which doesn't allow for you to get any value into your post plants. You're so far away and retreated from the action that right now it's just easy picks for PowerPixel A. Who's really swinging out? Look at these sprays. First off, so many bullets missing, but then nobody's swinging out to punish PowerPixel A, so it just allows here Wada to retake that site the way that he did against the Anti-Eco. So fairly clean towards the end. And fighting back now for control on A main as Starbound moving down with the operator in that tight gap.
Not ready yet. More even buy between these two teams too, as Akave want to match that pace. Oh god, the Steel Garden activated from Juna. We're hearing the commotion that Akave were causing here at B as they cut all noise and kind of see what Tasty can find here in mid with the camera.
And this is a great stall because the wall didn't get procced yet. Lai tried to bring the clone out to break it. It gets shot down right away by Juna. Now you have to rethink somewhere else because you can't really enter the B site. So now they're going to walk to try to find information towards A. They're going to try to insert players. Both flashes have been used, but you're still walking into the operator being placed here by Starbound. So kind of both extremities are on lock. They have a trademark watching top mid as well, and Akave will just have to gamble to re-hit towards B.
Akave would have really liked to punish Juna, and this time it's Juna doing the punishing. Akave without Dono, that's really tough. At least Tasty's lurk is cutting off rotations and splitting the focus of Wada. We're okay to leave Juna on her own. Finally meeting her potential too after getting scouted as such a young player and has built so much confidence. And now by the side of Adora, is integrating quite well. But still so much demanded of this duelist, so much demanded of Starbound, and she'll deliver. 7 seconds left. This is just a nightmare yet again for Akave, who just can't get the spike down because Starbound will not allow it.
And how difficult is that for Akave to get map control when you can't bait out any type of that util in the very beginning? So, or you're trying to use util to open up towards that site, very well denied by Juna. Or you're getting pushed down by Wada, and then you're utilizing all of your util in the first place. You got nothing left to work into the mid round. But that was just a beautiful anchoring play by Juna from Wada and for Starbound on the other side. We talked about the responsibility that Wada will have to have with this operator on that A site. The gaps that you could find with the lack of util utilized by Akave to scale up towards A gives an advantage for Wada to get these picks. But you have to land these shots for Starbound, and at least they are. They've been hot off the press, at least from that first map. Some shots were clean, some shots were missing, but at least there's way more consistency from what I've seen so far with the operator from Starbound the second map.
I have no doubt Wada can carry the wind in their sails and make this a good first half. But if Wada don't win pistols, Akave are just always going to be that close to winning the map. And they actually did on map 1 off of a lot of the buffering from the first couple of rounds of the second half. So Wada really got to make sure that on their attack coming up, that they really settle in and ride off of this hype.
Right now, we haven't really seen the side of Akave go for these early mid control on their end. They're really putting up a lot of extremities, which makes sense, especially on this B site. You're playing against a Vice instead of a Cypher. There's no early cam that comes through. If it's not for an operator, then they could safely move into the B site, punish the front B, and also get orbs. So they probably want to try to get this up for Ivy as soon as possible.
No way! Juna even spots the Yoru! Dono can't react in time! And at least Ivy, the sheriff, shows him who's boss. But that was such a fun play from Juna, too. It gets completely unchecked, and that's just another layer that Akave have to get through. I don't even know if they know the op is there, too.
That's the strength of conditioning that Wada has been doing. The fact that Juna lost that pistol round when she peeked out in the open, and then also play more passively inside B behind her wall. She pushes in front of it and tucks in, knowing that they're playing against an anti-eco. There's still 2 players to support her, so just in case, they could still trade out. So very nicely done. Unchecked by Akave. At least they get to the orb and a trade, so Ivy has a showstopper to work with, but I doubt this will be used here for site entry. You just are trying to get the plant down.
Starbound does not care.
30 seconds left.
You know that they're there. A little satchel.
Wow.
Showstopper. Oh, wow, we're gonna go for it. Starbound is now in the corner, but as support of the team, the showstopper is good for 1. Akave Gonna have to wrap around and cut off rotations, and Adora's already ahead of the game. That was the only win condition Akave could have really hoped and coped for. On the post flank, and a much needed upgrade as the IGL tries to stand tall against 3. One already on the spike. Doesn't even see what's going on to defuse halfway as Tura, just can't spam the spike diffuser. Still a solid win as Wada double the score of Akave.
Surprised actually that we use a showstopper to get into the site. Yes, you're forcing some players back, but you sacrificed your life. You're still in a 2 versus 3, and then you're trying to find 2 individual timings to get towards Boba from market. The attempt was there, but once it got into the 1 versus 3, where Tura is trying to get that flank, she dropped her weapon, picks up a Vandal, even pre-fires a shot before throwing down the smoke, so she's already giving all of her position away. It makes it easy for Wada to capitalize on the defuse and take the lead now by 3. And also by nullifying the showstopper, there's not too much to use here.
Oh, Ivy just skipping away merrily right into the cage. It's neural theft. Could be on the horizon here for Tasty. But this time, Wada are not going to be within the sight. Akave gotta go in head first. Off of the clone 2 from Lied. Akave settle in. They've cleared the site, but barely have any space to work with, and at least they get the spike down early. Something they have troubled with. They had trouble with on this site. But Adora's already carving their name into Akave. At least have elbow control, but Ivy's basically alone. Dano could be just shot through the box, and Wada are kind of losing ways of getting into this site, and it's Starbound who just wants to lock eyes. But this has to be a shot that connects. And with the stack, oh man, Starbound drops the op, drops the round. Kave are not done.
Nice little walk up there. That's the type of exec that we're seeing from the side of Akave, how they're scaling up on that side. And you see a slight adjustment too of making sure they don't get picked on that left side. You saw it was going to be an easy pick by the satchel from the Rays going inside of that cage. Right here from, I think it was Adora that was placed there in the first place. But you had a nice little flash coming out from the Yoru. Doesn't allow for you to get a clean shot into the cyber cage to get a pick. And then all 5 of them stay on site because they know that they're not playing against any big flood util in terms of ults on the side of Wada. Trying to retake with an op. Oh no, that's not good.
Oh, there's only so much holding back. All these shots from Starbound. Akave just doing the same thing, jumping in their cypher cage, and Wada, well, they adapt and they overcome. Did get met with some force here from Akave as they hope to get their spikes safely towards their lurk of Tasty, who's been doing quite the work to get mid on watch. And the spike will go down shortly.
Camera's trying to spot middle too while Tasty is watching towards the spawn, but all 3 of them are grouped up now, are forced to walk towards B main just to know they don't get hurt by the cam.
Cover going out.
Now the smoke will force Wada to have to jump out together. The timing on this paranoia is everything from Tura. Quietly walking on. Starbound will teleport out. Power Pixelay holds back the flood, and that's all it takes as Wada back up. 1 round left in the half.
And that's what I was just praising Akave for the previous round, that they didn't use this round. So Starbound walks out. That corner that you have from Starbound with that TP gets so much value with the type of scale that you're trying to do here up on this side. When you're Omen TPing and Ray satchling inside that cage and you get 0 value on space, how do you escape out of that? You're getting hit by Paranoia. You get stunned by a Neon. You're getting sprayed inside the smoke. You can't even escape. So you need your Euro Flash to come through so that you could at least swing it out of that cage and fight back. It was missing, it was lacking, and they got overpowered, overrun by Wada on that defensive hold. And now Akave, last round of the half, Starbound with a Tilda Fuss to work with.
I was thinking Akave were going to lean back into Lide's Neon, but the Yori, they want to take things easy, and, well, it's a nice vacation when you get the Nightfall out of Wada, and you get to just follow through in the footsteps, but Starbound will teleport out. Now the Nightfall ensues from the offense to go and punish Starbound. They're so frustrated. The anchor remains at the bottom, and Wada make these openers practically impossible as Akave are just jumping through hoops, getting tripped up. The spike is down, and Adora and Astralis lock in. It's an 8-4 half for Wada.
Tried to fake out towards the A side, but you're faking with the Yoru, cloning up on that side. Where's your clone now to bait out the wall? So now you're forcing yourself to run through. You're trying to find the timing to punish Starbound that misses the op. But as Tasty runs through, there's steel razor vines, and also the wall stops the push from moving forward, and all of Wada were just ready to stop that push on the side of Akave. So just as you mentioned, Lemon Kiwi, I did feel in that previous round that we were getting flustered on not being able to take any type of map control on the last few rounds of the side of Akave, that you wanted to fight with just aggression, knowing that this worked on your bind map. But now finally you're moving into a second half for Wada, where they have a comfortable lead for the first time in all of the maps they played so far. Gives them a chance here to push to a third.
And one thing that lacked from Wada against MIBR was, when all is said and done, you gotta win your gunfights. And I'm seeing so much more of the Wada form that we saw online on the stage. And maybe it did just take that first match to get the nerves out of the way, because, you know, a lot of these players haven't seen a stage or even a crowd this big. And I mean, and also the fans are kind of favoring Akave, or at least there was one super fan out there. And we'll have our halftime break with the where the crowd will get to kind of decide what their favorite Vandal is.
Yeah, while the crowd is having a good time, I'm pretty sure that all 10 players on the stage are not having as much fun as these guys are. They definitely have to talk things through here in the second half. Remember, this is a half that could determine Akave moving into the grand finals against MIBR, and Wada, all that year disappearing in that instance, or Wada being able to push this into a third map and still try to stay alive. And we'll have to wait into the sidelines to see what the results would be between MIBR and Akave in the third series of today. So it is a tough LCQ to be played within this weekend. Only one spot is available and up for grabs to seize and take it to Seoul to meet up with Shopify Rebellion Gold to represent the Americas. Pressure is on now for both of these teams, but it's starting to be felt right now for the side of Akave.
All rides on this pistol if Akave can convert yet another one. Where Wada are just better with pistols when it's not the first round of a half. That's all. It's like they pull off thrifties. They get a whole win streak going off of thrifties. And for some reason, these pistols are troublesome for them. First round, anyway.
So far, just looking at how they're set up on this type of pistol, it doesn't seem they're going to be running into any type of surprises in the beginning. Leaning more on mid control at first, so it does give them a chance here to get a little bit out of their pistol round. You see Adora just running around to make some noise, trying to bait out Util. But we stay very patient for the son of Akave. I love this, because if this becomes a rewalk up, they're going to walk right into that trap. Until now, we just threw a haunt from the A side, so we gave one of our positions away here on Akabe's side.
That's the trap the neon game. Probably very familiar with how to do this, and the paranoia comes out. Quick speed out from Adora. Akave grabs the orb, and Wada are not going to have too much to say about it. Starbound has been keeping a close ear on market and top mid. Now the path is set. Wada have to clear through these trips and gets Adora distracted because of the smoke. Tasty's not able to confirm the kill, but still does damage. That's enough to bring Adora almost into the grave, and now Dano will help break in as Akave hope to surround the site, and Wada were being proactive about it, but almost surprised, did not know Akave rotated that fast. Just death taxes and Akave winning pistol. I don't know what it is.
Or Wada losing theirs.
Flawless.
Yeah.
Not converting a single one so far in their LCQ stage. And yeah, I thought pressure was going to be coming in the second half, but definitely not with these reaction shots. That said, I love, even though Adora doesn't get any true value of kills, they still did an incredible job of baiting out the utility all in the first place on that A side. So it allows Astralis to call the rotate, the pivot towards B. But then as you're trying to cut the rotate, Starbound's holding towards that top with the Headhunter from the bottom mid where they could TP out. You smoke that top mid, and you kind of just block that lane, not allowing for the map that you've gained, the insert that you've gotten to really rotate across the way or get true value. So they got ran down on the flank when they were still trying to set up in the post plant. Just unfortunate there.
KRÜ. Always good at playing their life, especially as the IGL. You want to be involved, be as deep into the round as possible. Now gifting over the site. Very far back approach from Akave, especially with the weapons that they have. The smokes will dissipate. Paranoia ensues. Akave begin the flood in. There's a matchup against Juna on that left link. And Juna will just be in submission as Akave were able to get some good shots into the holders within the site. And that's all it took to break this post plan of Wada. As Akave converting 4 weapons into the bonus yet again.
You get a plan, you do a little bit of damage, you're able to get into the site too. And getting information of where the players are currently playing on this A side is not too bad. It's a little silver lining on the side of Wada to bring up a much stronger buy here in this 3rd round. We'll have to decide right now if Starbound's going to go for the Outlaw to try to go for these early picks because of these positions we found towards the A side. If we're currently playing here on the side of Akave, a little bit more passive.
That slow-mo is crazy. What do we say? We got a series on our hands when Akave wins pistols. Can it win them a series too? Wada. Now the rifles and no more excuses. As Starbound, there's just a lot of noise being created in mid. Akave are not going to budge.
Yeah, Akave is playing their bonus just like Bind. Just double Outlaw, watching tight angles from the pass. Really no support on middle, so what you're really trying to do is go for a pick and fall back. Starbound's walking into it.
One for Lie to get, and just the one somehow. Wow, Adora is down to 10 HP now, 0. Top mid getting pushed. The spike is getting chased by a boom bot. And the spaghetti's on the floor for Wada. As Akave have a good chance to convert this bonus, especially with the members that they have and the weapons they're able to pick up on their journey towards the top of the site. Paranoia already out from Astralis, already ahead of the game. Wants to get a surprise, catches 3, looking the other way. That could have been deadly. That could have been the round. And it's up to Juna, 1 versus 2. The job's easy, job's not done, and Juna! Oh, ink to paper. The clutch for Wada.
Such an important clutch for Juna to get. A player who's working a 9 to 5 around the clock, who's tweeted 2 weeks before this tournament to happen. Hey guys, how do I get as consistent as I can within 2 weeks? What aim training routines can I have on Aim Labs to just try to get my shots through? And despite not having strong series on her side, she's having strong impact in these clutches. That's what she needed. This is what the team needed for Wada to stay alive in this series too. And Akave going into a rifle round now with still a pretty decent round for Wada. With the round that they just won. They still have the Outlaw that they can carry over, a Guardian for Power Pixelate around all the rifles. And you're seeing for Akave, they're playing so passively on their side. So that's a lot of map control that Wada could really take into their default.
If Wada get the orb for Power Pixelate, they'll be so close to the Nightfall, and Akave don't want to take any risks, any early peek outs. Kind of just setting up the crossfire and just hoping it's gonna be enough.
I feel like the camera on top mid has spotted Starbound and they're consistently pinging it. I was gonna say that could be a perfect element of surprise for them to punish Starbound, but instead we just used a Prowler. So you'll take that free piece. It's a TP for Prowler. The Haunt's already being used as well. And now Starbound's going to call to rotate over on that side because there's not going to be too much util to stall on that end. Maybe a C's nade, maybe nothing.
Tura gets the spike down, gets recovered, and Tura couldn't kind of handle that all on their own. The rotations didn't come in to keep the spike watch, so Wada to get another chance at life at this round, and Dano, fantastic cutoffs, earns themselves the Nightfall, unleashes, and Wada are just ingrained, and Adora tries to fire back, and it'll just be up to them. Look at Akave getting fired up. They know the second half was going to be their chance to come back, and they're 3-1 on this defense so far, so it's looking good.
Just unfortunate too, with such a beautiful clutch in the previous round, scaling it back into the site. The smoke missed. There's a gap here from the market. So as they're trying to cross over and get into the A site right over here, an easy pick from Dano onto Juna. And also allowing everybody to scale in pincer right after, because you're counting how many players have crossed over for the side of Wada from that gap that you have. So then it allows for them to know, okay, well, we could scale towards that back of the site. They're going to fight 2x3 on the side of the staircase. And then there's no way here for Wada to really anchor up in the post plant. 2 more rounds separating once again these two teams, but soon to be one.
And 2 dead on impact. Dead on arrival. And it was just pistols, but this is where Wada can really surprise you in these thrifties. But this is Akave trying to silence them the best way they know how. On retakes, all 3 of their round wins. Akave have been off of diffuses, off of these successful retakes. They're just trying to set up camp, and Wada like to extend out of the site, and this time they won't be punished. But they know what's coming. How does PowerPixel go for the Nightfall? Do you really think you can handle it? 3 versus 5 on the post plan, and it's trades. But it's still Akave with the 4 rifles that they have left.
Had some good stalls coming out here from the back of the site. Hasty placing double trips, who, by the way, love to play very close trips on their setups on defense. So if the first one gets broken, there's no way they're going to find the second one. So it allows for you to get these smoke kills from the spawn and get these trap kills. But it seems as though it was well read, because you're just jumping in between both of them, and it was both broken down by Juna. But after that, you're looking at the stall from after. Even though they get the plant down, they've wasted so much time on the side of Wada to get the plant, so that Akave already had all 5 players that they're ready to run back into this A site. So 1 round, as we mentioned before, an easy anti-eco from the side of Akave to convert. And finally, a timeout being called by King Fred. The first one here for Wada being utilized, where this could definitely be the pivot round for Wada here. They got that plant. Not too sure how many players are far away from ults right now, but at least you have Econ on your side. And for a way to depict the map here was with the space that's given away by Akave in the very first place. I think there's some gaps right now they could try to push forward. Because as Starbound is continuously playing towards this pillar and trying to watch for that cross, they see nothing. And as his door never gets closed, they could start pressuring towards this market side and move up on mid and break the Cypher camera and work into the mid round from there. Or they could just all out go for a split into the B site and overtake the market if that door never gets closed.
And even with the Nightfall, I think that was conserved there from Wada, which at what point do you want to use it? Do you use it just to get into the site, and off of what information? It's all on PowerPixel, who has had a really fantastic map, but that lead may just slip away. That's why the coaches got to call this. It's an important round for Wada, and the op is involved here for Starbound.
There you go.
Oh, that's all it takes. Finally, Starbound meets a friendly neighbor. They've been just camped out in mid, waiting for anyone to peek, and barely anyone has, just because of that camera you talked about.
Exactly, and forced a hand, right? So they haven't seen any pressure coming in from markets that are top mid, so this time the TP set a different spot, walk up tiles, try to get the early pick into top middle. Cameras placed at a different spot, but unfortunately here with the lurk, already given up that spot, not too sure into the walk in on B when you're gonna have a player's advantage, but hey man, they still have a 4 versus 4 at least for Wada, and map control on the A side, because we're still playing it passively on their end.
And this dimensional drift was used so early and without the right read that Wada were at B main. They just saw Juna, that was the lurk. He didn't even get to see where the full push is going for Wada. The judge will still be at the corner, at the door, and Wada have the Nightfall to use. Will it make contact though with Lyde? At this point, oh, it does not. Lyde has a big chance to put Wada into the ground. Now try to play anti-flash. The judge is still screaming, but the jury is out, and Wada have still have lives left to play with. Akave have them exactly where they want them. The smoke placed, disrespected from Akave, off the boombot. Chaos, the boombot in the face of Starbound. And Akave, yet another retake that Wada cannot suppress.
Too much respect given there to the Yoru. on that round, because I still love the call to move back towards B. I'm pretty sure some of these players down towards that bottom mid got the blue hue, and then they're like, okay, well, it's on us. They're trying to find information towards middle. They're thinking that we're leading towards this A site. And it worked perfectly because everybody over-rotated from Akave once again on these defensive rounds. And then you're moving into this A site. Where's the trade onto this one when you already stalled towards that front of the site? So you were too afraid of the judge. You didn't want to disrespect the position here that was being played. And then they're still able to get 2 big picks from Lied in that very corner with the judge. Not give a chance for Wada to set up, and now we're in a tied game.
Feeling like a repeat of Bind of Wada ending the first half in a lead. And that's starting to slip away. And off the Nightfall, not touching that judge, and everything falling apart from there like dominoes. It's a big moment for Lai to get back in the scoreboard too. And Wada will have to try and pull off a thrifty, which at least they're known for, but no one's even gonna peek at them.
Teleport's ready.
Has to come down to Starbound here because we talked about such an important swing round in the previous one with the ults, and now just instantly punished.
Someone has to be sacrificed for the information, right? Now you have Prowlers coming out of Market. Wada feel stuck, they feel trapped. They have Juna at least at the top of the site. And the angles are watched, but Akave shown a mastery of retakes. And Ivy, the showstopper, the double kill! Oh, and that's what's breaking Wada down. It's not able to be confident to leave the base once the spike is down, and with the pistols, of course, it wasn't gonna help. What a showstopper from Ivy, too.
At least you'll take it for the side of Wada, because you forced that out when you had an eco on your side. Just a total false available for Starbound to try to get the entry. Again, a lot resting on their shoulders. Nice little tap through the wall to get that pick in the first place. And that with a seize too, so they tried to do that on their attack side for Akave, and this time it works out well. Good combination once again coming through. This time value off the showstopper, but Akave is now taking the lead in the series. You can see how much losing these pistol rounds for the side of Wada is hurting them overall in this series. Always having to play a comeback. Only taking 1 round on the attack side so far.
And he only took 2 on Mind. So Wada, it's definitely tougher to play that chamber on the attack. Especially when your ult round just falls apart that quickly. But now you get your Neon all juiced up. And Adore just gets shot in the face by an op. She even got to go on an adventure. At least she took one down with her. And now Akave, the retake. That's like the good old days. Just clocking in. But it's Wada trying to keep their distance, not playing as close. Astralis reinserts at the corner. Paranoia somehow doesn't connect, but at least Tasty does! And it's just a bait for Astralis. Finally, a post plan in Wada's favor.
Man, you were going to take that any day of how lucky you were when you TP'd across, because I'm pretty sure Astralis even TP'd across the Paranoia, so it doesn't hit her. So they missed the timing on that side from the foot through the smoke that's being thrown here on the attack. But then at the same time, you get the backstab from Astralis to get a nice little tap on the first one and a flick into the smoke for the second. That potentially here could save the round for Wada, save this map for Wada as well. Couple more rounds on the side of Akave. That is the dreams, hopes gone for Wada, the only unsigned team in this tournament in the LCQ, and potentially the only unsigned team going into champs if they make it through. I've been looking for an organization to sign them since the beginning of this year, and unfortunately hasn't had a chance yet. They've been doing this solo. They've made it this far, and hopefully it doesn't end now for the players in the server as they're struggling and fighting hard to try to push this onto Haven.
Dimensional drift relied along with the op. Wada, so much more is demanded of them when that was only their second round that they've won on the attack. Now to get Adora fully supported, as even with the ult, the overdrive, Adora was still traded out. Akave has a lot of experience in playing against attacking Neons. You see that Wada Don't just let loose. The power pixel gone is gonna be a killer. Fantastic shot from Live. We'll continue to watch that elbow. Wada have a chance. They push to the left side. Astralis with the spike is up to no good. And Juna will lead them. And ahead of that chase is Tura, who teleports over using the ult. This forces Wada in such an uncomfortable position, and now to re-clear back towards A.
They have the advantage because Starbound's inserted towards the elbow. So as you're trying to run through, you got to check towards that spawn. At least you cut the rotate. And there you go. Dono finally gets picked off. This is an easy plant. They know the last one TP towards B for Tura. So this is going to be a weapon save. Again, taking advantage of middle for Wada worked out on their side. The passive anchoring plays from Tasty allows for players to move up towards shop. And then the passive play towards middle allows Juna to get value onto the left side. So they pincer over on that top site or the top middle. And there's nothing that Akave could do. Ankles broken on both ends of this map. And Wada regain the lead.
Just like that, Wada on these attacks are also spreading out more. They're trying to get into Akave's face before they get settled in. Like what Juna and Astralis did at A-Link. Like just being so aggressive even with the spike. That was a big risk, but that's the type of plays Wada need to do. Try and get to map 3. And that was second round in a row. They may have just found the secret sauce to make this attack work.
They definitely need these type of plays. I mean, you have to make this noise to allow Juna to get these type of timings on top middle. And then she just had to win that fight against Tasty, and she did. Tasty has been phenomenal in this series so far, especially on that first map that we've witnessed on Bind. Maybe not putting the huge numbers up, but definitely playing their part as the Waylay, creating the space and also opting and holding their angles whenever they did, but they never really found too much action towards that second half. This time around, though, as a Cypher player, still made it very difficult here for Wada to find their footing in this game. But finally getting punished, allowing Wada some room to breathe.
That's what it's going to be about. Because if Wada get away with a map 2 win without winning any pistols, that would really surprise us all. The Akave are the ones that have won more rounds in this second half. You just have to crunch down and kind of just be more aware that Wada are getting more aggressive on the post plant. They're not huddling down anymore. So Akave will be extra cautious going forward, especially traveling through these smokes. Don't overly trust those smokes either. Dimensional drift will be part of this too.
Potentially, yeah. You already see the TP moving down as well. They might want to try to get aggressive with the info that they want to take at the beginning of this round. So you TP towards the front to find the front B side. You go into the crawl on middle to see if there's anybody else on that side too. And it allows for Akave to get at least early information of what they can do here towards this site.
Oh, Light had the good idea at the beginning, but the hit was actually at B. And Tasty just has a sheriff, and Light somehow ends up getting shot by an op. Oh, jeez. Akave, the finish line was right there. But the retakes are Akave's bread and butter. And Tasty's gonna need support. Boombot and Prowler clearing through the top, but is Adora gonna get checked? The Prowler just sails right past them. Adora with an opening, creating gaps in the bodies of Akave. We're gonna be looking at match point quite soon. And Wada get the play from main out. There's no smokes in the way. Really, no one stands in their way except Tura. And the angle on this teleport. But Starbound with 2 picks that round with the op is the win condition for Wada.
You're gonna thank the heavens right now for Wada to decide to walk contact in front of B main instead of making noise in the first place. If they added any type of noise into the walk-in, I mean, what can you really do? the clone comes out in the open, so you kind of already know it was a fake, and then it was just an easy shot for Starbound. But that said, if noise was being created towards our front B site, you definitely know that the pathing for the ult on the side of Light would have gone front B before TPing to get the info. But by staying quiet, it allows Wada to take the lead and be at map point.
Map 3 on the horizon. Starbound. So many of those first kills. I think 5 of them on Bind. Continues to be reckless as Wada set up for A. With how much time they have, Akave have to be cautious with every step they take. Could be a Wada member around the corner. Akave are taking their time to inspect. Important duel here for Tura against Adora coming up. As more trying to set up smokes and util for the other duo to push through. And Adora's attention gets summoned back on the site. And Akave still have to clear in to the objective. And Ivy be the first to take a peek off of the blind. Confirm the kills, but Starbound just had to delay a little longer and can't. Just at the last second, Akave successfully retake.
That was such an important flash by Tura too, thrown from the shops right into the default spot. If Adora wasn't hit by that flash, that was a free kill for the players moving through. Get your one. They did an incredible job for Wada to pincer the way that they did into the A site. Again, disrespecting the gaps that are being left around the anchoring spots of Akave, who's been playing quite turtled up for so many of these rounds on the defensive side. And they found their footing, at least for Wada's side. This is a tough call for King Fred. I don't think you called the timeout here because you still have a pretty strong hold and grasp of how they're playing the defense. And you don't want to give them a chance right now to retalk in their last round of regulation. So a smart call. It comes down to the IGLing of Wada.
Oh, the Prowler sets Ivy up. Showstopper ends it. And Wada will have to try and steal this away in extra rounds, in extra innings. Akave, an explosive start now. Settle down and let Wada make their next move.
Wada should have been ready, rather. This is the first time that they throw a defensive smoke so aggressively at the staircase. Got to be ready for those type of hits. 3 of them getting surprised, and now all the utils showing where the last 2 players are at, and it's only Starbound now in a 1v4.
Brilliant from Line. Now the spike will be in sight. Go hunting for the last. We go to overtime to decide. We're going into a map 3. Or will this be the end of Wada? After how hard they fought, even through the second series, after a heartbreaking and humbling loss against MIBR. It's a long day, but this is a marathon, not a sprint.
And they're gonna have to start at least picking up the pace for Wada, because if they keep walking right now, they're not crossing this finish line. They're not gonna be able to see the 3rd map. And a dream's gonna end here, and Akave will secure a spot in the grand finals against MIBR tomorrow. And that matchup still has to be played after this series, so we still have a lot of Valorant to continue onto this main channel for today. OT now coming through. Akave back on the attack. Starbound looking for a pick on B.
Let's see what the move will be. The Prowler always first for Akave, forced to teleport. Now picking up the pace. Akave want to take up that real estate. There is some buys util, and Akave have to take their time with that. But teleporting in, Tura wants to get ahead of the game. Pressures are already market. Takes damage as a result, but it's enough to at least create some safety for the objective to go down. But Wada have their pieces in position. They shut down the flank or the lurk from Akave. Now Wada can just depend on flashes from Juna, the paranoia from Astralis. The line though gets nothing as Akave just play from main. There's no smokes that will hinder them. And now Ivy and Tura just get to lock in. Now they have to get eyes though on the spike. They'll be forced into a fight on Wada's terms. Now it's a mental game to defuse halfway. The spam is not on the spike, and Wada match point.
Oh, huge hill coming up by Juna, and then also a great play by her once again. They've done this before for the past, this type of hit and scaling from Akave into the B site to push Starbound away, trying to get the clone out into the main, but it gets shot, it gets denied right again, and they're not able to break up that wall. And that slows down the tempo, slows down the possibility of Akave of flooding into the sites, allowing Wada to be set up, identifying these lurks, these flanks, and then retaking the way that he did on a 3 versus 2. So Juna, great utility on the stalls, being impactful when she's needed here in these rounds for Wada. Not now on the attack side, glass cannon for Starbound, back into the control of middle, but it's smoked out at the beginning here for the attack side. So That's going to slow things down for a bit. And another time here where we get the smoke towards the staircase and Juna gets punished.
That was just spam to get Ivy the orb and wanted to fall for the trick. Now they'll have to come up with another plan. Now the paranoia just to keep top mid, suppress, but without a smoke. Lied will be a threat at the top. And it's an op, a glass cannon one. And Wada pulled off a defensive win. But offense is where they really suffered before.
Just going to do the same thing now. Try to make noise on this side. Hopefully Starbound can catch a rotate on the top middle. But as they're all grouping up, you're going to have to try to go for this util on this B side, especially now that the haunt missed. They could group up and really go for a full explosion into this B side and catch some players off guard. But unfortunately, that upshot misses. That's going to change the tempo.
Being consistent, but there's still a chance to shine for Wada when Adora is the tip of the spear. Oh, and you just isolate the fights! A double kill! And Akave have met their match as the numbers have been even. And Wada, I know where this hit is coming from. The camera can't be used. Akave, the play against the clock too, the nade, and Adora learns, gets away with the 3K, doesn't even need the ace. Wada will encounter them again in map 3.
And such a huge round for the sub coming in, replacing Arya on this stage. The one standing up right now, Adora, a big 4K into the round. Remember, they're walking into that round of 3 versus 5. And Adora was able to open it up solo on the execution after the upshot missed by Starbound. And they are able to push Wada into a fighting chance on a third map of Haven, where both of these teams have been really good on in the past regionally. So this comes to show that it is going to be a very fun map as a third map to witness in this series, to see who moves forward or who unfortunately will have to go home.
Wada did such a good job of adapting in that second half when it looked like they could not win any offensive rounds at all. We started to really worry when they had only accumulated 4 total, but Wada are not done yet. And the pressure makes diamonds, and they contributed. They got that win in overtime, but there's still one more map to go. Job's not done. Gotta talk to the desk first. We'll see you after.
And we are going to a map number 3 between Akave Esports and Wada on the second map of the series. We had highlighted it was going to be a tough one for Wada. They had lost on this map earlier on in the day, Dan, and Akave Esports seemed to have had their number, but this one's a lot more competitive. It goes to an OT, but Wada to close it out in the end.
Absolutely, especially going into the second half for the defense of Akave, it seemed like they did have their number, but there was a really great comeback on the side of Wada, and well, that was not okay. But it was a really good play, and I think it all changes in that round 20 where you see a hold towards backside as well, where Juna and I believe Starbound as well were there, trying to deny this flood that the other side were constantly doing. The floods for Akave were really, really good. So the fact that they were finally able to deny it and also make sure that there's some sort of pathing as well for this operator as they're trying to take side was so much better. There was a really good reaction. There was a really good answer as well to the promise that they have, and they're also able to do the same thing in the overtime.
Yeah, well, Wada did, while Akave did kind of bring it back in the end there on their attack half, or on their defense half, Wada, on the other hand, gave them a really hard time when they were trying to attack. You know, it's a big change of pace coming in from a map like Bind, where you can kind of exec over and over and find success in that. Whereas on this map, you kind of do have to default a little bit more. And they had a hard time doing that. And Wada's retakes on top of that were insane. They were just winning like every single fight as a group, mobbing together. It was just a really awesome half for them. And that's honestly what they needed. Otherwise, this map could have gone towards Akave.
Yeah, the retakes were really nice to see. I mean, especially just in the way that they were playing a few of these late rounds, I just thought it was really impressive. Whether it was, closing out with a few of these clutches, or even the way that they were opening a few of these rounds, where they knew that the side of Akave, they were not really contesting mid that much early on. So they tried to push it a little bit more thanks to Juna, who was finding some great timings thanks to it. And in that way, not only have the numbers advantage that we already talked about is a massive win condition for this team, but also to be able to push forward as well and enable strategies later in the round as well.
And looking over this as well, we had highlighted as well, this was a must-win for Wada. A loss here would have spelled the end of any chance of playing tomorrow, any chance of moving on forward. And another thing highlighted too, we're getting a lot closer with the first kill. Still maybe not as much as Akave, but still being able to put in those numbers, Emily, a lot more to really make sure they could play to the style that they want.
Yeah, no, they were definitely able to find a lot more success this time around on Sunset than they were against MIBR, and that just goes in hand with Akave being aggressive as well. You know, they are the kind of zoomy team that we want to see Wada kind of play against, so that they match each other's vibe, they match each other's energy, and that's why this game was so close, is because they are trying to play relatively the same way. I think Wada just came out on top, not only because of their first kills, but the way that they played it after, how they finished out and closed the rounds at the end of the half, or at the end of the game.
Something that I love to see here as well, of course, Wada coming into this event, I mean, Adora having to step into this roster, having to change things up like that and integrate a new person into the team, it'd be a difficult thing, but to be able to see the pop-off on the Neon this map was really, really nice, and I love to see that everyone is starting to feel really comfortable on this stage. The other person to highlight, though, again, when we talk about the style of Wada, we keep talking about Starbound, and we'd be remiss to not talk about, again, the impact that was here. Not just here, but the continuation of what we got to see from map 1, because Dan, even if we didn't see a win there, we still got to see quite a lot of kills go their way.
That was the main point why I wanted to talk about Starbound, because even if the team struggled not only in the first years, but maybe in that first map as well against Akave, you see Starbound still be able to keep up a really great performance. I mean, it was Starbound that was, I believe in that last map, they were 5-0, and in finding those openings, it was more into what happened after, where Wada was struggling just a little bit. But this time around, not only are they able to capitalize from this, but they were able to play a lot more like a team, and it felt like before that was really lacking. They were not playing like the Wada that we know in North America, that we've seen over and over again. But this time around, when they are not only relying on Starbound to be able to hold on for a little bit longer, but they're playing these late rounds so well, I feel like that is the key to success that they need for this last map.
And something to hopefully take on for one more map on the day, because now we're going to Haven. Again, for Wada, a must win for any opportunity to stay alive within this tournament. And a map that's going to be, Emily, I think quite interesting for both of these teams because we have gotten to see quite recent footage from both.
No, we have, and I don't know if I'm a huge fan of how Wada tend to play Haven, so I'm a little nervous that this is going to be the decider on whether they make it another day or they end up going home. And on the side of Akave, sorry, I'm excited to see how this goes because Haven is another one of those maps where they're going to be fighting up. They're going to be continuing to play how they play, and we'll see who comes out on top of these big brawls that I'm expecting to see.
One thing that I will say is we keep having the little highlights from Akave Esports and talking about the vibes over on their side of the board. That's still all very valid, but nice to see from the side of Wada that there's some smiles, there's some goofiness, and hopefully something that can help them a lot into this third map of the series. But Dan, with the Agent Select just around the corner, Wada having that style, how are you feeling like this one's going to be shaking up for the team?
It's a little hard to predict when you see how Akave has been playing and how they were playing against KRÜ. I feel like they were able to take some early advantages on the defense because they are playing the standard comp that we've been seeing for years, right? Maintaining that breach, maintaining that Soba as well, the Omen, and maybe that only addition of that extra speed that you get with the Neon. So I do really like what they're able to do here, but on the other side, I am a little bit concerned. I like some of the ideas that Wada has the last time that we got the chance to see from them, but is once again very reliant on Starbound. And in a match like this one, when you see all of the players of Akave popping off, having insane moments as well, there's going to be just a little bit more needed as well for Wada.
At least if it's reliance on Starbound, again, as we highlighted, someone who has been popping off on the day, but here we get to see that the double Senti coming out from the side of Wada, as per usual here. Emily, Akave, we get to see back on this Neon. Now we have the confirmation.
I mean, it always worries me when I see double stuns, triple flashes, and a full Sova kick going against a chamber because, again, like there's so much usual to push them off and continue hitting into their side. Even if they get pushed off that first angle, they're gonna get blinded, they're gonna get stunned. Like there's always gonna be something to follow up.
We'll have to see if they have enough to try and combat it, though, because again, Wada, this is their last stand, their last opportunity to try and stay alive. Can they close it out on Haven, or is it going to be Akave to close this out? Back to your casters, Lemon, Kiwi, and Vantilli to find out.
Thank you so much, Sierra. And yeah, I agree with Emily. There is an arsenal for Akave to deal with Starbound, and they have the firepower to boot, but it's also about closing out the map. And to not win that second map when you had both pistols is so surprising.
Definitely will give a lot of confidence for what are done in this third map, although they've come in with a slight compositional change for the defensive side. Juna switching out from the Astra to play the Omen. And we'll talk about it in a bit, though. Akave are actually looking to make a lot of noise towards this A side first in terms of showing a hand and hopefully forcing some rotates, but there's not been really any big inserts as of yet for the side of Akave, so they'll just have to stop and go into the mid round. It's gonna have to be tasty to find the information as their camera got broken early.
And Lied has shown just how good they are at the Neon throughout LATAM, and just the fragging potential that has just been waiting. And had a quieter map too, but showed up near the end. But you're gonna need Lied at full power, just like Bind. If you want to push Wada to their limits, is now Akave head to the end of the site. Power Pixel already revealing their position and just trying to keep Akave nervous, to keep them honest. As Wada around the corner, flashes, blinds, a lot to throw at Akave, who want to keep their distance. Now the paranoia is right at the top, which only really affecting Dano, but I guess not for too long. Akave's crossfire is what really matters, and them always winning pistols, that's just a whole different story.
And you see the changes coming through from the Omen out from the Astra. I think in one part, I know the Des has been talking about giving a lot of responsibility to Starbound with this crazy composition that comes out from Wada. But I think a lot of responsibility comes for as a team, as you need to probably play a lot more coordinate to be able to get these inserts from, you know, your chamber into some good spots. So the Astra's pretty good for those recalls. But switching out to that smoke to the Omen, you see the value that brings. They tried to go for a triple flash flood back into the site. From the Vice the Omen Paranoia, and also the Euro Flash. The thing that solved them all, one Aftershock. One piece of util from the hell of Dano avoids that from happening. So Wada has to play on site a little bit more or start going for these flank plays because the flood back is going to get stalled every single time that Dano is going to be staying up here in these post plant scenarios on A.
And Adora's just trying to be that plug-and-play player, and well, got plugged up with bullets, that's for sure. Just walking down mid, no off a contact play, and all of Akave were hanging around, and now it feels like the sky's the limit. Now they're just gonna slip past. No, Starbound trips them up. We'll be able to recover that weapon. Akave is evacuating Wada, at least attempting to, but wait, in the smoke! Power Pixel A is a raid boss! What are we talking about? What looked like an assured round 5v4. Wada potentially stolen away. They only have the Bulldog, though. They have the Spike and Vision. They know where Turret is. This is cooked.
Also getting dinked was she was trying to move up towards heaven. Wada were playing that they had 3 ISOs in the roster. 1 smoke being thrown into the site. You had to play more anchored up is what I was trying to mention before. And Starbound did an excellent job to get the first pick and then engage the players to mini gulag in the smoke fight. That was all in favor of Power Pixel A and Juno with the support cast inside that smoke. Look at these shots. Another one right there. Astralis with the help, a third one in. All 3 kills in the smokes as you have a scale attempt from Akave into the A site. So yeah, they can't win pistols. They get thrifties. It's okay. We got a game.
Now definitely being more cautious around mid. Starbound. It's exactly where you need to put them. It's watching this mid map. As Akave used to having that control. You have to go through garage, and there's a flash from Juna there. Or actually not Juna, it's Astralis this time. They swap roles. Akave would want any kind of close encounter with the right clicks, and Akave just can't get anything in their favor.
Try to get a Bucky something right now. Yeah, it works out. They kind of troll with a flash into the garage to blind Power Pixel A, but at least the trade's there, and Power Pixel A, the more deaths you're getting, it's okay. You're going to get the dual defense up as soon as possible, but this is looking to be pretty clean, at least for now. Only losing 1 player in the process for the side of the defense. Amazing entry shots starting off here on these off angles, top sides, easy TPs out. I should have kept talking. My bad, chat. I should have been the filter on that one, but Wada has a rifle round coming through. Odin's still available for Power Pixel A, but they also have the Outlaw available here to hold a strong choke point and front B side. So you're funneling the players over on C.
Live wants to get active after seeing Astralis escape into the shadows after doing some initial damage, but Akave work the map and Tasty working their magic. Jeez. A lot of kills from Akave coming from mid. And Starbound has to readjust to kind of match their pace. Usually Starbound's watching mid and they're able to contest that better, and Adora goes uncontested and now gets to teleport back to safety. Starbound faces danger head on. Akave now just break in. They have that window. They have the paranoia, but it's all a fake. Waiting for them with open arms as Astralis not expecting the walk back. Astralis somehow lives to tell the tale. It's just not over. Akave now forced to funnel back right into the A site, and Wada ready for them. Bulldog on the flank, and now rotating back in position. The spike barely gets picked up there by Tasty after getting rained on by an Odin.
What is destroyed?
Camera now can't be used from Tasty. Don't even need the neural theft. You know exactly what's on the menu. Astralis could be the one to make contact first, since, you know, you're 5 HP. Oh, and the flash out will force Tasty into an encounter. So they're kind of using this cage to silently readjust and play their lives, and forced to fight after getting shot through the box. Astralis 5 HP! Clutches some. Oh, wow. Wada at 5 5 HP. I can't believe that.
That's what I'm saying. I thought that was winnable right there. The way that Tasty just moved around that map on a 1v2, they made it back towards sewers and just tucked into the corner, isolated 2 individual fights, and could have ran the clock down. And then it became once again a chess match. Australis has to be chasing me. I should be swinging out. If not, I have to underline that beautiful play at the beginning. The way that they punished Juno walking out from that garage door. They placed the camera behind the boxes thinking that they misplaced the cam. So then you have Juno walking out like trying to chase a piece of candy on the ground, and then she gets shot from window. It gets pinged early there so they can try to get that wall bang, but that has to be something that Juno has to be ready for. Gotta expect these type of lurks out from Tasty, who almost won the round there for Akave.
I like that risk though from Lied. Like, if you could win a close battle like that, maybe pick up a weapon. You're trying to punish double teleport, whether the Yoru or the Chamber. It's Wada really shine on defense. Akave want to keep the halves at least close, where they only went down 4-8 or 5-7 on both maps. Now Akave get vision on the right side, and Australis. Big bear hug to everyone from Akave that dared to enter their site. But Tura still try to get a spike down. Maybe, but there's just barely any space to work with, and Tasty's out exploring. They're gonna reconnect using the ult, but Starbound still within arm's reach, gets the spike down. And I mean, both of Akave were playing independently. An important kill for Tasty to get the round back in their favor, but 30 seconds are left, and Power Pixel had the knife out. Oh, it just delays her down Tasty at the end.
So did Tasty, unfortunately, because there wasn't too much time left, so they were trying to book it towards the A site. And 2 rounds or 2 scenarios will be almost overcooked here on the side of the attack of Akave. The neural theft got the information on all 3 players where they were rotating from, and it seems as though Starman was trying to get the rotate back from Garage. And I love that they decide to step back, anchor up solo on that C site, get your 1. And by getting their 1, you're still allowing Wada to play a player advantage. Even though you're isolated, you keep them sandwich pinned into a 1v1. And you're able to win that fight in the end. Wada, a strong lead on the defensive side, a gamble from Akave, full weapons to the push into the A site.
Lied that early round rollout. They're showing it yet again. Wada respecting it. The flash, the shock bolts, Lied just decimates the competition basically by themselves. But Akave like to work the map, and Wada still on watch for where this hit's gonna be.
You're just hoping that they don't overcook again here for Akave. So by cutting noise, at least you thin out the defense. There's a huge gap towards B, and then you're forcing the hand of Wada. This is what I love. Now you're walking through, you're punishing them.
Spike down,
and then now you play the numbers. 4 versus
remaining.
1 on A site. Easy for you to take now.
Someone's got to get the spike, but yeah, Akave had me worried on how they had to re-clear that space, and usually they kind of chase down when they get that initial kill. They smell blood in the water, they get more aggressive, but this map has been different. It's Akave going back and forth based on where Wada forced them to be, but 4 rounds in a row. Wait a minute. Starbound gets put to death, and Akave have broken that win streak.
Thankfully, Tasty was there to swing right after on that second shot coming through. But definitely some great punish coming out from Lied down towards sewers. That should have been a tradable scenario, especially when you had the owl drone spot into first person, then you shock dart, then you bring out a clone, and somehow all of that's being avoided. And you're still able to win that 1 versus 2, no trade capabilities, and Akave just an easy site to take over in the end, because again, you're forcing players to find the information in the mid round, and you've lost 2 key players.
Lied does it again, has support, got at least the teleport out, but Dora, what a thin line to hold. Lied punished. Hunter's Fury on the offense, and Wada, that's just throwing something into the mix, and Wada still stand through all of that chaos. This is their playground. Ivy and Tura make noise like they're leaving, but Tura's still inserted. Still plenty of time, and at least they'll be by each other's side.
I feel like almost at this point, Ivy maybe has to start making a play, leave the spike. I don't know, something so you pull these rotates out. Because if you're going to re-hit towards the site, it's still another 4 versus 2. You don't really have the best of util, maybe a recon flash. And there it is.
Enemy remaining.
Paranoia.
Yeah, that's all you got.
Down A.
Wow, for how much Akave dumped into that site to only get 1 kill, like, a lot of the setups at preventing the spike from going down have been formidable. And again, this is the defense. This is where Wada are their best. It's the second half. It's the pistol, but I guess if you thrifty, it's fine. But this is far from over.
And also the shot from Starbound. I don't know if we're going to see in the replay, but it almost seems that they were trying to help out their teammate in the front of the site and gets a kill through smoke right over here. You're trying to op Tasty, and then boom, you got Dano running behind before the smoke blooms. And then it's just easy kills in the end. That's probably the main reason why they really couldn't get into the sites. They really couldn't push Starbound away after they TP'd into the site. And you see the different types of, or the different look from Wada on a defense on this A side versus the pistol round. The pistol round, you tried to go for a flood retake, and it got stuffed out by the breach. Everything after that has always been throw a site smoke and then fight into it and try to get as many as you can so that you delay enough for the rest of the flood retake to happen. If it really comes down to it and you really can't hold it, then okay, you could go back into the flood retake because you've already expended most of the util on the attack side to get into the site, and the best thing they have is maybe like another fault line after a plant for the side of Akave. So the game plan is really there for Wada, and it's been figured out before having this timeout. So now things are going to change the tempo a little bit right now for Wada. They're going to have to rethink things through just to see if they have to readapt to these type of plays from Akave after this timeout.
Still so impressive that Wada are performing this well. This is not their prime or their peak that we've seen throughout the season, but to bring in Adora and just force this map 3, they're in the lead, but for how long? Starbound shows the ace up the sleeve. Oh wait, there's a punish. The repeat from Starbound just to make sure Akave were gone for good. And now that off is down, you got an Odin that is still watching ace short. After watching what Lai did a few rounds there, this is Wada that hold firm.
Yeah, and Ivy's at 5 HP remaining, so despite them getting the trade onto Starbound, that's still so difficult now for Akave to work in tandem to try to get this plant down. Thankfully here for Wada, they just want to play the buddy system. So it might allow Akave to get some plant, an orb, closer to Dano. I probably want to have Ivy go for the plant instead. Because in this scenario here on an eco that you have from Akave, most likely Dano's going to die, so you want to orb max at least for Ivy to try to get closer to the Hunter's Fury. Give themselves a fighting chance here on their attack side.
And just to talk about Ivy, how flexible they've been for this team, from Sentinel Viper, duelists like Raze, initiators like Sova. Ivy fills the gaps, does what is asked, and now has to go and sacrifice themselves for the information. Try and get a lucky kill. Now Dano just have to do as much damage as they can, and with the flash coming out, Adora gets put out, or Dano, I should say, gets put out of their misery by Adora. Oh, don't leave him hang! No! Don't leave him! We had to cut away. Thanks, Prod.
No, like, I have to go get the off first. Let me go get the off first. You see, like they're trying to hold off on it. Now they pick it up. You'll probably see the fist bumps right after. But I respect, yes, Ivy pushing forward to get some information, but you're at 5 HP. You have a Vandal. You left your breach after a post plant solo with the ghost on site. You're not giving yourselves any fighting chances on a 2 versus 4. And you know that you have the aim to fight against these players, especially with the stalls that your breach could have here after this post plant on hell. So, unfortunately, no mini Bogdan's Law. You didn't really replace the Vandal for the pistol and the pistol for the one at low HP, and you still tried to go for a push solo, which again, maybe it wasn't drafted that deep. Just trying to get the plant down for Akave. Move into this round here. We have rifles to work with and op on the attack side, which is quite interesting to do. And then they'll try to get some early B main control in and finish wherever they want behind this Rolling Thunder.
When you had that 6-3 start from Wada and map 2, Akave were able to make things as close as they could. Even overtime in map 2. And now the dimensional drift, forcing the teleport, locks in.
Down B.
The spike's down at the worst spot possible. And now that the neon wall is expired, you don't even have that going for you. Akave will be cautious about clearing. It's just a minor setback.
I think Adora TP through the trip. This is free kills, yeah.
Planted.
Oh, now Akave are surrounded. Oh, the clone gets shot and Dano loses it. They're losing their minds. They're losing the rounds. And Wada making this a very compelling first half.
So hard right now for Akave to get into sight. I mean, even if you're walking in and you're tapping onto the spike, you're a Congo line in front of B, where the position from Power Pixel A with the Hunter's Fury could get so much value. Even if you don't get the kill onto the Omen and you're still spraying towards that front of the site, Power Pixel A probably could have hit like 3 other people in the front there. You see how they're just jumping around, they're getting all the audio cues, and while all of the chaos happens, Adora's able to jump across the trip line left on the A site to get that backstab. 0 value on the Rolling Thunder that Dano has had since that plant. Think about how that scenario could be different right now. This one right here, if Dano actually let Ivy get the plant previously, that would have been now Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury available now that they could maybe try to leverage in their eco round.
Wada going in with confidence.
Here.
Sensing that weakness in Akave. Just now getting that ping and, well, there's more trouble around the corner. And her name is Juna. And this is another terrible place to leave the spike, but this was going to be also a terrible round when mostly sheriffs were going to have to paint this picture for Akave.
Hard to do. Just punish on the top of the boxes, just like the anti-eco from Juna's position and not being checked. That is also a difficult thing to do when, you know, if you place a Cypher Cam on the top of those boxes, it would have given you a better idea to scale up towards that garage. And that's what's been missing a little bit here on the side of Akave, I'd like to say. If you're trying to default around the area and try to get the garage control, when you're going to have your rifle round back, it probably has to go into that default of trying to get that drone in. Trying to figure out where that wall could be, trying to bait that out, because you're also playing that a composition that allows for you to explode a lot more once you figure out where the wall could be. Maybe avoid that into the fights.
I think best case scenario would have been getting a plant down, but
yeah, exactly.
Akave overcook and kind of wrap around, but this is quite the win streak that Wada have built up towards. And then you have the op that, I mean, when you're just that rich, you can buy Odins, you can buy ops. There's so many threats on the defense with the double teleports. And Akave just have to try and stem the bleeding a little bit.
They'll potentially come here. Getting a plant down would have maybe helped, but now they're 1 away from getting to Hunter's Fury, and the default that they have could potentially be leaning towards the C site if they want to get that orb up, but we're just trying to get our Neon in first, try to drone her in as well. And then go into the mid round from there. Even their breach is moving forward too. It looks like they want to go for the explosion into the garage. But the thing is if they try to ult from garage into C site, there's not too many players coming in from long C. And finally, that's why you see here Tasty moving forward, meeting up with Tura, so they could actually go for the split.
At least Akave were definitely being aggressive around garage after marking Juna and Astralis in the previous round. Foiled all of their plans, and Akave foil all the util there, trying to make their path easier. There is a Vise wall that will be triggered, delaying things for Akave. With the smokes in place, I think it'll be fine to get the plant down. Someone has to watch garage though. And Dano may want to be in a safe position to go for the Rolling Thunder. Maybe that's just not on the menu. It's just going to be a contact push from Line. It's caught, and Juna. It's just a carnage over in garage until Tasty has to bring the shorty into the equation. Now the defuse being held. That's not a good shot to miss, but it does stop the defuse for now. After that swing, Akave continued to live. It's just a Hunter's Fury to delay, and Starbound is dancing. That's all Akave need to do is live, and Starbound denies them both.
Starbound just wants to play with her emotions. Squeaky bum time. Whiffing so many shots on the taps, but when you're actually going into this Hunter's Fury dodged the util and then going for the op shot to the head hunter to protect your VIP defusing is prime Starbound. That said, though, I don't understand. We didn't clear out towards that right side. We heard the Omen TP. We have to make sure at least to check there if it was a big TP or not. It allows here Juna to get a punish on 2 players quite easily. Tasty almost kept things close by getting 2 shorty kills of their own, but it comes down to Wada with a dominant half that continues forward, and now another gamble. That Rolling Thunder has been held on for like ever. And they're like, okay, well, let's try it finally. Let's try to split towards Seaside and actually use a Rolling Thunder here.
Starbound is used to this level of pressure. Veteran on the team. On the opposite, Juna. Oh, does get still tagged, will be punished. But hey, that's still a threat that Akave has diminished for now. But after knowing that Astralis likes to hang around there, Akave still have to be careful. Neural Theft, though, will alleviate the unknown, and Tasty is getting marked by an Odin. So Akave will end where they tried last round. Wanted to have a lot of firepower, but Lai tries to get ahead. Is even getting speedy with the judge until Power Picks Delay snuffs the life out of them. This half is gonna end ugly unless Akave get it together. The Rolling Thunder, you kept it for this long. It's gotta win the round, right? Wada still have 3 standing. The op shows face. Got the Omen ult just to get information, and it's Astralis that pierces through. IV 5 HP, familiar plays. Wada with a 10-2 half.
Tried to gamble on their side for Akave, holding on to the Rolling Thunder to try to push towards that spawn. Read like a book by the side of Wada, and just flood retake when everybody's isolated and on islands. It was just beautiful. It looks beautiful in the end for Wada, but just because of too many mistakes on the post-plant scenario, a Hail Mary to try to make it a 9-3 half, but unfortunately, they fall behind, and it gives over the lead for Wada to close out the series in pure fashion and pure comfort of what we know Wada could do here on Haven. But before we actually get into the second half right now, let's check in with Tonello.
É isso, cara. Tô aqui, então, na área de Watch Parties, né? Enfim, na área de co-stream, com a Carol e com a Lorene também, que são streamers, obviamente, estão aqui acompanhando e prestigiando o evento. So, I'm here joined with Lorene and Carol, the co-streamers for this day of Last Chance Qualifier. Quero começar falando com você, então, Carol. Tá 1-1 agora. Então, tipo assim, quem ganhar pra nós, meio que tanto faz, ou você tá com o coração pra alguém específico?
Ah, tô torcendo pra Wada. Na verdade, eu quero muito que a MIBR ganhe, né? Então, tanto faz ele pra mim. Mas se for pra escolher, é Wada.
So I asked her, like, who are you supporting this match? And she said, well, if I have to choose someone, I think Wada, but I just want MIBR really to win the whole thing. E agora falando com a Lorene, você já veio aqui no Ascension fazer o Watch Party, tá vindo agora na LCQ também, então como é que é mais uma vez? Tá aqui nessa sensação de estar com a rapaziada também, torcendo e tudo mais?
Ah, fazer live daqui é muito emocionante. Ainda agora que é pro Game Changers, então a gente tá torcendo muito pro MIBR. E é isso. E o chat tá pedindo um salve pra você.
Um salve pro chat, é nóis, tamo junto então. So I asked her, like, how is it to be here co-streaming and of course cheering for MIBR? She said, well, I'm so excited to be here once again, and it's very good to be here with every one of you. And of course, we're really wanting MIBR to win the whole thing. I'm really supporting them guys. And then she asked me to send a shout out to their chat, so, you know, I just had to do it. É isso, de volta com vocês.
Ton of fun. So awesome to have our co-streamers live on site and backing Wada. You can't argue with that. They're up 10-2. But talk about the resilience of Wada too, to drop 3 games today and to come back like this is insane.
That's why Wada is going to get a lot of love from the community for sure. They are an unsigned teams, and you know, for a lot of these players try to make it, and even the fans seeing how much time commitment it takes to make it to this spot and still doing it without any organizational backing. It's nice to see that they're going to continue to have that support. So hopefully somebody's going to sign Wada, hashtag that one. But now on the attack side, here's that push. Kuro's about to get punished.
Oh. It's kind of caught walking out with nothing to do, and with the double teleports, Akave are trying to play with that spacing of moving up when hearing Starbound or Adora fall back. But Akave, you could tell that this series is really getting to them. Like, they always have such good openers on pistols, and now it's Wada with the first say.
And how insane would that be that the one pistol round you've won so far this day is the most important pistol round to have a dominating third map against Akave if they could continue suit with the rest of this result. I'll give them a fighting chance here to make it to the grand finals tomorrow, but Akave are still trying to make it themselves.
Oh, the double swing, solid. As Akave want to equalize, and Starbound goes unchecked, and it all just comes together beautifully. Better late than never. Yeah, time to get excited.
And that's what you need. Exactly, and that's what you need for somebody who's stepping on the stage for the first time. You are definitely coming in with a lot of shakiness in Juna, and even Adora, who's replacing Aria once again, and also Astralis. When you're not comfortable on the stage, not playing from the comfort of your home, you have the whole Brazilian crowd yelling for or against you. It does get stressful in a rare environment, so to see the veterancy of Powerpixel to force up the stand up from Juna, put themselves comfortable here in their last match of the day. It's quite nice to see.
Series really felt like a must-win too for also Akave, who have MIBR. This was supposed to be their warm-up and not a mental boom. Now to give up that pistol for the first time, it feels like it's all on the line, and Starbound's just getting started. And Akave had to throw everything at Wada. Surely you could just suffocate them with numbers, but Tasty gets a jump scare.
Yeah, the backstab there onto one, but instantly traded by Starbound, who gets a 4K. So that is also gonna pull out this duel to false as soon as possible. But even then, going into the bonus round that they have here for Wada, it won't necessarily be a bonus round, because you force stingers on that previous one for Akave. You only get one kill out of it. Your economy is not going to be in the best of scenarios here going into potentially the last map of the series. Well, this is going to hurt for them right now, and they're going to have to try to cook something up. Try to bring this game back, because it's another stinger buy. It's another aggression.
It slide up to shenanigans, and Dono was trying to be in on it. It's an int if it doesn't work out. It's a strat if it does. And this time, Akave get punished. I think Wada have come to learn that Lyde likes to go fast as soon as barriers come down, and they were just ready for it. Risk doesn't pay off for Akave, and Wada see how they want to end this.
Definitely the nature of this comp here to be aggro and try to trap as much as you can, but despite the stuns, if you're reading this correctly, just like Wada did, you're able to stop this right away. The TP across on the left side was perfect. You get the backstabs. Now they have full map control after creating a diversion on B. And this might be the final stand now for Akave.
One important cutoff point is Tasty and Ivy, both with stingers at perfect range, and even with the stun, it's the paranoia from Wada. None other than Juna and Astralis. It's a different beast, and it's just her, the IGL, the newest player on this team, at range and against the star that is Wada. Now turning into a galaxy. Wada, they rise from the ashes, and the LCQ goes on for them.
And Wada could stand up with big smiles after suffering the first defeat against MIBR for the day, and now finishing on a high note for this second game. And who better than also Astralis and Juna to pick up these last kill and allowing Starbound and company of Wada to move forward, or to try to move forward into the grand finals if they can. Now they're just going to have to stand and wait to see the results between Akave and MIBR coming up next to see if they have a chance once again to play in the grand finals and also to make it to Seoul in the GCC.
And Wada showed that resilience already from having that tough loss against MIBR to show up here big on map 3, and you're seeing just how unsettling this is for Akave. Match they felt like they should have won. If you think about it, Wada are playing with a quote sub, but this is like a super sub. Talk about Adora coming in. Their very first time with this team being on a big stage like this on elimination day. Like, there's no bouncing back. It's insane how Wada were able to survive.
Yeah, and one thing that's good for Wada is that if they do have a chance to move this into a grand finals, depending on the results of Akave and MIBR, you know that Jerk and King Fred, the coaching staff, are going to be working around the clock to make sure that they fix all of those mistakes that happened between Wada and MIBR for them to have a chance to push this forward and to have a better fighting chance in a BO5 against MIBR tomorrow. And we've seen the results of what King Fred could do in the past with Winthrop University on this very stage last week when he had to coach Ascension for Winthrop University. He's been working around the clock. You saw Winthrop getting some results right after that. So hopefully they have a chance here to allow Wada to have a fighting chance tomorrow.
And it's such a good feeling to see Starbound really get comfortable and loud on that stage too, and for everyone to settle in when it mattered the most. Like I said, elimination day for Wada, with especially how this day started, but the day's not done for a team like Akave, who still have another match after this, and they just were exhausted for 3 maps in a row. They got to get back on their feet. MIBR is next, but also what's next is the desk. Let's go say hi.
what a crazy best of 3 series between Wada and Akave Esports. In the end, we managed to make it into a map 3 after the overtime, and it's a Wada that not only win out the 3rd map, but a much stronger look, Dan, on the day. They're going to be taking the win 2-1, and definitely posing a good spot to potentially be playing again tomorrow.
It felt like it was a Wada that was slowly warming up throughout today until this last map of Haven, where it was a 13-2 complete domination to close out this series, and it's a win that, as we talked about before, they really needed. If Wada lost this, they would be out of contention to move into the grand finals and potentially Korea. So the fact that not only they were warming up a little bit individually, but also doing it in such a dominant fashion is looking great for them. They are done for today, so now they just have to watch the next match, watch Akave go against MIBR, and maybe hope a little bit more on the MIBR win to see if Wada will move to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it was really really sad seeing Akave go from being all happy and hyped to ultimately losing out and seeing them all sad. It was really heartbreaking. But they definitely did struggle. They definitely did struggle a bit on their attack. Like, they had the comp to punish Wada, but they didn't layer their util. They kind of used everything all at the start of the round, and Wada worked around that. They avoided it and then re-fought into them. And then going into their post plans, when they were able to take that bomb site, they were unfortunately had nothing to fight up or no post plant util because they dumped it so early. And like you said, Dan, Wada ended up waking up. Everyone was performing. Look at these sets. Like, it's pretty well rounded and even. We had Starbound Obcrutch, we had Power Pixel Odin, Juna 3Ks, Adora entries, Australis anchors. Like, they were all just frying that game.
Yeah, it was incredible, and that's exactly the way that it started, right? When we see that eco round go their way right after Akave had won the pistol, and we thought it was going to be the same story as we saw in the other maps, where it's kind of close as well. Akave do take some dominance early on, but yeah, it gets completely denied early on, and I feel like Australis, for example, was a massive reason why 15-4. I mean, the result just, I mean, the score that she got just speaks for itself, but it has been incredible. Not only finding a few of these timings, but also clutching rounds. You mentioned it before, Emily, as well, in that last map, and everything that we got to see turning into as well what we just got the chance to see for this map.
And here we are, MVP of the series. I mean, we've highlighted Starbound, Emily, at every point in the road as we could. And again, you talk about the off, you talk about the impact. And again, for Wada to get it done, Starbound's there.
I mean, this is the Starbound we've been seeing all year in NA, you know? Like, being the MVP of every series, every map on that chamber, getting so much value out of it, no matter the team they face. Like, just being able to have that fragging capability and getting those first kills and just multi-kills throughout the round. And this is the Starbound that we were kind of waiting to see this whole series.
I mean, if anyone was waiting around and waiting to see the Starbound, then you're definitely going to get rewarded in the end, because it's going to be a Starbound popping off. It's going to be a Wada with such a clean map 3 in the series to be closing out, and a Wada to take the win. Of course, it's not secured. A win is definitely the first step they had to be taking here. Their fate will be in the hands of Akave going up against MIBR, but we'll worry about that in just a little bit. As for now, we have our Verizon post-match interview to get a little bit more words from Wada with none other than MVP Starbound on the line. Congratulations! What an insane series. We got to talk about that, because that first map in the series into then that final map, like, where do you regain that momentum bounce back? Because this was a crazy start to finish.
Yeah, it was definitely an insane match. Like, I'm still shaking a little bit, that blood pumping, but yeah, coming back from the first map, it's like we're all like pretty new to LAN, so just like gaining that experience map after map, kind of like we're gaining our confidence over time, and I think we're finally where we kind of want to be now.
I'm glad to hear about that confidence in the building up during the series, because it definitely, we got to see Akave on one side of the stage having a lot of fun, and it took you guys a little bit to warm up to the stage a little bit. So I want to talk then more about the vibes in that third map and just how much cleaner that just felt.
Yeah, we're definitely trying to keep the vibes up and be happy, and here with the Brazilian crowd, they're very loud, and you can really feel the vibrations on stage. It's crazy. But we're just trying to like use that energy for ourselves, even if they're not cheering for us the whole time. But yeah.
And talk to me about this tournament in general, because I believe it was in a little interview snippet that we got that you had mentioned that there's not as much pressure on the team with it being the one unsigned team out of the 3, but you're still talking about shaking in the nerves and everything else. So talk to me about entering this LCQ and knowing that it's only one of the 3 to make it to championships.
Yeah, well, you have to come into the mindset with like, you want to win, you have to win. So like there is no consolation prize, there's nothing else. You just have to, it's first or nothing, right? So you just got to give it your all. So that's what we've been trying to do, just prepping every single day, every time that we have available, make sure we're VOD reviewing and scrimming and playing ranked whenever we can. So we're just trying to make sure we're prepared as possible and as close as we can to the other side teams here.
And last but not least, I want to talk about your performance in all of this, because we have been highlighting you on the desk all day. We keep talking about Wadada's playstyle. We keep talking about this chamber by you. Like, how does it just work for Wadada to always be picking up this chamber and always just be popping off with it?
Well, it's always been like a comfort pick for me. I come from CS and I used to be an opper, so playing chambers like opping on easy mode basically. I get to just get out of jail free card whenever I want. And more importantly, it's like my IGL power is just so good at like getting me where I need to be, and the rest of my team just like enabling me to do what I want sometimes, and just being able to do their thing on the other side of the map, and while I just kind of like hold my line sometimes.
I mean, it's definitely been working out, and to be able to see the team all of these wins like you have has been really, really nice. Of course, there's one more match on the day you get to go and watch. Hopefully we'll get to see you play again tomorrow. But Starbound, thank you for the chat. Enjoy watching the final match today. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Always so nice to hear from our players. One that's just been popping off as well. Again, for Wada, their fate not quite in their hands. Still one more best of 3 on the day. It's going to be Akave Esports once again, this time going up against MIBR after a break. Stay tuned.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
welcome back to the final best of 3 on the day for the Valorant Game Changers Last Chance qualifiers presented by Verizon. This is where things start to get interesting because now we've had an opportunity to see all 3 of our competing teams, and things have been shaking up a little bit in terms of the wins and losses coming down to this final series between MIBR and Akave Esports. Dan, it all comes down to this. The implications of this match are going to determine everything on who we get to see compete tomorrow.
Which is kind of what we wanted, because we like keeping things a bit chaotic, you know, like not really knowing until the very end what is going to happen tomorrow. So I feel like this is great for Akave. They need to win this match if they want to move forward, and if not, it would be Wada and MIBR qualifying. Also, MIBR would be the first seed, being able to get both of the wins. So there's a few things are at stake here, but like you said, we already got the chance to see both the teams today, of Akave most recently, so it could depend a little bit on that reset as well and how confident MIBR is looking now.
Yeah, and even if we've gotten to see both of these teams, we'll do a little refresher, pull up the rosters for both of these teams, and look at them just side by side. Because, Emily, we have gotten to see the peaks of both of these teams. MIBR earlier, as stated, was that strong 2-0. And Akave, we got to see them come out of the gate so strong. We saw the vibes, just unable to quite get over that finish line in the end.
Yeah, no, for sure. Going into this best of 3, MIBR did come off of that clean 2-0, like you said, a pretty dominant 2-0 too. And Akave, they put up a really strong fight against Wada, right? It was just that last map where they kind of fell short. So, but I have no doubt that they're going to bounce back into this best of 3 with the same happy vibes and same reactions and same happy mental that we've been seeing all day.
We'll have to see about the bounce back because they definitely have a tall task ahead of them. When it all comes down to this, that mental reset is going to be absolutely massive. But it could also be that opportunity where they can just gain that momentum and warm up on the stage, because that is something that Starbound talked about, at least on the side of how it worked out for Wada. MIBR, though, they've got to sit on the side here, Dan, and watch and see how Akave Esports likes to play. Lisa had said in her interview that they're not really looking at the other teams in terms of what they can do. They're more focused on their own game, but still a great opportunity to make sure they have every advantage going into this.
Absolutely. And again, I feel like we talk about the vibes of the teams, but I feel like it matters right now more than ever. You have an MIBR that has been talking about how confident they are, for example, how they're already looking ahead at not this LCQ, but that Game Changer Championship at the end. But on the other side, you have an Akave that when they're feeling good, when they're winning those rounds, they look amazing. They're having the times of their life. They're laughing, and they're really enjoying the game. And I feel like that is going to be crucial, not only when they're winning, but when things start to go wrong a little bit. Being able to reset really quickly from what happened in the last series, and being able to reset quickly as well in general when MIBR start to win a few of those rounds in a row, because they can be really overwhelming.
Especially when the stakes are higher than ever for these teams, that's even just going to add an extra layer to all of this, which, Emily, is going to be really drastic. But the fact that we've gotten to see both the teams play out on the day, again, MIBR has been really, really dominant, but Akave have shown that they're able to bounce back in most of these points.
Yeah, and I think Akave coming in as the underdogs here, I think the thing that they're going to have to rely on is their spontaneity. Like, MIBR, they want to end this 2-0. They want to be clean and quick and just get ready for finals tomorrow. Whereas Akave, and they're going to be playing super structured, I want to add. Whereas Akave, they're going to have to come in and throw some sort of curveball. They're going to have to take their aggression to the next level in order to have a chance in this best of 3, in my opinion.
I really wanted to highlight these players as well because of what they are for their respective teams and how flexible they are as well. The casters were talking about it, and we continue to see it. Bastarda used to be that main duelist when she was playing back for Team Liquid. Now, yes, sometimes she's still on the duelist role, especially with that Yoru, but more than anything, we do get to see her a lot more in that sentinel role on the Cypher, and really an amazing player, finding cool and like perfect timings for the team. On the other side, Ivy as well is the same case scenario. Used to be that duelist only for a lot of her previous teams, including the way that she started her career and getting a little bit more in firepower. But now she is playing the initiator, she's playing the sentinel, she's playing the duelist as well. She's really doing it all. So seeing the growth that these players have had going against each other is something that we've never really seen before.
And I love to be able to highlight that growth because, of course, we talk so much about the stakes, we talk so much about the championships, but to be able to see the growth of these players throughout this time and see it all accumulate on a stage like this is just really, really nice and shows a lot about what this scene is about. But to bring it back to that championships, that journey is going to end for one of these teams here today. But let's talk about the series at hand. Starting things off, we got to see an Ascent earlier by MIBR. First one picked up in the series. Of course, we're not going to see a couple of the ones we've seen so familiar. Instead, Emily, it'll be Abyss for a second pick from Akave.
Yeah, and of course, just starting with that Ascent, we've seen how MIBR plays on this. We've seen the stuff that they can kind of pull out and do. And I'm just wondering if Akave will be ready for something like that. Like, in my mind, their aggression could be the perfect counter because it doesn't matter if MIBR is attacking you from 3 different angles. If you're taking space somewhere else on the map and like splitting up their execs and splitting up their attacks, but onto a map like Abyss, I have no idea what Akave is going to pull out here and what MIBR, like what their mindset is going to be when coming into it and what their game plan will be. And I'm just hoping that it's somewhat of a close matchup on Abyss because it is like kind of a up in the air map for me.
Yeah, a lot of what we're going to be seeing in the series, it's a lot of questions, not only in that map of Abyss that we actually haven't seen from any of the teams so far, but even in that map of Ascent, yes, we just saw MIBR, but we haven't seen this map for Akave in, it seems like, forever. Last time that they played it, it was another one of those maps that they were able to 13-0 against their opposing team. But since then, we don't know if they changed any sort of compositions. We don't know how much they've really changed that playstyle as well. And yeah, MIBR, they look confident on this map, but not really knowing what Akave is going to be playing, it is a perfect curveball that Akave needs to maybe get a win early on.
Especially with how far back that 13-0 was as well. That was 6 months ago. That's crazy. But I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do. Of course, though, before we get started, we got to get hyped for this series. A little video before our next match.
SLN vem pro 3K, pro 4K. Ace, Ace, Ace da SLN!
Getting into this match again, MIBR coming in the favorites up against an Akave Esports just coming off of their loss to Wada. First map in the series going to Ascent. And as we talked about, something for MIBR we've seen on the day, but haven't seen for 5 months here on the side of Akave. So going into this, Dan, I'm looking at if they're first going to be keeping that same composition, but the second, the energy to come out of the gate with, because MIBR definitely are not a team to underestimate at any points.
Absolutely, and they could keep that composition by the way they were playing that Waylay. Even though for Akave so far, the maps that we've seen today, they have been playing the double duelist. It does change a little bit when you go into the map of Ascent. It's not impossible, but it's a little less likely for what they were able to do back then. Still, no matter what, I do like the vibes so far. We just had to right in the middle of that IGL, just having a good time. Once again, it seems like she was singing too, so keeping the energy up for this team going into the map pick of Ascent that looks honestly unstoppable for MIBR.
They'll need that energy as well, so I'd love to see that they have the vibes earlier on. Hopefully keep that going on forward. But it is going to be a compositional swap though. Emily, no Waylay in sight. We're going to see Tura on the cloak and then the Yoru coming out.
This is not what I was expecting on the side of Akave. The double initiate or double almost info inis. I was hoping for something more heavy Yuta, like even whipping out a breach and a Waylay or a breach and a rage, just something a little different, less standard for them to try and use their aggression that they've had success in their last best of 3.
We'll have to see that the switch coming on out, if it's enough to be taken down. It almost seems like unstoppable MIBR when we look at Ascent. But it's time to hop into the server and find out our final best of 3 of the day. Let's get it started with your casters, Rip and Sylvie.
We are ready to get right back into the action. The crowd has had me so pumped here, Zobi. It is an immense, electrifying watch here from home, so I can't imagine what it's been like there in the studio. We heard Starbound talking about what it was like to play against this crowd. Now, both teams kind of going to get boosted by the crowd, but MIBR seems to have a lot of that backing.
Yeah, I mean, a map that's been floated but not played in so long, and Akave come out with this confident Clove and Yoru. See, little heavy mid stack coming out. Fortunately, though, it is an A side pop and lean.
All right, SRN gonna be in. Nice space taken here. It seems like they're trying to make Akave feel a little uncomfortable in their own house. A site's gonna be a retake. Completely thought of by Akave here in the beginning. They say, let's use the util and try to get right back in. It doesn't look like they're gonna waste much time. Melissa gets the first shot on Dono. Sayuri comes in too, but these trades are there, Zobi, and it looks like they've sort of evened this out.
Right-click RNG connects, and Lisa asked to deliver on this Hell Anchor. Unfortunately, it does not connect, and a little pot shot around a generator, and that will be an MIBR pistol going their way. And, whew, I mean, it's a great way to get things started. We've seen already in the first series from MIBR how they can snowball super, super fast here, so looking forward to how this Akave buy gets converted. MIBR carries their weapons forward on the bonus, but time being, taking a look back there. Just calm, cool, collected.
They got very aggressive versus Wada on this map earlier, forcing a lot of fast-paced rounds, and it kind of made their opponent want to try and be that fast. So hopefully Akave can keep their own game plan in order. A little bit of a low buy here is going to be a bit slower as they stack up towards A. Soft site chosen by MIBR, so they'll kind of get a free entry in here to B, and they've bought up. They're just looking to get the AK clears or the Vandal clears in here and get themselves into site safely. SRN always on that front line of it.
Starting almost got a freebie, and she is still searching for that advantage. A double swing, though, out of spawn from Akave, and she decides it's better just to play with the team, but there's a silent threat still lurking. Ivy now taking over Tasty's Sentinel. Tucked away backside, and Flow Smoke to play around for the site, but the shock's perfect for flushing out and securing this for MIBR.
Great little cloud burst into sight to disrupt, distract, and follow up with a kill. And yeah, the spike planted should just be the rest of the Akave trying to get themselves close and see if the exits can be of any benefit here. And MIBR is going to look for a second round. They do have to get these Vandals out of here, though. That can get sticky for a moment.
I want to keep all of these weapons, right? Double Guardian, double Vandal. That was a statement buy in itself, and now they're finishing executing a statement round. The crowd already cheering, knowing this round's unwinnable, and this is something else when they have such decisive victories. You really want to prevent players like Mel from getting these ult orbs. Already on the fast track to the ult. You can see Tuda now just trying to maybe play for an exit, play to die to spike here. And I mean, getting that kill dropped one Guardian, so not the worst, I'd say, attempt there out of Akave, but this next round is going to be the big determining factor about how this series probably is going to go, Rivington.
All right, what's the buy? Where do they go? How quick do they play? I feel like MIBR has had this, like, the essence of smothering their opponents lately. They don't, even if you try a really cool strat out of a timeout, they're like, we feel like we already have the answer to it, and then they smother you. Here, it's going to be tough. They have the Sheriff. They actually get a Guardian on Sayuri, so they will actually buff up that weapon one more time with a bit of a purchase, and they are going against the full buy of Akave. Like you said, this really could dictate the rest of the game. The pace is still going to be the same, though, for MIBR as they head straight into B. Ventura says, not this time. They shut the door right away on 3 members of MIBR.
Oh, and lied. I think might have gotten a lineup kill outside of Catwalk. Again, we've seen MIBR kind of have these staggered start with the star lurking, and they have pushed that agenda even through into spawn, so there's no plan B. There's no rebound option for MIBR, and they're trying to keep the remaining players contained here in B. The crunch coming into Sayori. There was no escape. Akave, a flawless bonus denial there up against MIBR.
All right, so they do put their name on the board. It's exactly the kind of momentum they needed to come back with. Don't let it just didn't get through with that Sheriff. Can be demoralizing enough if you see that MIBR was able to pick up a few kills, but yeah, they don't have to worry about it. A nice timing on that peak because everybody was almost util out on Cat here. So that feels good and is a confidence builder for the bonus round. 5 there for Lied, stacking it up. Dimensional Drift in 1 to combat with all those orbs being stacked up on the side of MIBR.
Yeah, one off from the null command here. Might be the plan. Fight for a main control off this Omen TP, off of this flashpoint. Use that to get into the site, but I like Lied and Dano setting up this perfect trap, and Dano, as a result, finds 2 out of it. Little collide action. I like that they back out immediately. They got what they came for. They got the advantage. They don't want this to be a 2v3, so you set up a high-low with Tudor, who's rotated over. And just like that, we should have a tied game 2-2, unless Bastard puts up those clutch plays we saw in the first series of the day. But while she gets the road recovery, I gotta talk about Dano. On the KO on, I think it was Bind, they went crazy in the assist department. At one point, they had 20 plus. So here, no surprise. And speaking of surprises, whew, a little close for comfort, but of course, it's Dano to close it, yeah.
Dano coming up very big in those. Playing it strong, clean, and like you said, backing up for that high-low is so fluid. Just instinctual to play their lives, play it smart, numbers up. As I was just mentioning before, it felt like teams were almost pressured today to play to that MIBR pace and feel like they had to catch up, but no. Just setting the traps and making it work for the side of Akave here. Operator coming out already. Going to be fighting a Marshall somewhere on the map if we see it. But that's a big buy here with Dimensional Drift up. Could it lead to more?
Yeah, it caught Wada off guard at times, right? The Light operator. And I will say at MIBR, they know how to navigate an operator, evidence being the Wada starbound. We'll see what Light is able to do here. Working with the full buy because of how successful the round conversions have been. Oh, the timing! What is that reclear, Riv?
That ping on the turret, they're like, okay, it's just a turret, let's double swing it. I think it was great that they identified that turret positioning so they could look for somebody else. And yeah, that was, like you said, Sayuri was thinking the same thing. What is this reclear? I thought I had time to flash. But no, MIBR wants to push.
And that's the null command out of the picture. Would have been a great tool to get onto the site, take down the Cypher util, maybe give you a thrifty chance, but another player that can give you a thrifty chance. SRN with the Marshall. Kind of forcing Tasty off the angle for the time being, but it's really Lied is the one we're looking towards with this operator once again.
Always has an escape from this position, so not worried that they're pinned in the back of the site here. Tura says anchor, question mark, still at A. Gonna hold that down. Mid. And Dano has mid, so they have they are covering the entirety of the map. We just see MIBR trying to skirt about, take different avenues that they think might be open. But at this point, if you think something's going to be open, it's probably covered by Akave.
Yeah, even mid, right? Previously open because they had that deep Cypher trip. Now Light is suddenly there to cap off the round. And Bastard's still aiming. Winner and loss on these rounds. Has a good go at it, but ultimately I think the idea there was if Lisa said, okay, A is deserted, or she got a kill there, they were going to rotate back through mid. And the fact that they kind of got the spike down into tiles again, but that there wasn't that kind of fallback option times 2 in this round, right? That kill from Dano was everything. And unfortunately that Bastard didn't have enough time to get anything more done, as immediately the lead is flipped back on its head by Akave.
You know, the hype from Tura, watching them on camera has been so fun. They're dancing while they were defusing on Bind, dancing back and forth, brushing the shoulders off. Definitely keeps the vibes up on the team as we have a big hit here from MIBR on A as we're back into the action.
Yeah, but it's an immediate 5v5.
A little bit of an escape for retake. Yeah.
Right? Because that Dimensional Drift cleared all of B side, you know there's an alert player. You can go full focus mode. This is where I need to see Tasty. I need to see some of these ults come in, and you might just have to use to deny the lockdown, actually.
Yeah.
Are they? They're gonna respect it?
Yeah, they said maybe that's early enough. You still get, what, 15-ish, 20 seconds going back in here, maybe less. They're going to get one kill to start it off on SRN. Not the biggest of the ones they need, but it is a move in the right direction as they keep going. You need to get the rest of that util out from the initiators. Can you find the KO? They do. Tura finds Sayuri right in the corner, and now they're going to be able to get into the site, but it's still creeping for more members.
Wow, I mean, the simultaneous partitioning here. And while Melissa, yes, is able to find a kill off of the Hunter's Fury, it's still not enough. Not that yet comes back online, but there was no time to find your second win regardless. And everybody, as a result, is going to die to the spike. So maybe a major tipping round because of all the ults that were invested by Akave to no avail.
Yeah.
Maybe a good turnaround opportunity for MIBR, but I think because they respected the lockdown. If they didn't respect the lockdown and like either Hunter's Fury did or fought for it, I think they would have had enough time. Like, they were steamrolling those fights. It felt so fluid from, again, the corner clear to the main clear simultaneously, while we saw Ivy clearing out hell, like clean from start to finish, and they're celebrating this, and then Tasty's like, oh, wait, we lost. Wow.
Oh, I feel like props to SRN too. Right after that, the lockdown went down, they were there at Tree to stop him a little bit more, saying, oh yeah, one more fight before you get in. So a lot of little pieces getting together there, and I also thought the defuse was coming through, but we're already ready for another plant on B somehow as MIBR is moving 100 miles an hour. It's a 3v3 though, and only one Phantom on the side of MIBR to hero through the round.
You get to Bastard, clutch player of them all. So we get to see again Akave's ability to just clear every corner, every space, every nook and cranny from MIBR.
Last player standing.
Didn't get the chance to.
Wow.
I mean, again, we talked about how seamless this process is. They're not making any mistakes at the moment. And that kind of goes back to what the desks talked about, is that if you even lose a single map and still win the series, the calculations get so complicated in terms of round differential. If you want to go through, winning 2-0 is your easiest fashion to get that best of 5 attempt for Seoul tomorrow.
Just clean comms. And this isn't, you can hear. It's hardly anything. They know what they're doing as a team. They don't have to overcome. It's not muddy. They're focused on kills. Really smooth stuff from Akave there as they were moving into the site. Operators back in action. Again for Lied. I'm looking for possibly an updraft there after hearing Blade Storm.
And we've seen some silliness with the rolls, right? Suda caught out. We've seen Ivy have issues anchoring, but yeah, that coordination has transferred from map to map no matter what, and looking for MIBR to get a little antsy to try and challenge. They like these mid crunches, and SRN set up draft already exhausted, says they cannot get the job done. It's just first time we're gonna see like the default finally like transcend into a still a 5-on-5. I feel like a take. Again, we've mentioned it's been when they've been down and out of these rounds, so I'm curious to see what's gonna happen, because once again, Light is repositioning in the right place at the right time.
One of the longest rounds for sure. Each one of these seems like we've just been in the site once the walls drop. Now they're going to go right down to that 40-second mark as they head through Tree. Operator trying to peek through first, and that's going to be torn down by the Blades. MIBR is starting to make quick work of this round, and another one from Melissa gets 3 on the board for them.
Just 30 to tie things up 4-4 would be huge. Tasty still alive. Try and make a go at things. Now down to a 2v4, but every weapon has been collected and turned against them now. And talking about high lows and multi-kills, it's a firing squad there. You've handed over SR and Operator, and Tasty just
crowd already.
Go they're calling for the save. I mean, that is a huge round to win in that fashion.
Wow. He said, heard earlier, Starbound said you can feel it. You can feel
even Power was
that
messaging
energy.
that.
Yeah.
They all know. I did see some Akave fans. I saw an Akave flag in the chat or in the audience during the Wada game. So
hold them
I feel
up.
like they may have some more fans in the audience than maybe the NA team did. But all in all, yep, there it is. Just it's so easy to, again, that's why they can snowball. That's why they can come back from these difficult situations. And SRN, instrumental in this round. The Bastard Lurk, instrumental in this round. And just the team fight starting to click a little bit more.
4-4 here. Dano thinking, what are they going to go with? If they hold off to a Guardian on this one, or just hold off in general, as we'd have another lowish buy coming from Akave. And MIBR now.
That's a
working that
attempt.
Operator. Yeah.
Ooh, this I do like, though. I don't think they expect a second one to be on the deep line. Especially with Ivy jiggling like this for info.
Here.
They've set this up for success. Now Tasty just has to follow through. But Sayori, too clean, sees right through it. Ivy now, little kill trip action tucked away in logs. We'll see It's like we're like lining up a checklist and they're knocking all these options out, and this drone is going to spoil the entire strat as well. Oh,
Words out of my mouth. I was like, they're just checking everything off.
Yeah.
That's a corner look. That's a corner look. Oh, we can nade that? Okay, throw it in logs. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is just one after the other here, and now the two members on this low buy round left, Tura and Dano, find their way over towards market or somewhere they can get in spike range and see if they can do a little bit of damage here. This has been a great game, a great start by Akave here.
Truly.
Once they can get back in order, if they can get some more of these alt orbs online for Lied, and then Tasty, you know, I know they feel like they're probably coming in here as the underdog though, but they are performing really well on a map we have not seen them on in a very long time.
Ooh. And I did like them trying to go for this, right? A little quick ruse, maybe to get in the stairs, trying to kill with that Bucky, close proximity, but not having any of it. Siri takes a confident dive, keeps him out of CT, and the spray through the smoke to finish things off. All right, MIBR again stabilized after breaking the bank with that thrifty for Akave. You see, like I mentioned, both teams, like, it's, again, I feel like today has been like, okay, first series, Wada wasn't playing at their best. I think Akave versus Wada heated up to their final form, and that's where things started to slip. And here, it just feels like both may be firing on all cylinders at the moment. We've talked about they're not making any mistakes, clearing every nook and cranny. Again, the retakes have been streamlined from Akave. Just looking for them to try and really figure out how to navigate the SRN operator first and foremost, right? They handed it over to them, and now they're having a hard time dealing with it and over-peaking it.
Ooh, they're going for B again, so a little bit of conditioning as well as these fights that MIBR is taking here. And they may make Akave think a little bit differently about having this alt orb aggression. Maybe they can't do anything about it if they keep fighting like that, honestly. It's just lockdowns there, and MIBR gets what they want for B main, and they should be able to take sight here with the smokes coming through.
Okay. Little Odin action for the first time of Lied. Relinquishing the operator to pick up this weapon.
Yeah.
And it's just not quite connecting. Tasty, on the other hand, going to find Sayori. That's huge. Not going to have any null command as a backdoor option, but still to deal with the flashes. Connecting SRN, swinging off contact, relinquishing the operator, pick up the Vandal to get aggressive here. And you still have to worry about Bastard and this reflank mid from Lisa. Everything connecting, but Dono still finds two somehow. In the blink of an eye, they're always identifying and capitalizing off of these gaps.
I thought Lisa was going to be the kingpin there, coming through with the kills from mid. It was the Cypher that went down first. That trap disappeared immediately, and it's like, oh, that's free hit. But wow, the quickness to push sight there by Akave, and then have the wherewithal to know that that push mid's still going to be coming through after a kill. But like you said, both teams firing on all cylinders. We're hearing it on the retakes. We're hearing it, and they're seeing it on the calls and the strats.
Yeah.
Yeah, vibes.
You're seeing the vibes. Yeah, absolutely. And even Dimensional Drift there just guided each and every one of those decisions, and reactivity from Tora just to close things out. MIBR, they're getting on the B side. It's these post plans they have to worry about, and boy, oh boy, were they good in that Wada game on these retakes on the side of Akave. So we'll see if that develops here to get to that 6th round, that safety net. Because still 5-5. Light has the operator back, finally reclaiming it. And they've sat on this no command for a while. Let's see if the ripcord allows a bit deeper control they need.
Yeah, they're starting to get a surplus of ultimates. They got to start using them. So here they go. That's actually going to be straight across the mid, not towards Boathouse, as they fight quite a bit here for the early lobby of B. Now they try to get into sight. Lied with that operator once again, going back and forth, reaching deep into the pockets for these purchases, but keeping Akave with those kills on the board here. 3v3 still on this one. Ooh, the TP from Lisa gets in time. And that shadow step means a kill onto Ivy here as they set themselves up for this 2v3 retake.
All right. Operator's been stellar on the retakes, and you usually don't say that, but now they've relinquished it, finding a kill onto Lisa. You still have to worry about this player tucked away in main who has inadvertently given away the position by that recon bolt. So with Bastard falling, things are getting dicey. Melissa's gonna have to scale up really fast here. The ruse is up. They can hear you running downstairs, and just like that, the bodyguarding is good. Lie with 4 kills on the round, and yep, they're on their feet. They're celebrating because they have guaranteed at minimum a 6-6 half on Ascent.
That was a Vandal at the end? I wonder if the op was picked up, if they were reviving. It looked like they kind of just stood still for a second. Yeah, we'll see. That TP there to keep the kills coming, but it just seems like they go 1-1 on lane and stairs, and they're just so synergized to take that site. The second time we've seen that, and once in the site, you can't uproot them. We'll see where the weapons go here. Yeah, Live's gonna drop that op, stick with the Vandal after the 4K comes through,
Little updraft
and it's right back to this B main. You like that? Yeah.
Shows they've done their homework. I think it was Lisa earlier that said they don't really read into their enemies that much, right? They play their own game. And honestly, you look like they had the perfect anti to counter, right? Against Wada. That's not the same here against Akave. And Lied specifically. Now, Tasty. Maybe a little bit misread off the fake, the lurk outside of A. Because they've now accelerated on the B side, but don't worry. They have Ivy to ping pong off of.
They've moved so quick. The spike was also over at A for maybe a fake, but the orb grab was there as they decided to take B. So now I think they wait out the round and they make Akave second guess everything, right? You can see a little bit of movement. Opens up a position, maybe an avenue for them to get the spike in, but still, this becomes a risky one. Yeah.
I like this, though. SRN fighting forward. They've had issues holding on to the site, so that's your best course of action to fight back into CT, isolate the fights, but the trades are gorgeous towards Akave.
Wow.
There we go. Every time.
Wow. I said MIBR was smothering earlier. Now we have Akave smothering on their opponent. 7-5 on that first half.
Yeah, and I had a stat down from the Wada Sunset that just like screamed through for me particularly. And it was that they had 7 out of 12 retakes successfully. And while this is a different map, it clearly has transferred. Even if they haven't had reps on this map, at least in officials. There's a reason why Ascent is a bread and butter of VALORANT. They're finally getting rid of it, you know, in the new map pool. Won't be there for GCC, but look at that. They're listening to the few fans in the audience, right, that were repping the flag.
Yeah.
I think it was, they mentioned, like, I think it was Lisa saying, okay, their crowd's silent when we lose, they're cheering when we win. And here, yeah, Akave says, the crowd's sleeping because we are winning. And this halftime, we're going to have a serious conversation with your coach to figure out how to bounce back.
Recon all day. Recon.
Oh, I'm Primordium. Primordium. What? Okay, I have the Vandal, so I feel like I have to go with the Phantom. It's like when that weapon is down on the ground and you're picking it up every time over other weapons, that's when you know it's time to buy the skin. And that was Primordium.
Recon is used by a lot of tier 1
every
players.
pro.
All right,
yeah.
that's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
All right. Have we seen some? We'll see if we got recons coming up in this game. Both teams playing so well here as we get the crowd voting through our halftime as the teams chat it up, try to figure out what they can do as we switch sides. A 7-5. It did prevail for the defensive side here. We've been seeing the map switch around lately to get that attack side just absolutely obliterating, but Akave holds true, and we'll have to see what they can do for their attack side. This should be interesting.
I will also say, right, both teams in Wada and in Akave had to play back-to-back best-of-3s, right? Wada in the prior and Akave now. And that keeps you warm, right? Versus MIBR are the only team that had to take that map off, right? Yeah, you got to watch the Akave games, but this could also be okay. They're not as warmed up, they're not as loose, and that might be them just getting back into that mechanical peak form that we saw dominating the NA squad. So again, this could be a completely different half off of that alone. Coming into things as well. I mean, I'm looking at that Clove pick and I'm like, this will be really nice maybe to aggress. I mean, unless you look at, okay, no paranoia, that could be difficult, so the flashes are going to have to be on point, but this is Dano we're talking about. An assist and trade machine that is carried over from series to series.
Already at 9, yeah.
Yeah, like,
so far.
Exactly. And, yeah, I mean, we've been missing their kills. Like, that's how quick the trades are. And the 7-5 half, MIBR, quick way to get back in would be that pistol win. They got the first one, but Akave only dropped 1 in their previous series, so see how it goes.
Not even really a high-low, just kind of stacking up towards that bottom M1. He's still going to take the fight. Dano, the classic from Dano has been crazy. As they go towards A, it's still going to be an MIBR push as they kind of put their forces as one on Cat to see if they can recuperate a little bit of damage here with this Sheriff.
All right. Silent scale
Still
up.
got some Yuto.
Yeah, you want to gate crash past all of this Killjoy Yuto and hope Light can open up the site. That's the ideal. You can see, other than the off angle, this little high-low, they were kind of respecting that. They wouldn't have any way to counter the Yoru from these positions. I'm curious to see if they'll waltz right into the crosshair. I think they pulled a fast one. What is just? Oh, what is this? A little? Are they gonna flash out of the smoke? What?
Yeah, a little walk-in smoke. They can at least peel to one side and create a helpful advantage towards, yes, where they had their Yoru go. So that's a pretty neat way to kind of divide the site and get yourself covered from that smoke on the entry. Sheriff's not going to connect for SRN. And now they're going to be forced into the retake. Well thought out. Sarge is going to try and start him off, but there is just too many bullets flying from Akave right now. And Dono and Tasty will stay alive to capture that pistol round.
I can't tell which Tasty kill should not have happened. The one where they're literally knife out, jumping around, and then pull the ghost back out, or the one where they find a second after that fact with 4 HP. But again, like you mentioned, creative smoke sets things up, and then right after they get into the site, you notice how they kind of avoided giving SRN and the MIB players any fights until absolutely necessary?
Yes.
I mean, that was super impressive and shows the respect that they have, an understanding of how to win this round. Did Toot have a knife out? Are they going for the knife on the Bastard?
Fade away.
Well, hey, pistol round 1, the buy-up's good. No double vandal like MIBR, but these Bulldogs sure can bite. They are trying to into this mid-crunch towards B.
Wow. Yeah, that is fast. They go straight in here. Uh-oh, Bastard's going to be stuck. They try to get in the site just to help, so they can swarm as well. So they lose one on the entry. And okay, Live's going a little hand there, going inside. Daniel's going to go, you know what? I can too. Just W button, the only one that's on the keyboard right now, and Akave are going to make use of it. There's another one. That's Tura one more time, and 9-5 here. Can they make it through the bonuses? The next question.
And I mean, we cannot understate how impressive this Akave map already is, right? This is MIBR's pick. I feel like most people wrote off Akave after they lost to Wada on that previous series. And this is an insane way to bounce back. And again, it's off of Dono. Like, the multi-kills, like, they are definitely making it look like the duelists of the initiators right now. Trying to catch back up to the rest of the team in the kill department. To match the assists now, mind you. And honestly, keeping it as clean as they did, I can see these weapons rivaling. I mean, you've even upgraded Ivy to a Phantom.
Oh, okay. Are they still going to push through? Yeah, sometimes it is power in numbers, and you have to follow your team. Sam MIBR still had the read, though. Cutting down Akave as they try to enter into B, and we'll look on mid as Lisa gives up the next strat.
Kind of early paranoia there. Just trying to eat away at that timer. Just over a minute left. Not quite sure how I feel about these players playing divided, but if Tasty can open up the A site, might just connect. I mean, you're known for these impressive target switch plays. You knew the Omen was there. So getting a little bit silly. Getting, which was already a difficult situation, but Tuda with the pick-me-up may be able to isolate these fights, but Lisa's stable and the crowd erupts.
They said, all right, let's go. Gladiator mode. 1v1. How many can you kill? Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to. See, heading into that site. Oh, yep. A little bit of Valorant there. Because you're just coming it right into a flash.
Enemy remaining.
Absolutely.
Around. God, both teams honestly look like they're vibing here. Because it is fun to play against a competitive team. Be pushed to your limits here. And MIBR, like you said, watching these teams play, had an idea of what they were going to put on the table once they hit these maps. And with it not working out, I'm sure they're scrambling a little bit here. Judge is going to come into play onto Dono with this null command still pinging out. How much can Akave use it? Risky.
Last thing you expect on a full buy round is a Judge, right? And on your initiator as well. This is a quick change up as well. MIBR trying to stop them at the door instead of playing the retake game. See Akave not only taking up the fight just yet, trying to push the positions they knew these players were, but now that they've seen that presence, that many players, they think better of it. Little rebound action for the time being, but just under a minute left. them walking away to deny the info here, I'm not quite sure how much time they'll have to actually make a move.
It's going to have to be straight up cat here, or they're going to have to run through mid.
And Zeri still has the judge! And 2 flashes! And the knife!
Back. Oh, stays in
30
position.
seconds left.
Oh no.
Oh, Tasty takes one, but a lot of damage as well along the way. And they know they're actually coming from A main here. Lockdown here for MIBR. They find the members of Akave and make it 9-7. It will not be an easy one there for Akave.
And never directly challenge an open anchoring from DICE. Like, they need to open a study on that, just how often they're able to convert or pop off into multi-kills. Like, Lisa caps off the round, doesn't let any heroics through for Tuda. There we go.
Nope.
And it did come off of, again, some really creative recon right there. That ping through from Heaven. And that's Judge from Sayori. Really just throwing a thorn into things, punishing how they don't get too much clearance out of Akave. They're more contact-based with this composition. And speaking of contact, money reset with 5 strong over towards B main. Effective 0 point in. Took down the Killjoy utility right here from Bastard. As a result, fight forward and reclaim the space MIBR also lined up on.
Besides B main, very reserved play here coming from MIBR. Just kind of pushed up on this archway right now, feeling comfortable with 2. And they're able to stop an entire team. A quick smoke for now, as they buy a little bit more time. Now, Akave's hoping that this also dislodges MIBR from their favorite defensive positions, wherever they might be. And they're going to find out that has not happened yet. Still patiently watching mid. It's SRN.
Number 1 eco round killer, the Outlaw. Combine that with SRN, it's just a multiplied factor at this point. And although they don't overheat, right? They know they're tucked away pizza, so you reposition. And they might even find proper timing here towards CT as well. The cage procs, so they know that they're going to be walking out lane. And the recon combined with not clearing out logs, it should be a done and dusted deal. Minus, I was going to say, Tuda had a nice look up mid, but the Ghost pre-fire reveals the position, and now they're just going to get flooded and run down, baited in the works to get MIBR up to 1 round away from the tie game.
Was that just a guaranteed orb? What is SRN on? Trying to get in there with the knife swing. But yeah,
you don't want to bring the Outlaw into a full shield round anyways.
That too, yeah. Oh, this could have been an ace round as well. That's the takedown, the duelist, the entry. And yeah, the rest of the team will follow on that. So nice control. And around MIBR should be taking for themselves. As you mentioned, it was a low buy for Akave here. We'll get a quick tech pause coming through. Both teams hang out.
Yeah, tactical pause coming out from Akave. I think they did pretty well framing their timeouts. They smile on the coach's face. They're like, hey guys, you're doing great. Let's just not let it slip at the end.
Yep.
Which is kind of funny because that's like the complete opposite of how the Wada series went as well. It was Wada always leaning, and then they crept up, stole the lead from them, win a map. So now they're playing ahead, and we're seeing that confident look. It boils down even into the stage presence here. They don't care about the crowd vibes. That lane experience they have, Latin shining through. This is the first time out of the game as well. If you think about how close and contentious it's been, I think MIBR would have taken one if they didn't win that early thrifty in the first half that kept them on track, but it's going to be, we're going to grind out these last rounds before overtime, Rivington.
Operator for SRN. Operator Blade Storm. And that's going to be 550. Yeah, that's a spend. Everybody else, they're good for rounds and rounds to come. So maybe this will be the op round. Blade Storm next round if they can hold on to it. And that would be good money for MIBR here. So Akave really looking to cut through that, get their economy back online, and take this control of the game back here. Now they have weapons. Let's see what they got.
2 players tiles not quite spotted. SRN with the operator. Again, you can't just contact into this. You have double initiator.
Yeah.
And now, that's your big fragging player isolated. They know you have a lurk player Cypher over towards B main off that camera, and they've tracked Tuda down to the ruse. towards your spawn, and you have 2 players eyeing that line. Okay. I do like this late pivot, though. They were aware it could happen, but they want to get the 0 point out and then double back. Okay, we're good. For now.
Well covered. They know what the exits and the entrances can be. Seen on the mini-map means Hunter's Fury is going to come out, take Sayuri down. Is that spawn open? If Futura can move through this, no. Instantly found by Lissa. They clean that spot up, but it's going to be not dead yet. Trying to push through, trying to create more pressure. They are trying to find Mel, and it is taken out. They are destroyed in the boathouse as the rest of the team tries to come through. But wow, no patience here. No patience as MIBR floats into the side, Zobi.
Shorty out into the smoke, and just like that, it's SRN with a 4K. We said it. They cooled off during the break between series, but you can say, I mean, they're back down to the trash talk against the opposition. I mean, impressive play. I mean, I liked the Tura resurrection there. Not dead yet, that came through, but didn't draw eyes enough. And I praised how both of these teams in the first half were so thorough with their utility, with their coordination and clearance. And now it's just, again, Akave, like with how much they have in the util department, I feel like they're not fully capitalizing off of that and are getting punished for it.
Yeah, it's the kind of if we can get away with this, maybe using it here would be really beneficial. But like, you're not getting away with it. You got to use the utility early, just that simple corner, and as a team push out to make everything else easier. It does seem like they're just trying to get away with things at some points, and it's costing Akave that momentum in the moment. A kill already comes out onto Ivy, so they're not going to have any protection behind. It's an easy push out if MIBR wants it, but why would they? The defense has been so strong.
Now SRN, here to back up a start at half HP. You don't expect the operator right behind the Killjoy. 3 kills looking for back-to-back 4Ks at this rate. We're at least able to find a kill and the gun upgrade to follow suit. But Spike is in enemy territory. SRN's back on their own offline. And you really don't have another ruse to get into tree until 30 seconds. That would give you 15 to get back to the site. Reclearing space that would have been reclaimed. And you can see MIBR taking no risks. They want this lead back. They want double digits.
Oh wait, that's your peak. I go now, right? You just hear an entire clip unloaded from an Odin. Yeah, every gun playing tricks, mind games, one shot. That's going to be the Odin through the wall, though. A nice one. And another round here for MIBR as they slowly take down Akave on that one by one, finding out where they were trying to get an advantage.
And I love that Wada's in the crowd there, right? Feeling the Brazilian energy because they want MIBR to win this, right? The team that decimated them in the first series and now have to become their biggest advocates because if they win, they get to rematch in a best-of-5 against them tomorrow. And honestly, Akave's made them look mortal this map, so that might even be reinstilling confidence for them to have a go at it. A closer series, maybe, to decide the next America's representative for GCC Seoul. But, I mean, SRN has evolved, right? They've reached their final form. Just pushing it all the way through a main, trying to refag Ivy, but, yeah, I mean, from the dimensional drift to the neural that you know the B site is vacated. The question is, how deep does Akave set the defensive lines? And the answer is very tasty. Pushes all the way into market.
Yeah, that's so much audio pickup too. It's like, hey, I hear how many going spawn? All of them right now. They have a double push on mid, so they know that's a confirmed all spawn. This should just be fish in a barrel here for the side of Akave.
Oh, Dono proving that for the time being. Ooh, isolated fights. I mean, Dono shut down by the counter initiator. Melissa, 3 kills. Moran has a quiet map so far. This clutch would be everything. Tuda, though, other plans, and it is the bait and the switch from Tasty. Was in that mid-market position for a very long time. Return on investment. We're both at 10 apiece.
Man, these rounds are getting scrappy, and I am here for it. There's a lot of movement, and then you can see everybody realize how quick things have been moving, that turnaround to find out who's pushing mid, because wait, it's almost like everything's very chaotic, but also there's something that's a little too quiet in this moment, and it's really cool to see everybody reacting accordingly and making these fights so worthwhile in the moment as the util hits and they try to do their best to get the advantage. The replay just shows it. Like you said, the bait and switch, everything necessary to stop Melissa coming in after 3. They're like, wait, this is scary, you know? It's taking everything from these teams. Timeout now for MIBR, or a tech pause rather, I should say. 10 seconds left on this.
It's a technical pause.
Oh, it's a reg.
Yeah, I think what I was saying earlier was I was saying this is the perfect time for a timeout, right? You have 2 banked because of that thrifty comeback turnaround in the first half to keep things close. And now you take 1 and then take 1 before it would be OT or bust on your map pick reminder. So looking good.
Oh. It says Tactica. I thought it said Technica when I looked at it on the floor. I see now. The tacticians. All right, let's do this. 10-10.
You got ults. This is a big
ready
round.
to go.
Okay. You can see a little bit more default look out of Akave. Just trying to wait for any pop aggressive play. I mean, we've seen SRN literally run it down A main before, so I wouldn't count anything out at this point. I do like the least off angle. Again, we'll be testing Akave and how thorough they are on these XX, but in the meantime, Donna faking the A split pressure. At this point, like, if you're MIBR, you really don't know which way they're leaning. That 0 point may have just shed some light on it. A cross-map lineup I think I just saw land, actually.
Yeah.
Was it right? That came from a back out boat and then landed in the A main.
Halting. That's a tell on one player, so they gotta actually know where the play is moving. Oh, SRN very ready for that to be moving through. Just orbing out. Why not hold the angle? You're gonna be able to see that. Again, it just seems like Akave is missing a few things to make these strats go the way that they want, but Ivy is going to make sure the Vandal is one way they can also get this in their favor.
30 seconds left.
Okay. Start aggressive lockdown here, forcing the hand of these players on Akave's side. They're ready to receive them with open arms, deadly ones at that. Ivy has to go at it. Fortunately, not able to convert the clutch, and MIBR, not caught off by surprise by the quick scale up after they got in position. Tell they're happy with that round. They're like, yep, all right, MIBR's back on track. Especially because they used the one ult that was banked on Akave's side. They're kind of reading the minds of Akave and Ivy as well. I'm glad to see her live in that late stage of the round because she's usually been first blooded by SRN. So we got to see the action there. Maybe that's also a win con to look forward to as you try to eke out these last few rounds for a 13-11 or an overtime attempt.
A lot of B favor, a B market over and over. This is a very default round coming in here now by Akave to feel it out. They are right next to each other on A main. They are other side of the wall, or smoke, I should say, from each other moment. And yeah, they're going to just back up at the right time. Never mind. Caster Curse, Bassard coming out with that. Another judge, as you wouldn't expect that to be right in your face here towards the end of this first map. They're still going to go towards that judge a bit and see if they can tempt it. It looks like it might be an overall mid play, though.
Okay. Ooh. Kill found.
But Tasty kind of ran for a moment there, like, I'm going to take the space. Looking for some util, maybe to take the alarm bot with them, but that's all on A, unfortunately.
Oh, the
Is SRN another shot online? Oh my, there's so many. It just looks like Akave's peeking and they're getting shot from every angle. Like, Ivy's like, no, actually, wait. I don't like this situation. Still taken down, trying to hide an M1. And now left. It is just a pickup here for Lied.
Here.
Yeah, all eyes on Lied.
Yeah, they just looked like they hesitated, getting a bit anxious.
It's a good word for it. Is anxious there, kind of making the plays.
Don't want to make mistakes.
But you want to help the person that might have just died in front of you, but you're a little late because it happened so quick kind of thing. When everything should just be happening together. We saw it on the defensive retakes, right? They were flowing into the site on the side of Akave. They were completely together here. But now in kind of an unknown of they're not in the site, they could be anywhere in front of us. It seems to be picking apart that confidence they had earlier.
And this is so interesting because MIBR, right, on their attack half, it was just EXX like clockwork and trying to improve that post plant. Here, it feels like Akave has been just like doing everything under the sun, right? They're really favoring default into side XX, and now they're finally going to the MIBR method, we can call it, just trying to overwhelm this B-side operator, forced to dash away, the cage again to gain this space, and Hunter Series want to flush out these anchors.
Melissa threading around the Hunter's Fury back and forth. The Sheriff for Sayuri to put the nail in the coffin, possibly on this last one. Help to, I should say. And sees another tour there going down shortly. And now it is just going to be up to Tasty. The final shots coming in. Tasty on one, but it's going to be Lissa, and that's going to be 13 for MIBR to start off this series on Ascent.
Wow, and boy, oh boy. You can see them hyping up the crowd, which was already hyped, doesn't even need it. And they're like, you guys, how'd you throw that? Like, they're confused, right? On the MIBR side. Insane turnaround there. And I said that, you know, maybe they were just warming back up. They took a break, but all in all, yeah, it's like Akave was playing so clean, so stable, and then that foundation started to crumble in the confidence alongside it.
I mean, you're also trying to dislodge the SRN operator. That is not an easy task. It is everywhere. It seems to be so online, especially you throw one smoke, but there's a different angle somehow, or they're not playing the same position, and the rest of the team is also just playing so well on top of that. Lied was near 20 at one point. I think at 19 rounds, SRN had 21, Lied had 19. Both of the duelists fragging out there, but yeah, the rest of the team coming up huge. Anything else for first map from you?
I think just because MIBR won this first map, the best you can do, again, to keep your chances at tomorrow's game alive is to win 2-1. And with that, you still have to worry about round differential versus Wada. So coming into this next map, it's not just a matter of winning, it's a matter of every single round is going to count for something towards you possibly even having a chance at getting there. I'm not a mathematician on stream by any means, so we'll probably have to leave that to the desk, Rivington, right?
Absolutely. We got a map to break down and even more to go, and the desk will do that right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
A very close Ascent in the first map between Akave Esports and MIBR. An all-decisive series ahead of us in such a close map to be starting it off. Akave Esports, they come out of the gate strong. They make it really look like they can take it. But Emily, in the end, it is going to be MIBR with that comeback, close out the map, and be up 1 in the series.
No, Akave played so well in this best of 3, especially compared to how they started off versus Wada. Even though those games are close, this is like a whole brand new Akave. They were playing trap plays on defense. They were a lot more structured. They were trading out every kill. They had so many retakes on defense, and their team play was just so good. Like, their chemistry was insane. And to highlight 2 specific players, actually, Light and Tasty, their performance this map was insane. Like, I think at some point, Light was like 16 and 8 on the attack. It was really something insane to see. And then MIBR, you were right, they did have that little bit of a comeback there. They held chokes on defense really well. They held their crossfires, which ultimately Akave did struggle with trying to beat and get out on these sites. They made it such a hassle for them. And when they did get put down at those chokes, they kind of didn't know how to bounce back into the round, and then they just kind of fell apart. And then SRN, their performance in this map, insane. Almost 30 kills, and their op crush was huge.
Insane. You just feel the energy towards the end as SRN just hyping up the crowd, and especially when it's a comeback like this one, right? Because yeah, maybe it's not a crazy comeback like we've seen for other teams, but it's still one where they had to really work for it. And I think it really comes down to something they were saying, Emily, about how good they were at holding these chokes, whether it was with the judge, whether it was once they get that contact using the Hunter's Fury, using a few of those ultimates, the Killjoy utility as well. They had a lot to work with that was not only delaying Akave, but also finding them an opening, and then putting Akave in an uncomfortable situation where it seems like there was not maybe a clear direction of what they wanted to do next. There was not a clear immediate rotation to the other side, a little bit more of mid control. It was just a slow pace that MIBR were benefiting from. So it's what it takes to win this map of Ascent, and it's also the result that ultimately we expected from MIBR.
Yeah, the journey to get there was definitely one that wasn't quite expected, but I am definitely very pleased with how that map played out. There was quite a few players that were talked about, but again, have to circle around to SRN and the impact that was being put up here, because especially too, when you are looking at an MIBR that was down in rounds for a little bit there, it was a huge impact here, Dan, to make sure that MIBR could start to just not just find that lead, but to close out this map.
Absolutely, and it was once again all about that second half. Yeah, we talked about, I just mentioned the ultimates that they had, I just mentioned the Killjoy utility as well, the judge, but also the operator for SRN that was just a nightmare to deal with. Not only that, but you see the shorties out close, you see the ultimate as well, just so many different resources that make this player so amazing. And not only that, we just saw SRN play that jet. That is the jet that they should be playing moving into our next map of Abyss, and last time they played this map of Abyss is when SRN dropped those 50 kills and broke every single record that we've had. So having this player be so fired up early on might be dangerous territory for Akave.
There is so many different storylines that are emerging on this very second map of the series with Abyss. Because first, yeah, the SRN dropping 50 kills in a map that was like 44 rounds was incredibly insane. Also, you just talk about the big story here, Emily. For Akave Esports, having lost that first map, we are going into their own map pick, but it is something that we've never seen from this current iteration of the roster when their life in this tournament is on the line.
No, I feel like we've been saying that a lot today. Like, there's a lot that we haven't seen from Akave, whether it's maps, whether it's play style. And I think it's kind of working out for them. Although they're not getting the overall wins, they're still surprising their opponents in many different ways. And so I'm hoping to see the kind of same surprise, spontaneous stuff that MIBR just won't be expecting.
It'll be an interesting one, though, because the fact that we know so much tape, and again, 44 rounds the last time they played on this map, so much tape on MIBR, but for Akave, this is just really, really unknown. Normally, I would be a little bit worried, but Dan, again, they had swapped that Ascent comp. It was something that looked really, really comfortable, so it's a team that definitely has been hiding a lot from us so far, and a team that definitely shows that they can go toe-to-toe with MIBR.
Absolutely. They have a lot of secrets, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be playing on Abyss, because they're already showing us that they are not scared of playing those maybe not so common agents that also play a little bit of a different style and really make that opposing team uncomfortable when they need it the most. This is a key point for Akave and for what tomorrow and the future for their year is going to look like. If Akave loses here 2-0, they're out of contention for the grand finals and out of contention for Game Changers Championship. So yeah, those surprises on this map of Abyss, they have to be massive, and they have to be enough to shut down the insane team that MIBR is here.
And with the agent select right around the corner, again, SRN going assumingly back on that jet. You know, on the side of Akave Esports that there is a duelist on the opposing end that is just absolutely dangerous to be dealing with. So how do you adjust in kind to make sure you can be coming out on top? That is going to be one of the questions I'm looking to have answered here. And getting into the agents, we are going into a double duelist here, Emily, on the side of Akave.
I'm so excited to see the tasty Waylay. Like, just watching their aim on Ascenti the past few maps earlier today, bringing that onto a Waylay, I think that's going to be deadly, and I think that's for sure going to cause some trouble for MIBR, no matter what side that they're starting on. Also, the double duelist, you're right, we're going back to kind of what we were seeing against Wada. I'm expecting to see more aggression. I'm expecting to see Waylay, info, stun, Yoru TP, Omen Blind, all of the above.
Getting into this double duelist, switching things up. It's time to see if it's enough for Akave Esports. Their life here in the Game Changers last chance qualifier is on the line. Can they fight it out on Abyss and take us into a map number 3? It's time to find out. Head into the map with your casters, Rip and Zobi.
And we are ready to dive into the Abyss. That's a great question. Is the double duelist enough? They've picked 2 that'll make you want to pull your hair out if you play it right. So Akave could get things going here with this composition they brought to the table. But MIBR is kind of in their tried and true. So they're going to be very comfortable in coming at you hard.
Yeah, Ivy again, sporting the Cypher we saw over on Ascent. So the typical initiator. We saw, obviously, the Waylay on Bind. Super, super impressive, being that chaos element. We said it, Akave need chaos to upset favorites of MIBR. And you need Lied to be firing on cylinders as well. So that is a major kill to go the way of MIBR. And it's going to set up this perfect B crunch. Ivy tested.
Ooh. Ivy tested and comes out on top, wraps up her opponents. Tasty, they're pushing just as hard as they were getting pushed. I was going to say MIBR is moving very fast, but look how quick Akave encroaches around the extremities. Now back to the 2 members of MIBR.
Oh, they're refighting into this on the side of MIBR, and successfully so, I should say. Tasty, though!
Ooh.
Able to find them both in an instant. And just like that, Akave keep up
Yeah.
strong pistol record. And then what we saw over on map 1, and they're like, how did we win it in that fashion? They're also just aghast and reminiscing maybe on what went well and what didn't in that round, or taking in the stage maybe. Or they're discussing the Waylay. Or how they jumped over. So many things that could have
maybe.
happened.
Jeez. Clean shots.
Absolutely.
All right. Defuse wants to get back into the site. Again, you're a good point that they went to refight that. Everybody back towards that bookshelf area. Almost worked out for them, but everybody else coming back from Akave, yeah. And that's what you're going to need right now. Bucky coming up from SRN. You get someone's face maybe here. It's on the corner. As they have a double outlaw on the side of Akave. On their duelists, mind you, so they can get some orbs and get online here.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure if that smoke was supposed to be a one-way or not, but it could be exactly what you need to get the Bucky in position, right? But up against an Omen, can TP back, and you should have the support of your teammate backside, but this is where the Bucky can do some damage, or an upgraded Stinger. Dano, though, always able to hold their own, even if it's down to the last smidge of HP, and we talked about fighting forward. I might be R want to do it again, or just get the shotgun kill. That works too.
Dang. Jono being able to work that Bulldog. The only person I've seen do that is like John Cutie. Crazy stuff. MIBR is still going to keep pressing W here to the backside of the site, as they should have picked that one up. No problem, really. And we'll see what they can do here for the second one.
Was it scrappy? Yes, but what thrifty attempt isn't, right? And I think it did kind of, not to point fingers, open up from that missed one way. Unless I'm missing the memo. Because it didn't allow them to get
once they had the site there, it kind of fell apart.
Yeah, because you supplement that with the cloud burst, and then the SRN gets in, gets the player down. And while, Donna did what they could to keep the site control under wraps, that's when things got a bit cleaner. When they were trying to fight into security with that shock dart combo, they held on to that. But we're already back into the action. A very aggressive B site. They're trying to carry the momentum the Thrifty came. And here we go.
SRN using that outlaw like a shotgun. Just instantly in people's face. Quick smoke, reload. Rest of the team's coming up now. Oh my gosh. Another one. And another.
Planted.
Oh my god.
Crazy stuff coming from SRN right now.
And at this point, you may want to just try to rewind time, right? After losing that replay. Or sorry, losing that second buy round, and now MIBR starting to steamroll. I feel like this is arguably worse, in my opinion, than losing in an 0-3 fashion. This is even worse. It's getting knifed when you have a Vandal! That could be the way back in. Tasty could have tried to pop off, but there's no connection to Ivy. They splinter off to ones, and SRN. The 4K show is maybe getting a second season here on Abyss.
Tasty. Be like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Why not?
Tasty is definitely silly. We've seen it. like they're jumping around and win the rounds they know are unwinnable. They're baiting for their teammates. That's what we saw on the previous map. And this is SRN looks locked in. And well, Bastard isn't be feeling that one. Did you hear the crowd when that happened? They were so upset. Oh, but I mean, okay, MIBR still win the round. They're good to go. Vandal versus Vandal round, and Lie to shut down the War Machine.
All right, some of these first bloods need to start coming into the favor of Akave now. MIBR steals back the second round and a third, and that has quieted the storm. That first kill on SRM quite a bit. They are not running the double duelist, so it's going to cause the entire team to have to break through the smoke on a flash, or at least 3 of them. They're going to try to do it dry, though.
I like this.
Even trickier.
If they didn't spot the gun barrel, it would have been great, but now with the hinder out, Tasty just goes nuclear. Finds 2. Spike is down. They're trying to reposition with a cross. Saw a little spiked hair there. Bastard can't follow it up with the sniper. It looks like Tasty wants a 4K of their own to counter that of SRN. And speaking of 4s, it also ties us up 2-2 at 4 rounds.
And out of their chair, there's Tasty again.
I mean, after SRN's been like thumbs downing you, I think that's warranted.
Absolutely. Remember SRN giving you the "you're dead"? No way. You gotta stand up to him. Oh my!
Wait, what did they say?
I can't repeat it.
I can't hear it. Well, anyways, that's really funny. And the fact that maybe the knife kill is what spurred that kind of turnaround, right? Like, even if you don't win the round,
they can't mess with the king, is what he said.
Oh, okay. Well, they've taken the crown for the time being, and then they get shut down immediately by the leader of MIBR stepping in, right, for their teammates. Saying, I'll stand up for the team. So that's a statement way to shut down that momentum, that kingly show. And in the meantime, still money because of that second round upset. Ult's coming online really quick. You can see Mel just got the Hunter's Fury over towards B main. And this feels like it's going to be a late re-exec towards the B site, actually. KRÜ, I don't think they're going to clear Lisa here either. Oh, they do! That time is crazy.
You are powerless.
Oh, inside. Alright, that's not going to really displace anybody, but they have an idea of where someone isn't. And they are still slowly moving. I think the quiet part of this is what makes it so weird here for MIBR. They have to source all of the members, and it is not going to work out as they're trying to do so much more. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I take that back.
And look at that. So dialed in this time.
What?
Not ramping up the enemy team. That round, like, was played correctly by Akave, right? Beautiful timing to shut down the KO. Beautiful flash as well to fight backside where you know an isolated player was. It's just, that's what, you know, a player that's broken records brings to the table in SRN, right? I mean, look at this. From dodging the blocks and then getting back immediately for the headshot. And no ounce of hesitation as well, right? Even in the 1v3, they're like, we want this round. We're going to have ults as well to snowpile with Melon and Lisa anyways. Just like that. Just say, this is a change of pace from Akave. Melissa going to be communicating this through and through. I was expecting a speed up towards A, but Melissa just says, I can handle this on my own.
Yeah, completely red. Oh,
they're going to crunch through vent. Wait a minute. They're not going to know. There's no way
they gotta be ready.
Oh,
going down the rope. Oh. Man. Has a whole lot of trickery at the beginning of the round in front B there. All of this with a slight lurk. Cam's on, though. Hello.
They heard it. They're like, I'm being watched. And now... I mean, it's literally the Live versus SRN combo that kind of decides this round, possibly. They confirmed that little jump peek that Tudor was in spawn, but they never handled it, right? And now it's finally coming back to haunt them. SRN, again, asked to do the unthinkable. A 1v3 in the crowd on the edge of their seats. With that timing, you know, there's a time and a place to say ships passing the night, and that is one of them. It is midnight, and SRN's coming hunting.
30 seconds left.
Oh, but wait. Yes, Tura's still there. Oh my
How many
gosh.
times?
So wild. Oh. You just slammed her chair into the ref. Yellow card.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Too excited.
I mean, after a play like that, you should be.
Great time. Yeah, exactly.
Body shooting and
This
all.
kill here, back across the map to get the other kill as well. Really nicely played in sourcing out where the enemy is going to be going.
And not just that, but I feel like there wasn't a decision made, right? Like, from MIBR, like a concrete one, right? Like, Melissa's telling you that there's so many players fighting forward. I think it's difficult when Tudor shuts down what was a crunch play, but they also didn't fully commit to crunching there. They were still walking, right? And they got splintered. So I need to see more decisiveness out of MIBR, and that does come from these BXX, right? It worked on Ascent, it'll work on Abyss. Just keep running it back, racking up those rounds, keeping it close. But look at this. They're respecting it. They're going to play the reflood off of this converging paths and dimensional drift, Rivington.
They dodged out to the other side, but now it puts them all in lane. Is that was basically a perpendicular path. Didn't stop MIBR too much. They're going to try to gain a bit more ground, but it's just on the other side of the wall here. We split the site a little differently, and Ivy's hat's going to be big.
All right. Try to convert the positions, but even with this Cosmic Divide up, it's a 1v4, and looks like MIBR are going to be able to convert this franken thrifty round with the Hero Rifle and the Guardian. Yeah. And it's not the fact that they win the round. It's not the fact that they get the lead. It's the fact that they used three ultimates on the side of Akave with no return.
Yeah.
Like, that is... that, to me, is grounds for a timeout from Akave. The way they lost that round, and they're not going to do it because they don't have money to.
I'm thinking of what, like how you go with the throat with that, right? Because usually the ults are used on a buy round when they're going to be reset on money or something or other, or maybe even to kill economy. But yeah, to use 3 there and not get anything, I guess you just have to look forward now and know that it becomes a little harder. SRN again, outlaw on a low buy round. The iconic duo of that comes back to attack the side of Akave here, and they're still working other sides of the map, and there's Bastard with that Guardian shot in mid.
Yeah, I mean, Bastard was a shining clutch player in the Wada series, has had their Thunder stolen, I think, from by SRN right now. So, any kills they can find on their lonesome, they're going to take. And Huda, impressive 4K earlier. Being with confidence, going for the reclear on the main, but heck of an outlaw again. Eco killer, and they should just speed up into a deserted A site unless...
Yeah. It's going to be a slight retake Okay, Lied does get one. I was gonna say not out of position, but it had rotated because of the kill that we saw Bastard getting mid. It's just they're always pulled out of position, so it's great to see Akave can still get that back.
Last player standing.
Oh, parachute.
Lied, are you going too?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I don't know. At this point, like there's a good amount of money here, I'd say, for MIBR, but a few extra ult orbs, I'd say, for a dimensional drift could be everything here for Akave, right? We talked about how streamlined they can be on the retake. You know, the pseudo thrifty being the exception, but now we're just playing mind games at this point, and they're buying time for Lisa on the flank.
Got to be someone hunting. There's blood in the water at that point. Another round for MIBR, but they seem to creep back and forth here. Nobody is getting a good handle on a lead at this point.
Yeah.
Might be a chance, but we'll see guns here from Akave coming out.
Player standing.
That is that's a pro view right there.
Now it is.
If you ever wondered.
It was a bit close on the call. Yeah, and they lost. We knew the timeout was coming soon to follow once they had weapons in hand. I'm kind of seeing a few of the same issues in terms of the dry peeking in angles, and they think they have a proper timing. So misreads. I think the best look we've seen from Akave has been this aggressive defense, and yeah, 236 days ago. I think that is only superseded by. I think or not even superseded. I think wasn't it Bind they had played like 230 days ago or something like that. And that was a stat popping up in the Wada series, so today's
6. Yeah, it was something.
Anyways,
it was a lot.
Like it's basically this LCQ has been, you know. Oh my God, love! I just got to confirm from production.
Nailed it.
Oh my gosh. Anyways,
they nailed it.
It's just showcasing that even like from a Ascent they hadn't played either, right? Like they're digging in deep, right, into the playbook. And that's kudos to the coaching staff preparing them to get their first reps, right, untested, beyond trials, and on a reverted patch, nonetheless, and reverted maps, right, like Abyss.
Yeah.
So, I mean, 3 to 5 here. They need this pistol round desperately. After, again, ults with no return kind of set them on a path to despair. Now, speaking of despair, SRN with the operator was never really dealt with on Ascent. Lied. This would be a huge opener.
I must wait a moment.
Oh, SRN's coming though. Oh.
That's, I think, so we just saw that stat about the map, right? And the playtime and days. I think one of the biggest things across any of the maps with Abyss is that timing, the angles people can pop out of. And if it's that long, even with a few scrims, the timings of even at the SRN rotation, how quick is somebody going to be able to help someone that's not immediately there kind of stuff will very much so catch you off guard. And I already lied down on this one. They do have the Hunter's Fury here. They got to figure out what's going to be the best spot to use it. If they can go up the gut here or down the ramp just to slow this down. It does look like Dono's trying to get in position.
And Dono in position is a threat nonetheless, but the follow-up util is clean from Mel, setting SRN up again for another possible frag show. Little stutter step from Tasty. Gave us hope, but SRN in 4K after 4K. And they want the ace. The crowd wants the ace. You can hear them cheering for it in Ivy. So want to put a quick stop to it and hear everyone just quiet back down, right? 2v4. The save coming through from Akave. It's rough. Their crowding achievement was these retakes, and they're just not getting any momentum through them, especially towards the B site.
It was the Hunter's Fury coming in from spawn actually had incorrect elevations. I think that hit the Sova quite a few patches ago, so you can't get pings on. Makes it very difficult on a map with this much elevation. So maybe once the Hunter's Fury is back up, if they can get it this half, focusing on coming from that lower side, so they can get it just right across the site. The little things like that, again, the days are bringing up and rearing their head right now as they try to get through these rounds. We'll see what they can do here again on maybe a bit of a scatter buy. Should be some guns, right?
I mean, there's the ones that were salvaged, but...
Right, yeah.
Again, I agree. It's very going to be very all over the place and not a great way to bounce back here. And again, they started out that round doing what I I wanted to see, which is getting proactive, Lied especially, looking for that early first kill, because that's been, I think, where they've had the best situations, right? You look at Tura and the impact she had deep into B main. They just haven't been able to do that, and the money is not lending them to that kind of play style either. So, I mean, not only are you overwhelmed typically, but you're hit by the 0 points, you can't even TP out. So the Hunter's Fury and SRN, it's pick your poison, either ends with death. And MIBR. Gonna say.
They already have other things in mind.
Yeah. You think they're falling through the B exit? They've conditioned you for how many rounds in a row? And suddenly, I mean, it's a double lurk up on the A side. One of those Astros, they were still supporting the B exec. And yeah, that's rough. And
they're still in B. But when you think you can get out to rotate, that is a round that hits for sure in the mental area. They got to pump each other back up and know that this is kind of just a fluke one, a lower by round. They had some open holes in the defense, and we got to see that, like you said, a little bit more of a pace to their defensive side. Your retakes are really great if you play them like you are the one taking the site unattacked, right? You still have the Yoru, you still have the Waylay. Keep everybody alive if that's going to be the case, and play it, just flip the map at this point. Give that a whirl. It seems like MIBR has taken away all your avenues of entry here by whittling away your health and members before you're even there to the site.
Yeah, Tasty. Just trying to die spike here. Bulldog not enticing enough to go for the full save. But all in all, MIBR, they look like they've evolved from Ascent, where again they were just trying to get through the rest of the half with the executions, to now a really nice bait and switch setup play. I wonder what the tipping point was as well to call them back to the A side, but it was perfect. And the neural theft as well, just like insult to injury, make sure that round doesn't slip away, right? You have 2 more rounds to go. Probably not going to need it. This was interesting though. Lied the one known on Akave for the operator, but Tasty deciding to give it a whirl so that Lie can once again go for this aggressive mid. But MIBR has been doing well at clearing it. And speaking of clearing it, Melissa. Now they know there's an op.
Close now. They know there's an op. You're exactly right. And slow around here from MIBR. 4 up mid, and again a ruse. The spike is not here. Lissa's hanging out quietly. Wait. Soren putting a stamp on that double kill, and in the face, with arm's reach, I should say, of their opponent. Lissa in that solo play still is able to come up on the late lurk. Their timing impeccable right now as they come from all corners of the map.
That wasn't a ruse, just a split play with very, very heavy presence in mid, because they trusted in Lisa to have that proper timing, and as we saw, get the kill there on Tatura. So all in all, they're going hunting for this operator that they know was online in mid, and careful, watch your step there. It's a little bit dangerous. Just like that, hopefully gonna regroup with Donner to keep this weapon alive. This, you have your, okay, out. There we go. Ooh.
Okay.
How long?
The damage is good. You got to work through a couple $1,000s here to make the economy feel good, and you're probably not going to be able to do that in 2 rounds. A round, I should say. As Lissa picks up another finalizer to bring another round in MIBR's favor here, finding the middle of the map and a deep breath to reset themselves. MIBR has just started to explode now from the attack side and take this game into their favor.
I mean, SRN, I think, has had a multi-kill almost every single round this game.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why this is the map where they broke the kill record. You know, going 21-23 helps in terms of the scoreline, but I think it's just their map as well. I mean, look at this, 20-5! 20-5! This game went a little bit longer, they probably could hit 50 kills again. But at the rate they're going to... Yeah, we look like we're going towards a 9-3, but this is what I wanted to see from Akave. Effective fighting, but this is what we wanted to see MIBR. No hesitation on the crunch, the refight.
Starting to look a little bit reminiscent of the first series where MIBR just had full control for quite a few of those maps. And everything goes their way. Ivy's the last one to find themselves alive on the map here. MIBR sets up for a 9-3 first half. Not allowing this kind of double duelist comp that Akave wanted to show do anything on the retake side of things.
Yeah. I think for now, we're kind of seeing it at play is just Akave not even able to come up with a solution in the moment, right? And that's what comes from reps on a given map. And while Ascent and Bind worked out well for these team in that regard of like, okay, they didn't have to make those really, really big changes. They're being tested on Abyss and just haven't been able to come up with the fix. They're like Wada earlier. MIBR just steamrolling. Fully warmed up again, kind of as well, after the best of 3 off. At this rate.
This map, the importance of this map pool, that first map, if it did go to Akave, their Lotus an 83% as of recent months, that makes a difference for their series. But now the pressure becomes even tougher here at halftime. They have to look at that 9-3 scoreline.
Hey, Akave leading into the pistol and don't get thrifted in the second round.
Yeah.
We're gonna throw it to the crowd with an interview.
Eu rodei. A melhor torcida é essa, cara. Impressionante. Faz barulho. Cadê o barulho? Tô elogiando, os caras não fazem barulho. Amiga, esse daqui já foi. Amanhã é MBR contra o Wada. Quero saber o placar de amanhã. Aqui já foi.
3-0, sem choro.
Alguém acha que não é 3-0 amanhã? Alguém? Então faz barulho! Quase apanhei aqui, V7. Eu vou voltar aí, senão eu vou apanhar. Amigo aqui quase me bateu com o bateco. Vou pra segurança aqui, depois eu volto.
Oh my God, it seems like a huge vibe down in the studio, electrifying here. 9-3 curse, could it be?
I mean, I don't speak Portuguese, and I know exactly what just happened there. They basically said, okay, who here's cheering for Akave? And then they said, okay, who's cheering for MIBR? Like, that is 100% what just happened there. And you can see the crowd coming out in support. But, yeah, this is true. 9-3 curses just aren't the fairy tale that MIBR is going to let Akave have. I
don't think so.
Yeah.
But now the attack composition is on attack. Let's unleash. Let's see.
And
any given time, any given game, brick by brick, let's put these rounds together.
And I will say, like, even Arya of Wada admits their kryptonite is pistol rounds. Like, they like, you count them out on the pistols like, every time, and then they know that it's an issue of theirs. Versus here, Akave had a really good record of it so far.
Yeah.
Let's see what they got up their sleeve. I agree. Tasty being online as well, fragging out more so than the previous Bind debut is a good thing. I need to see Lied, I think, get up to that same level, right? They were the one that was consistently keeping things close, going toe-to-toe with SRN, and they've just been on a dual stiffed here on Abyss. And you see MIBR just from the pre-round setup, I'm expecting a little SRN maybe dash, walk down mid. This is kind of that confidence that we saw on Ascent defense as well, right? When they had the substantial lead. They were just taking fights wherever they could find them. Ooh. You have the dash, they immediately rotate. I like this as well.
Early noise. Beautifully done. Refract back. And they say thank you very much to a soft site, but how quickly do they take the B side, right? You lose a lot of this if you get Lissa back, if we get a rotation, and SRN sets up mid too, and they can quick rotate. But they look on par to be here. Ooh, nice hold off on that rotation. Scary to take. A Ghost and a Sheriff to watch mid. MIBR know what they're doing when they take that fight.
Okay. Stack here. The reflood imminent. Immediate as well. And Sayori never dislodged. Able to regroup from backside. This team.
Their timing.
Yeah, it's peak. And KRÜ at least able to get one, but immediately the scent caught, tracked, and eliminated. MIBR squashing out any hopes at that 9-3.
And I talked about it earlier, the rotations, the timing. I think it's exacerbated now that the map is flipped, and you're wondering now when defenders can help each other, where they're going to be playing and what they might have looked like on this map, because that crossfire they just created was disgusting with minimal utility in sight to stop it, right? So I think it's going to get even tougher here as MIBR get cash in their pocket and they're able to bear down. Stinger by with a judge. We are going, or sorry, with a Bucky. We are going to see Akave go for a bit of a hit here.
Oh, if that doesn't draw rotations, I don't know what would. So we're just trying to buy that additional time for the team. In the meantime, ooh, Lied finds the kill on the Sayori.
Okay.
And I was going to say, Bastarde gonna get information at least minimum that this is a rotate and you're not handing a weapon off, but you are handing a life off. And I like the double back, right? You see them, you expect them to keep going on that rotation path, and hitting Lisa, who might just concede because you don't want to hand this Guardian over.
Does Akave now win their second after MIBR take
No
a
way.
pistol? Oh, it looks like it. It's going to be a B2. Huge deja vu coming through here. Or sorry, A, as they make their way through the upper tower, and Tasty will take another life. Oh, I saw Ren good for a few. It's going to be somewhere. Just start shooting. Ivy takes it and picks that one up, and it is going to be a second round pickup here in a very much needed round, honestly, to build momentum and a chance to get back.
I mean, Thirsty for Thrifty is crazy. Obviously, MIBR did it without a forced up stinger buy, but I mean,
True.
We saw a very, very, again, clear, concise communication there. The countdown, the swing, that's what you need to convert these Thrifties, and yeah. We never lose the Tura energy on stage. That is also a really strong facet to a comeback. Much needed as well when you know the crowd is in MIBR's favor. Double digits though,
Yeah.
MIBR. They play out the entire right side of the map with this play, right? The only player that can stop it is Ivy, and they just missed the timing.
Oh, Ivy's still going to play a little deterrent here on the edge. Nicely done. Finding a few. That's two big shots by Lied. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is squeaky clean from Akave. It's exactly how the rounds need to go, guns or not. Keep picking these up.
Ooh. And that was funny. It felt like Tudor was talking to the crowd after that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was
Tura is saying what now in many ways.
I mean, that was just the speed in which, okay, trip gets broken, and suddenly there are three players regrouping main,
Yes.
so that you don't hand the Guardian over that Ivy cast, so that Ivy doesn't die, and they keep it flawless. Like, the grit right now that is showing, the comeback round after round. And we mentioned how in a 2-1, every round is going to matter to see if it's Wada or Akave. And that's if they come back and reverse sweep here. So, work still cut out for them. Aggro play off a Dimensional Drift. You can still have that Yoru kit for the time being until the new patch, and they tried using it to no avail. Great good for Bastard. But Paranoia doesn't find too much.
Nice dash in there. Now they are coming online with this duelist comp. They're understanding the dimensional drift into the dash in, the distraction, the chaos is where they need to live. Love to see that from Akave, feeling like they can get an upper hand in these fights and trust in their teammates, trust in themselves. Stard says differently though, as Tasty and Dono fire back. They're doing a great job as a duo here in the site to just shut down MIBR. Listening for those last pitter-patter footsteps. Wait a minute. Still time. Distance on this. Hunter's Fury. And that's going to have to be half. One. Second, that's going to be enough. Round win. Nice job. Hunter's Fury. Calm, cool, collected. Just looks down and says, what are you guys scared? Are you worried? You don't be worried. Dano gets it. Picks up another round.
Yeah, Ivy definitely has been that kind of like silent killer, I'll say. And while there has been that kind of adjustment period, the Cypher there when they need them to be. This though, whew. That's that confidence we needed to see. I liked the deep site control, fighting for with a double duelist, right? After, the Yoru doesn't find the kill coming out of the Dimensional Drift, it still got the space regardless. And
yeah,
MIBR not banking the timeouts for the double digits danger zone. Taking one a little bit early here because they can see that Akave is gaining traction right now, climbing up this hill one step at a time.
Is it crazy to say that 3 is all Akave needed? Coming out with this aggressive comp? I mean, so you're only going to bring this comp out if you... I'm thinking about it, if you have practiced it, and not just on any map, on Abyss, right? So they have to know what they're doing. It does look like they're playing the true outright fights better as a team. We just saw that one, like we saw them push over towards the left side of the map. And then it seems like more of a scramble when they need to go in and find the fights. Maybe that is due to playtime. But I actually think they have the answer to bring this to a third map, to the Lotus, where we would expect them to actually be able to capitalize on another win. for Akave.
True, true. All right. Let's see what the modified coaching staff on MIBR's side has cooked up. They're coming into this LCQ. Leak around. At least it's a 4-strong walk down, a retake angle with a info cam towards A. And SRN, the window wrap should be good if Kuda had a double back to clear it. And I love this, not giving into the fight until they have the girls behind them. And Tuda, just in these high pressure situations, last half, this half, performing, shutting down an eco attempt. Yeah. And yeah, there it goes. I mean, you got the chip damage, so you're still giving the kill over. Kill feed showing it goes to Donna, but there we go.
Yeah, Tura and those, it's like a mid-round, you know, clutch scenario type situation. Where you're like, things have to happen quick, I have to react, this is really putting pressure on me, and it just seems like the answers come like this for Tura. And we see another one of those rounds there, bringing it to 10-10, getting pressured with a bunch of sheriffs, never an easy day, but 4 in a row. And we wondered if it would swap on Thrifties. It did. But can they keep this momentum? Ultimates are going to start coming online and making it a lot tougher to get through this defense of MIBR.
Very, very deep gate crash here to set them up for a very nice B split, if that's the end goal from Akave.
Just got around.
All the way in heaven. And there's only a Cypher here. I think they're going through with it. Yeah.
Oh, it's about to get hatched by 2 members of MIBR if they decide to go that way.
Unfortunate timing.
Waiting it.
It's expired. I feel like they gave up the advantage they set.
Yeah, they're just going to go for more of a default round now after you kind of fake yourself out or think it might be a play you don't have at the moment. Maybe they needed to see something first. We definitely didn't need to see that. Tasty goes down. And now they have to think how to get in. They don't even take the gate crash. Lied, paused on that.
As soon as they pop the converging pass, Sayori in response pops the null command, and you go plummeting into the abyss.
Yeah.
And you saw they realized they just got outplayed, but they are not done. Live, we wanted them to heat up and able to play off of Ivy here to keep things on a wrap, but Bastarda going crazy here. One after another playing off their util. Keeping the 2 players at bay backside while the rotations start to come through.
Shot up. They've got the op on this. Needs to get a peek first. No, SRN's going to be the first one. The op is there, but it's going to actually not be in the hands of SRN. It's Bastard who's going to fire true with that. A 3K on the round. And they feel comfortable coming in. Not even a misstep there. SRN defuse. Oh, sorry, Bastard defuse. And they get that through.
Yep. I mean, you pop both the blades and the neural theft in with this game possibly starting to come to a close. Former will come online a bit sooner. There's Tasty's regret and realization simultaneously. That's... It's not in the same fashion because it wasn't like a pseudo thrifty, but that round feels very familiar to the first half where they invested so many ults to no avail. And they didn't take a timeout after that, so they're going to take one now. Feels kind of early, right? But now, I mean, you have no room for error.
This one might be, hey, we were doing great, don't try too much. But I think they're doing fine. It's just kind of a reset. Words from the coach.
Yeah.
Really great showing so far here onto Abyss to make this double duelist composition shine a little bit more on the attack side. Hello!
They're having fun just being here, too.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. And I kind of, again, saw, like, that moment of hesitation after they worked hard to get, like, an advantage, right? That deeper mid position, the creative gate crash, and then when they pause like that, they lose the advantage. It's kind of like flashback to Ascent, where they had that mid space and then backpedal and get caught out. Lose out, because SRN gets back on the op line, but if you can get in the op back, Bastarda hands it back. It's going to be this time on A. This is MIBR freshening things up following the Akave timeout, right? They don't want to be predictable. Usually it's the Astra or the Cypher that's been solo anchoring the A site. They flip it up completely.
Boing.
Here.
Oh. Okay. Spike's down here. Playing a very different paced round. As everyone goes default across the map for Akave. Okay, there is safety. I couldn't find the gate crash at first, and I was like, you are out there live. But they're safe. And it's going to be a site hold here. Just the coverage by Cypher trips mid. And I do not think MIBR is going to be moving too much as we get to the later part of this game. Even less movement, I think we'll start seeing.
Yeah, I think they realized, like, Akave was not committed to that fight A main in any way. It's like the Wish version of the fake MIBR was selling over on Ascent. So it does not quite work out this time around. And as a result, there's going to be 4 players here ready to receive on the B site.
Top dash, trying to get on the shelf, but it's not going to work. It's still just a trade as Sayuri comes in. Still on the backside. It's so hard to uproot this team of MIBR on that side, and it's something that Akave have not figured out how to do yet.
Wow, they just sliced the pie on that exec just in time for November. And now, that's match point, right? And if they win this is something we haven't even tackled the topic of because we were still hoping for a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
You would get map pick and ban advantage. And in every best of 5 MIBR has played recently, they've come from the lowers, right? So they get to then pick their battlegrounds.
Yeah.
And where there's only one spot, second place, you can't settle for, right? It's not considered a feat and accomplishment. You need first to get to GCC, to get to Seoul, and SRN. That first blood is trying to lock it in for their squad.
Takes out one of the key components of this, and now a lot more pressure rests on the shoulders? Got it. Of Lied. Pushing up towards mid. That's going to be a TP across the trip. So they have played a little bit of what could be some timing against MIBR, but they still seem aware that these are avenues of trouble. Yeah, Sayuri's watching, and they're going to even drone their own side, knowing that it's getting a little too quiet.
Again, it's they get this mid control, and then they don't know what to do with it. The mid-round calls are shaky, and it gives MIBR too much time to figure out the situation and plan around it, right? Look, they had no idea at first that they were top mid. And then, suddenly, they now flip the map. They're in A main and trying to hold on to it, but this is where you need, again, a strong call. We need to crunch in A main. We need to clear out this space because everyone's encroaching from all angles, Rivington.
Oh, that's Wool. The Hunter's Fury is going to collapse for the last one. MIBR takes it. It looked like that tunnel, that light at the end of the tunnel for Akave for the few rounds, but MIBR figured it out, adapted to the situation, and they just said, no, thank you, we're taking this series in 2.
Wow, and you can see the Wada players in the crowd celebrating. They got their own now Thundersticks as well. And SRN just taking in the crowd, replicating, maybe the dancey dance vibes that Akave was sporting in their prior games today, but with that victory in 2-0 fashion, I do believe that means we get a rematch tomorrow between MIBR and Wada. So excited to see that, but for now,
yes,
I think Akave definitely put respect on their name by pushing MIBR this far. From, again, maybe losing when they were ahead on Ascent, but just the grit in this 9-3 comeback as well.
I truly say this, the few rounds on Ascent that go Akave's way and we get a banger on Lotus, I'm sad we don't, because I feel like that match would have been insane. MIBR deserved it though. They came out strong, continued to adapt to situations, and I think one of the big things we see from MIBR is their comfortability in absolutely controlling the game. Like running with kills, but not overdoing it, still playing their lives in situations when they need a teammate to do something. And it all looked so fluid from them. They were drilled coming in here.
Absolutely. And just the ability for that double initiator that they've swapped to, that again, they had that mid-season roster swap, went through repetitions of what worked and what didn't work for this team, and the final form they've landed on is definitely one that's on a track to make GCC and make a deeper run, I would argue, at GCC, but the team that stands in their way, again, will be Wada tomorrow, Rivington.
That's right. It's going to be an amazing match. There's still a little bit more to go today, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be back to this to break that down and get a little insight into the players' minds of MIBR. So stick with us. We will be right back.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm going to trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
second map of the series, looking at Abyss. It was a must-win for Akave Esports, but unfortunately, the double duelist comp they bring out, it's fun, but it's not quite enough. MIBR to not just take the win, but the series 2-0 and knock Akave Esports out of LCQ contention. Dan, looking back at the map, again, I love the ideas. They were fun, but MIBR, they are talked about so much for a reason.
MIBR, the favorite team for a recent year, and they are our team that goes undefeated onto the grand finals tomorrow, winning against Akave and also winning against Wada. It was a team that was confident from beginning to end, not only in the things that they were saying, but also in the way that they were approaching each one of these maps, no matter what the opponent was, no matter what they were playing on the other side. It was just incredible, and I'm so excited to see MIBR tomorrow.
Yeah, that was phenomenal gameplay coming in from both sides, but specifically MIBR. We had, in those last few rounds closing out the game on defense, we had Basarda locking down sites, SRN getting those first picks with the op, and then switching over to attack. The KO utility by Sayuri was insane and so crucial for SRN to get those exec kills. You know, sending that knife in a sight, not allowing the Yuri to TP out, the Waylay to stun or dash out for that matter. And then if they need to, if they ever got to a point where, okay, they didn't get enough picks in the exec, they were able to play post plant with their Astro Suck, their Hunter's Fury, their Sova Shocks, and more. And then Abyss truly was SRN's playground, Jayad. Like, there's a reason why SRN broke the kill record on this map.
Insane. I mean, we talked about what happened in the grand final against Team Liquid when SRN was dropping 50 kills, but this time around, even if it, you know, it wasn't that overtime that allowed them to get those 50 kills, still in a 13-7 to be able to get 28 and 9 is insane. We keep talking about SRN because it's one of the best players that we have in G3 right now. I'm 100% sure it has to have the best stats right now for LCQ, but as I mentioned before, also had the second best stats last year in that Game Changers Championship in Berlin. So the expectations of this player are high, and the experience as well that the team has is really helping them out. It seems like MIBR just has everything to win LCQ and move forward to Korea.
Yeah, the run that they've had today has just been absolutely phenomenal. Flawless on the day after a well-fought series. It's time now for our Verizon post-match interview to chat a little bit more with the team. And we have none other than Lisa back at it, and the octopus's name that I cannot allow to say. Congratulations, you're so confident going into the day. Flawless series. How are you feeling just being undefeated on the day?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Yeah, I think it's a good feeling, you know, like I was feeling like super tired, and I don't know, just I'm glad it went well, like everything. So.
I mean, you closed out the series in 2 maps, but Akave Esports definitely made you work for it. Let's talk about that first map, because that one was really, really close. So how did you and the team able to close that out to take that win?
I think most of it, like the difficulty that we had, was because that we were kind of like just you know, just too fast, and we were communicating really fast too. Like we were just kind of screaming. So I think the pause that we had between the games made us like change our, you know, like the way that we were playing before. That I think it was calmer, so I think that made it harder for us. But since we, you know, talked in the game, we could just come back at our normal, you know, yay, yeah.
I mean, you definitely did. That second map, that Abyss, was fantastic by you and the team. And I want to talk about your team, and especially SRN, because this performance, that Jet, like, that was just amazing.
Yeah, he's such like a great player. Also with the comms, he never stopped talking. So like, I think he's very important to our team, and he's very confident too. So I think that is why our team is confident, mostly because of him. It's just he's just too much important to our team, and I'm really glad that I have him in my team. Honestly.
Yeah, better to be queued up with him rather than against him, right? Now,
yeah.
Last but not least, it's a best of 5 finals tomorrow. The winner goes on to the championships. You told me before you're confident. You get the rematch up against Wada. Still feeling just as confident now after a flawless day?
Yeah, I think we're feeling great. This pause that we had, I think it taught us like a little things that we had to, you know, just make everything right to the finals and finally get ready to the championship and win it. So I think we're gonna talk about it today, and it's gonna be greater tomorrow.
Ooh, we're looking forward to it because you definitely put on a show today. Lisa, thank you so much for chatting. Congratulations again. Go enjoy your night. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Back over to the Desperate. Always so sweet. The balance with the octopus is amazing. I could never. I would instantly be off my head. But Dan, love to hear about a team that's just feeling confident. They've learned from the little mistakes they've made today, and she said they're going to be better tomorrow. This is crazy. They already looked so good.
Yeah, of course. They look amazing, and you can only expect them to continue this. The performance for this team of MIBR is not going to go down. It's only going to go up. I mean, you just heard Lisa say, yeah, make it to the championship and win it. Like, they are 7 steps ahead of what the actual tournament is right now. But that is... Even if it can be a little risky for some players, for some teams to have that mentality, I feel like for MIBR, it just works perfectly because of how good they actually are. It's not something that they're just saying to kind of mentalize, you just have that mentality, but also they're saying it because they mean it and because they know how good they really are.
Especially for a team that was so close within their own region to be able to close out, but instead just falling a little bit short and having to play the LCQ, there's definitely a confidence that should be there. And one again that too, looking back at the day, this flawless run that they've had, it's going to be, Emily, a really fun rematch to be able to see tomorrow between them and Wada. And Wada, a lot of studying to be done because again, that was the first match of the day and one that did not go well in their favor.
No, not at all. And I'm hoping that they do some sort of, maybe even just like a mental shift to keep them going in the game tomorrow. You know, they did have a rough day today against MIBR, but they ended up winning against Akave. And Akave had the closest games with MIBR. So it's very flippy-floppy between these matches. So going into tomorrow, I'm hoping we see the version of Wada we saw going against Akave. And if not, well, it's looking like a clean sweep for MIBR.
Absolutely. And also for Akave, unfortunately, we don't get the chance to see them anymore, but I think it was super nice to get the opportunity to get to know a little bit more of this LATAM team and get the chance for them to play on stage. Even when they were losing, even when things are going wrong in this map of this, you can see how much they were enjoying it. So it was great to have the chance to see them, but tomorrow, nonetheless, I'm so excited for that MIBR Wada. The more that we saw from them, the better and better they got, and also for an MIBR that is going to have the ban advantage as well, and they're going to come so confident. It's going to be for sure an uphill battle for Wada, but we know that they can do it.
Again, this is going to be the best of 5 finals here for the last chance qualifiers. For the winner, the opportunity to compete at the Game Changers Championships in Seoul. Make sure to be coming back to the channel 3 p.m. Eastern to make sure you're not missing any of the magic. See which team between Wada and MIBR is going to get that ticket. As for today, that is unfortunately it for us. Thank you all so much for tuning in and supporting Game Changers. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Game Changers, it's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。